Live coverage of the 2022 Crescent City Cup. Really excited for this event. We're going to be bringing you 20 rounds of top level Scrabble over the next 3 days. My name is Will Anderson, and alongside me is Conrad Bassett-Bouchard. Conrad, really excited to be covering this event. So we are going to be getting into game one momentarily here. And I think the players are basically all set and ready to go. We'll be watching Twitch chat. We have a number of other kind of firsts to announce for this tournament in terms of new things that are unique to this year's version of the Crescent City Cup and to really all Scrabble tournaments that we'll get to when we have some breaks in play. But I think the players are raring to go. Our first matchup, Conrad, is between Dave Wiegand and Walker Willingham, who have traveled quite a long way to play each other when they're actually sort of in each other's backyard back home.
Yeah, so basically they're both from the Pacific Northwest. Dave and I actually had to wake up at 3:30 a.m. yesterday to get ourselves out to New Orleans, and I made it to a hotel room nearby. Walker comes from Bainbridge Island outside of Seattle. I did want to segue for just a sec. Can we talk about how super cool that intro video was?
Yeah, that's definitely a huge shout out to our producer behind the scenes, Christian K, who we have him to thank for the beautiful production values that you guys are going to have. So play is about to begin between Walker and Dave in game one, and we're about to get underway. So last year's Crescent City Cup, right in the midst of that original pandemic wave, and it took place online. This year, we are back in person. You see the players are masked, a lot of other safety protocols going into this event, and we've got a really, really good number of players still in attendance, ready to play. So you can see Walker. It's fair to say in this situation that Walker is a pretty significant underdog against Dave Wiegand, but he's got a great rack to start with here, including that first blank, which you have to know he's happy to see on that rack here.
Yeah, I suspect he will probably find a bingo or use all of his tiles and get that 50-point bonus. And it's not to say, I mean, like, he certainly beat Dave many times before. These two have played, I don't know, billion games. No, probably, like, I would imagine close to 100, though, at this point.
Yeah, and it is really a tale of two racks here. As you can see, Dave has not only no vowels, but also 3 sets of duplicated consonants. So you're going to see Walker bingoing in a hurry. And when I say that Walker is an underdog in this game, I don't mean that to demean Walker, who is an excellent expert level player. That merely is to praise Dave Wiegand as truly one of the best players in North America. And I feel like, Conrad, that Dave, it looks like we're doing some announcements maybe. So we'll just continue to praise Dave while those announcements go over to the players. Yeah. But Dave, I feel like, is one of the few players in the entire world of Scrabble who is capable of making plays that almost nobody else is. His word knowledge is unbelievable. You've just, Conrad, I feel like we must each have so many stories of plays that Dave has made, not just finding crazy words, but even just cool endgame sequences and strategic ideas. He really is one of the best players in the world.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And I mean, I might take some fire from you from this, but I would say, honestly, at this moment in time, probably the top player in North America.
I don't object to that one bit. Dave has proven it over the course of decades that he really does stake a pretty solid claim to be the top player in the country. So it's going to be a lot of fun to watch him play. And there are a number of other elite players that we're going to be watching who are present at this event. So it's going to be a lot of fun. Implied Ampersand says, how many games today? So the schedule, it's definitely worth noting. We're going to play 8 games today, 8 games tomorrow on Sunday, and the final 4 games will be on Monday, the dramatic conclusion to the event. So really, really excited to see how this event unfolds. And watch some of the truly best Scrabble players in the world compete. So while we have a break in play, I just want to emphasize, as I said earlier, this event does represent kind of a first in a number of important ways. And this event is actually going to be, it is sponsored by Scrabble Go and Scrabble Web to the tune of $5,000 that are going into tournament expenses, live streaming equipment, and the prize pools for the players. So that is a really cool thing. I just want to give a shout out to Scrabble Go for helping make this event even better. The Crescent City Cup, Conrad, I would say maybe the most prestigious Scrabble tournament outside of the national championship every year. Would you say that's fair to say in general?
It's certainly one of the top couple, but you know, I'm a little biased having directed this tournament myself before and loving everyone who's a part of the team. But I'd say consistently year after year gets one of the strongest fields, and is certainly, you know, one that people absolutely look forward to above all else. So.
All right. Play is resuming, and it looks like we are going to see Scooted go down with that blank as an E. And that's going to be a great start for Walker, as he is on the board first, and Dave is almost certain to exchange here with this rack. Again, it's bad enough that he has all 7 consonants, but the fact that they're all 1-point tiles and 3 sets of duplicates means that Dave is a lock to exchange here, Conrad. I cannot imagine that he puts a play on the board here.
No, I don't think he's gonna make a play. You know, there could have been some interesting mind games here where Walker decided not to play his bingo before, right as they were saying the announcements. He could have thrown that down there to get inside Dave's head a little bit, you know. But at the same time, he knew that Dave was going to get a lot more information, so maybe this was the right thing to do. And unsurprisingly, you know, Dave is trading tiles, so.
Yep, away go a lot of those consonants back into the bag. And almost immediately in response, Walker puts down WUD. This is a word that if you are not as familiar with Tournament Scrabble, you're going to see a word like this, W-U-D, and say, what is that? But Scrabble players are going to know this word really, really intimately because it contains that W-U combination, which is such a difficult, there's so few words that contain that combination. The words that do have it are very, very frequently seen on a Scrabble board. So that looks like a good play to me by Walker. He played it really, really fast. I think he's understanding that he had 2 U's and a W on his rack. Very likely that WUD is a good play, and I'm liking that play, Conrad.
Yeah, I mean, certainly you can add a U onto WUD. I mean, certainly as if that is as obvious. But Voodoo, you know, I guess he knew pretty quickly it didn't play short of Voodoo's for not many points. But, you know, he might have considered for a moment shedding the other U, but yeah.
Well, wait, I think UD, are you saying?
No, Voodoo's to the S and Scooted for a far fewer points.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, he should have played UD as in Usted, which is not in this dictionary.
You got it. Yeah, that's an interesting idea. Obviously, every U that you keep on your rack hurts your chances of getting a bingo down. The U is definitely the weakest bingo vowel of all of the 5 vowels. And we can see that Dave has actually played Quoth now, blocking that S of Scooted, which I'm sure Dave doesn't want to do. But again, it's not a situation where he has to panic. He's only down by 60 or so points. And for a player like Dave, that is going to be a deficit that he can come back from for sure over the course of a game. RWE says in chat, I've never seen live Scrabble before. This is great. Welcome. Happy to have you. Hoping that that many more people like that are stopping by the channel and enjoying live Scrabble between truly some of the best players in the country, which is what we're really excited about here. So it is back over to Walker. He has decent scoring tiles, but maybe one too many vowels. This is what Conrad was alluding to, that U. This is where you might score a couple fewer points on your previous turn, but you might thank yourself on your next turn for getting that U off of the rack. But he still has some decent options here. He looks like he's lined up just UH on his rack. Boy, that would be very risky if he plays that under the S of scooted, Conrad.
Yeah, I hope he's not going to do that. That seems very ill-advised. That would be a little too offensive for my taste, I think. Oh wow. He's got the lead. I don't know why he wants to make such a big opening, but
so he plays here. So he plays and the reason that Conrad and I are reacting so much to this is that UH takes a number of hooks in front that will give access to the triple word lane, not just the triple word score. Any play that ends in a D, right? A bingo with ED is going to play with duh if the other both H's have been played, but there are a couple other, like the P in Collins is a hook to UH. Maybe it's just a scary play to make, I think. And Dave is going to have to interpret this as, boy, would he possibly do this play without one of those letters in reserve? And the answer is yes. And I think Dave, ironically, might be sorry, let me update Walker's score. I think Dave actually is one of the few players who is aggressive enough as a player to not really worry. And Dave may just play as he normally would. It looks like he's setting up girl, though, to potentially play underneath there. That might be a pretty good play no matter what his strategic objective for the board here, though.
I think that's the idea, right? Is you're now turning it into much more of exclusively a bingo lane, something ending in a D. Dave is behind, so even though Walker's representing having something like a D on his rack, this makes it more likely that if Dave's able to pick one up quickly, he's going to be able to use it as a bingo. But it's unlikely to get blocked unless Walker does have one of those tiles.
Yeah, that's a really good point. That restricting the possibilities of words that can hook UH may be a great way to preserve Dave's own chances of hitting that spot. But if I am in Walker's shoes, it's actually a very good point by Bax West in the chat that it's scary, but Walker may be correct to play for high volatility, just given the circumstances, knowing that you're playing potentially certainly the top seed in this event. As Conrad said, I think odds-on favorite to be the best player in North America and one of the best players in the world in Dave Wiegand. Maybe you want to get a little crazy and make a spot like that. Is that you disagree?
No,
okay.
No, it's way too much. I mean, he's already up. He was up 100 to like 20. Like, yeah, you want to play for high volatility, but if you already have a big lead, you don't need to like play suicidally open. There's a limit to the logic of playing for super high volatility.
Fair enough.
Yeah, you want to give yourself the opportunities, but once you have gotten ahead at high enough, you don't want to give your opponent too many chances to get back just the same.
Makes sense. Yeah.
So while in theory makes sense, this is a little too much, I would say.
Yeah, so the idea maybe that Walker should give himself a little more credit than he is. So he plays Ow. He plays Ow underneath girl. Again, Walker has some good bingo tiles. You can see a lot of the tiles left on his rack, E, T, I, A, and then maybe to a slightly lesser extent, the M are very good bingo tiles. And it is worth noting that if you're watching along and from your own Scrabble experience, maybe it's very rare to get a 7-letter or 8-letter bingo down using all of your tiles. For these players, it is very, very much expected over the course of a game that you're going to get at least a couple plays like that. These guys know a lot of 7 and 8-letter words. In Dave Wiegand's case, he knows a lot of 9, 10, 11, 12-letter words as well, even though they very, very rarely are seen played on a Scrabble board. So,
but chances are,
go down here.
Chances are, if someone is playing one of those ridiculously large words, it's probably him.
Yeah, I definitely think that if we get enough Dave Wiegand games over the course of this event, we're very likely to see something very special be played. So fib is not one of those incredible long word plays for Dave, but I think that was absolutely the right play for Dave there. On his previous rack, he had the B, the F, and the P, all higher scoring tiles. Those tiles don't really work very well together in longer words, and Dave is trying to get his rack closer to a bingo, which you can see from Dave's rack. He's got 2 S's, an E, and the P. The 3 I's are what's getting in his way right now. So, and it's worth noting, still neither player has drawn. Well, I guess Dave has the P for puh, P-U-H, but I don't think that's going to be the play here. So I think this is going to be very interesting. It's almost impossible to block that UH spot on the board without a hook to it. So unless either player draws that D, how do you even block that spot? It's seemingly impossible.
Yeah, it's going to be by drawing a different tile and playing a 2 or 3 tile play, I suspect.
Yeah.
But Walker, based on his recent plays, he's kind of I think his way of going for this volatility, as we were talking about, was to make shorter plays and try to go for a bingo. But as he's sort of showing here, it's going to get a little harder.
So he plays mate. It looks like he hasn't committed his clock, and there you see the clock press there. So that is an interesting play. He has atom in the same spot, right, making Lobo. So I feel like that's a little bit of a slight imprecision there. I'm not going to say that's like a huge mistake. If you're watching and saying, wow, that was a really nice play with all those overlaps, you're right. That was a really cool play that Walker just made. But he had a chance to play Atom instead, forming Lobo instead of Lobe. And the E is often such a good tile to keep, to give yourself flexibility. It has way more bingos contain an E than an O. So that's one of these tiny little nuances between those two plays. Mate and Atom both score 30. But that's a play that can have really big reverberations going forward. But Walker has drawn another E to sort of help him along there.
Yeah. Also worth noting, you can put an A in front of the word mate. You could not put anything in that triple lane in front of Atom because you wouldn't actually be as close. So no one has an A right now, but.
Great point. Yeah. So amate. And we can get the definition bot up so that we can show people some words in the chat. I will get that set up momentarily. But amate plays, as Conrad said, would score very huge to the triple with, if you had JA, ZA, something like that, you could easily see a pretty massive score to the triple. So now if I'm Dave here, I'm sitting here, I'm losing by fewer points now as Dave plays SIP. He really is going for, actually, that's not terrifically volatile because this is kind of a classic Twitch word. I just want to note that FAP, all you Twitch heads out there, this is actually an archaic word. It's not what you think it is. It doesn't take an S yet, anyway. So it might look like Dave is setting himself up for a really, really big play to the triple with his second S, but that's actually not the case. So we will just have to see how the rest of the game transpires. Dave does have that Z, though. So I Spy Scrabble says the graphics are great, so easy to follow along. Thank you very much for the kind words. All the credit for that does go to our producer, Christian, behind the scenes. So let me just test the bot.
Yeah, one, as we'll see on Dave's side, he's sitting on an 8-letter word for next turn. But in the meantime, this board is now so closed that, what if you're Walker, right, you're trying to like keep the board closed. But right now, there's not too much to be done to actually close the board.
Yeah, this is where this is like several turns ahead now, where you can see that the play of UH there, which maybe he did make that play with the intent of creating more threats, even though he was ahead. Now he's got this lead, but the board is going to be very difficult for him to manage as he plays Zhu here. Now, let me just test and see if the define bot is working. I think this is like a Shetland. This is like a string instrument, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Okay.
It's a viol. It's a viol.
A viol. Yes.
Shetland
exactly.
one. Yeah.
So for any viewers, we'll see if maybe this is one of those good problems. If we get a ton of viewers, maybe we'll have to disable this feature, but any viewer should feel if you see a word on the board, and there will be many archaic words here that look slightly unfamiliar. If you see a word like that, feel free to type in !define in the chat, and that will give you as best a guess of the definition as we have. As Conrad pointed out, as Conrad pointed out, quicker than I did, I actually didn't see this. Dave has a bingo of diarizes, and Dave is going to spot pretty much every bingo that he sees in these games. It will be very rare to see. Sorry, John Domino. I think that previous request was too quick with what you had. There we go. So there's the AMATE definition there. So all right. So now you can see after that scary start for Dave where he was down quite a bit, you can see Walker is now saying to himself, oh man, somehow I'm trailing in this game. Fortunately for Walker, he should have plenty of options here to score pretty well. He does have a Y. That's a nice high-scoring letter. There's a wide open S on the triple lane. I wonder what he's thinking of. He might be actually going for Zooey here, Conrad.
I would think. I mean, that seems like the pretty nice way to get rid of a bunch of vowels and keep some good ones for next turn.
Yeah,
he's not losing really. He's still pretty much even.
I agree. So this is a really interesting point, right? Because if you're saying to yourself, man, how could you possibly not block that S of diarizes in the triple lane, right? Well, of course, Walker wants to block that, but he's not going to be able to block that S of diarizes in a way that scores very well or that gets all of those vowels off of his rack. He has so many vowels that even though your objective looking at the board is to try to block that S, Walker's rack is telling him something different. He has too many tiles. Not only that, the game situation is such that if he plays Zooey, he goes up by 30. What if he draws a D, right? If he draws a D, he might have his option of playing to the S of diarizes or playing something to the triple with duh. So this is, I think this play is warranted here, even though it does seem really scary to just leave that S wide open on the lower part of the board. I think I like his choice here.
Yeah, and I think one thing with leaving an S wide open is like, it's in a not as volatile spot. Like Dave isn't going to play 7-letter word, or an 8-letter word ending in that S. I mean, a 5-tile play obviously could hurt, but like there won't be any bingos. It's unlikely to be a triple triple, which is a play that hits 2 triple word scores at once. So it's not as scary as it could be, but it's still pretty scary.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a threat, but yeah, having an S, I think the worst place for an S to be is where the S can be more of the end of a word, of a long word, and you can see because of the FAP and MI area of the board blocking, that's not going to be possible. So we'll see. Yeah, you can see, as John Domino points out, the X has been drawn. So Zooey, sort of an inadvertent setup for the X. You can see right under that first O of Zooey is a triple letter score where that X could slot in for an enormous amount. So Dave, let's see. I think Dave actually has some interesting ideas here. So Conrad, he can either play Yui through the E, or he can play YU parallel to diarizes, and those plays are very different because one of them blocks the X pretty effectively, and the other just pumps the score up even more.
Yeah, I mean, I am much more partial to YU. I would probably give slight thought to one of the longer plays, but only long enough to give it thought, and then realize that it's probably not worth it. The problem with keeping a really good lead here is that it's not really a great board for bingoing yet. So
yeah, Dave's gonna need to draw with these letters. This rack would turn from not likely to bingo anywhere to very likely to bingo if he was able to get a D on his rack for duh. But without that D, you can see actually Walker has drawn the third D out of the bag. So there's only one more to go. And just if anyone's curious, we will have the unseen tiles up closer to the end of the game. So just if you're saying, well, how can I know what tiles are left? That information will be coming towards the latter half of each game. So a suggestion in the chat, a very creative suggestion of if Dave plays the invalid word UI. Oh, look at this. Okay. So Dave goes a little bit longer, and you know what, Conrad? I think he is absolutely thinking along your lines here.
Yeah, and to give a little context, Dave and I live like 6 blocks from each other, and we play every week. So I think our play styles lately over the last year and a half have been rubbing off a bit. Where I tend to like more of a play like this: score more points, keep more control over the board, and then Dave liking the offensive plays, going for more bingos. But like,
yeah, I totally think that he is correctly evaluating what you just said. The board is just not very good for getting those bingos down. So playing short and keeping a nice lead like enter, that would normally be advisable. But in this particular situation, not so much.
Oh no, but Will, look what happened. He only played his X. He didn't put the D in front of it, and now Dave is gonna get to bingo. He's gonna get alum root instead of.
Oh man. So, but the thing about that though is I think Walker was probably right not to play that D just because the duh hook is so valuable, right?
Yeah,
like normally I would for sure. So what we're saying, this is an incredible swing, everybody. What we're saying here is that you could have, instead of just playing X, you could have played Dex or even Apex. That's an interesting choice. I think
Apex.
Right yeah, maybe Apex is the play instead of just X. Obviously, these are really splitting hairs between those types of plays. Apex would have scored an extra 10 points, but this is a huge swing. I'm actually a little surprised, though, that Dave has not played this bingo yet. I don't think there's a chance he misses this. Do you, Conrad? This would be a stunner if he did.
I'd be surprised if he missed it, but it's like once you see it, it's clearly the best spot, and he had a chance to look through that O before the X came down. So It's possible he hasn't found it yet.
So for the record, Dave, from his 7 tiles, he has a play through the O, forming the obscure 3-letter word exo. He can play alum root for 80 points here. That would be, by any standard, an excellent play. I'm a little concerned that he hasn't played it yet. I mean, this is Dave Wiegand we're talking about, so I fully expect eventually it's going to come down. The extra crazy thing about this is you can see from Walker's rack, he has Paradise lined up to go down through the E of Zooey. So this is a huge swing. Dave definitely needs not to miss this exo hook here through alum root. This is the sort of play where I feel like for a player like Dave, he finds this like 99 times out of 100, but maybe one time out of 100, the exo hook kind of trips him up potentially. And if this is that one time out of 100 where he doesn't spot this, it's going to be a huge swing in favor of Walker here.
And like, it's also fair to say, you know, like, this is what Dave's 3rd tournament back since, you know, all of the lockdown and everything.
Great point. Yeah, that's true.
And, you know, again, he woke up at 3:30 yesterday. This is round 1. We were maybe out till after 1 a.m. last night, you know, playing board games, actually. So, you know, there's always first round jitters, first round rustiness, whatever it is. So, you know, certainly I could speak for myself when I say, like, I am more likely to make some ridiculous mistake in the first round. And then, just, you know,
there it is.
Wow.
Amazing. That is very surprising. This is not something that you will see from Dave very often at all. He is renowned for his ability to find longer words. However, he has made, if you're going to miss a bingo, it's good to make a 36-point play that happens to also block your opponent's massive bingo that played. Oh, and it looks like we're going to see a challenge here. So this will be a good time to quickly go over the challenge rules. And we may actually have a cool camera angle to share with you from the challenge computer, depending on if we can get there in time. So basically how this works is, let's see. Do we have I think the challenge may have been finished. So anyway, we do have this shot of the challenge computer, but I think they finished up their challenge before we could get to it. So basically the rules here are, if you challenge a word, and the word ends up being valid, which malor, that is actually an archaic variation of malord. What happens is Dave will get an extra 5 points on his score. So malor is the play. He gets an extra 5 points. That brings him to 264, in fact. So we're basically dead even between the two players now. Wow, crazy, Conrad.
Yeah, and so one thing, Dave's actually my roommate at this tournament. I'm a few blocks away in our hotel room. So, you know, obviously we don't want players to hear either of us, though I don't think they could hear Will from a different state. That said, one of the last things Dave said to me before heading over to go play was that he hopes that if he makes it onto board 1, which is what this is, that you know, we don't tell him how much he's sucking.
Well,
and I'm like, Dave, I don't think you have to worry. And well, maybe I won't tell him to watch midway through this game.
Yeah, I mean, this is, again, it's just one of those mistakes that I feel like I could make mistakes like this pretty often, where I just, because EX is in that spot, I wouldn't even think of whether I have a bingo through the O, right? I would have to get kind of lucky to say to myself, oh man, too bad that I would have had a bingo through that O. Oh, wow, it still plays, right? Like, that's sort of how I would get there. And if you don't have that sort of lucky epiphany, it might not happen. So it looks like Walker is going to play Pa and Poo and R there. So that's an interesting choice. He has 2 A's. He's getting rid of one of those. What do you think of this, Conrad? It seems like reasonable aggression to me.
Yeah, I mean, I would say like it fits with his play style thus far. You know, he is clearly trying to open stuff up. He's really trying to go for another bingo. Now that the game is closer, the volatility that he's offering feels pretty warranted. So yeah, I see what he's doing. Again, he's keeping that D for the top left, otherwise, or for the middle left. Otherwise, yeah, maybe you throw on a D here. You think we're gonna finally see an A in front of mate here? I wasn't sure if Walker knew the word, but
Oh yeah.
Dave certainly knows it.
Dave will know it. Yeah. I mean, would we expect something like boast to go down in that spot? That could certainly be a reasonable choice for him. There's also, I just want to point out, Quoth on the board does take an A hook for Quotha. That would be, there are some interesting choices for him in that spot. Not sure if he will think to play there. Certainly the A8 hook would score very, very nicely for Dave in this situation. So there are a couple different plays. Boast forming A8 in the lower left, but also bad through the DE, making Quotha could be a really nice option for him. I wonder if wonder what else he's thinking of here.
Well, that seems like it's got to be the best play, right? I saw that spot earlier, but not recently. I was thinking like, oh, maybe get an 8-letter word down to the DE for a bunch of points.
Sure, yeah. And something ending in ADE, not that there's that many words like that, would be a devastating play, scoring play there. But we'll see. Dave, it is definitely within Dave's vision and ability to spot plays like that. But if not, Boast is still, it's in the same striking distance. I think for Dave, with the standards that he has as a player, I think he will expect that he would see all bad here. And I'll just define that in the chat so you see what I'm talking about. This word, playing with Quotha, would be
what a word.
I know, another pretty cool word. Again, you will be seeing a lot of these archaic words, even though Quotha is in the slightly less archaic North American dictionary. So if you're watching along and you're seeing some words that you've never seen before, a lot of the best players in the country are more used to the international lexicon. Oh, look at this. Okay, so he plays boutade, a slight variation. Do you think this is intentional, or maybe he just overlooked? So he saw the spot, right? He sees the spot.
I mean, he must have overlooked it, because it's like, I don't think Dave would think that is a better play.
Yeah, he could.
It's a missable play. It's not like.
For sure. The thing is, though, he did the lion's share of the work to finding it. He saw the spot. He just missed the correct word to play there. So Dave's rack, to his AA, he draws 3 eyes again. So if ever there was going to be an upset between these two players, Dave's draws and obviously his miss of Alamroot has opened the door to Walker to steal this game away. Walker is sitting on really, really good letters. He's got a D for duh. He's got an S that can play with the hook to pa on the lower right of the board. And now there are a few open letters of boutade to bingo through. So all of a sudden, there are slightly more options available to Walker than there were previously. And let's just see. I think in his shoes, I would definitely consider playing something with duh here. I would consider playing kid and keeping the beautiful ARST leave. If ARST, those 4 letters, if he's able to pick an E, his odds of bingoing are really high. Oh, he plays off his A as well. So we are going to do our best to keep you guys. All right, so that is the play. He officially has played both of his vowels here. So I'm going to do my best at this point in the game to keep the tracking updated. Stand by, and I will get you what Dave is looking at. I think we're at basically the 3/4 point through the game. There's 25 tiles unseen to Dave, and I've just put them up now. So these are the tiles that Dave's looking at.
So while it was definitely better that, to keep the A here, from Dave's perspective, one play that stands out immediately is to play Bivia from the B, which would have opened a huge K spot. And obviously there are other letters that normally go there. But if you look at the tile pool, if you were to play Bivia in that top right, really only the F is the only tile that's that scary.
True. Yeah. All the high scoring tiles are out pretty much. So that this is, if ever there was a time, and you can see he has that set up. It's also worth noting that he could play Vasa and Amate for a humongous score on the lower left, but it would keep all three of his eyes and basically doom him on the next turn without an incredible draw. So just looking, and all right, he's going to go ahead and do it. I mean, that's 40. That is 40 points, Conrad. But man, I-N.
Yeah, and now we'll see if I feel pretty. It seems pretty likely that Walker will be able to find the bingo here. But
sorry, let me get Walker's score. Dave's score. Okay, so the score now.
Oh my Look at Dave has 4 eyes now.
Dave drew another eye, but he did draw the blank, but
draw the blank.
Yeah, this is gonna be tough for Dave now. So a bingo for Walker is going to deliver him a pretty big lead. Dave is not completely out of it yet. There are still just enough tiles that maybe he can come up with something, but 4 eyes is really, really not what he wants to see here. Let me get this.
I mean, in this case, like, you know, if you're Dave down this much, like, you almost want to try to play through it, do something crazy, like, I don't know, India, say, you know, you keep 2 eyes, but open up another big bingo lane or something. Like,
that might be his only chance here. So Conrad is suggesting that maybe Dave make a play through the D of Lustard of India, and that would still leave him 2 eyes on the rack, but I blank. If you look at the unseen tiles, look at the unseen tiles, you can see only 4 vowels. The rest of those 11 tiles unseen to Dave are all consonants. So there is a good chance that Dave will draw a very consonant-heavy set of 4 tiles if he plays India here. And that could leave Walker in a little bit of a bind, except for the fact that Walker has somehow been able to thread the needle and draw a valid 7-letter word that is going to play if he knows it and sees it. If Dave plays India, there will be a perfect place for Walker to play Narseen on the triple, and we will see an upset in round 1 if that happens.
Yeah, it's worth noting here, just as a sort of a teaching moment, that, you know, you might think it's weird to keep I blank and like play off your consonant, but unseen to Dave are still 4 more N's.
Yeah,
so
true.
The odds of him drawing an N, you know, I won't do the probability on stream for everyone, but it's pretty high. Obviously, we know Walker drew 2 of them, but still, if you were to do that math, chances are Dave can make a pretty safe assumption that, like, he's likely to have an N on his next rack anyway.
Yeah. It's a great point. So not only are there many reasons for Dave to use up his eyes, using that N would be a great benefit of playing India here as well. I think also he has to realize that I think Dave's winning pathway here is to play India and then expect that Walker will block the triple lane and try to draw a bingo through the E of Lustard or potentially through the B of Bouchard. Those are the ways that Dave can snatch this game away. It's also worth noting that I don't think Walker has yet spelled out the 7-letter word that he has on the rack. Could he possibly miss that word that he has, Narseen? We'll see. We'll have to see. This is tough for Dave. You can see his clock whittling down a little bit. I don't think he wants to let his clock get too much lower than this. Conrad, would you say that this is the sort of game where maybe this is the turn that you would spend time on, or would you try to play India as soon as you sort of evaluate that that's the best play for you here?
I mean, I would definitely spend a little bit of time, because this is the turn where you really need to make sure that your tracking is correct, the score is correct, you know, all those things. I did want to call out for a sec, Cyber 74's
Yeah, what a
comments.
comment. What a comment.
Like, Will, did you study Latin? Am I making that up?
I
Or
did. Yeah, I did study Latin
yeah,
in high school and college.
yeah. So this is kind of like an in general like a Romance language thing, right? That just having all these vowels for all the verb conjugations are like,
It's
sure, I
not,
have three
yeah.
eyes. Who cares?
Yeah, it's not fatal to your bingo
Yeah,
chances. Yeah,
yeah.
that's true. But in this particular language, in English, the multiple eyes is definitely not good for your bingo chances. So,
Yeah.
all right. So, this is an important inflection point to the
Oh,
game. Dave has not really
oh
drawn well
no.
enough anyway. I don't think it really matters, but
I
the
can eat my
FV
words.
draw, yeah, the FV draw is not what Dave wants to see to get a bingo down. Those high scoring consonants, the reason that they score so many points is that they don't appear in as many words, especially long words. So, boy, it doesn't look like Walker is seeing his bingo here, though.
Yeah, I mean that's a
Oh, never mind. He
oh.
tricked us, I think. Oh no. Oh,
Is he
okay.
playing Naker?
He
Yeah.
plays Naker. Yeah, so that's gonna empty the bag actually.
Oh,
So
that's risky, right? I mean, does he
it's
know that
risky.
unseen?
It is very risky. Yeah, so well wait a second. Yeah, he plays Narcine or he plays Naker from a rack of Narcine, emptying the bag. And that is exactly the sort of break that Dave needed, except he did not draw well enough with that FV combination. So Walker is going to go up by quite a bit here, well more than enough to withstand anything but a bingo, and Dave does not have one.
And of course,
Wow.
there are all the tiles that Dave needed. See right there, ENN and an L.
Yeah,
Everything that
so let
Dave
me
needed, he
update
left in the bag.
this. Pretty much, yeah. The beautiful tiles, which I'll have in a second, are, yeah, you can see now. Whoops.
And so that's the thing, while Will is setting this up is, Scrabble ultimately it's a game of both skill and luck, and this is one of those moments where, you're trying to make your own luck, set yourself best up for success. Dave's play of India probably did that, but sometimes, things don't perfectly pan out. If he had drawn what Walker drew, we're saying something different right now, and that's, kind of how the game works is over time. Dave is gonna, find a lot of really good plays and make more opportunities, and sometimes he doesn't get them. Does that kind of jibe with how you think about this, Will?
Yeah, I do think that when Dave looks back at this game, he's not going to care that much that he drew FV. He's going to care about alum root, right?
Yeah,
like
sure.
that's what he's going to look at. He's going to see this was was there why is Dave's clock on? Oh, right, because he's still right. Sorry, I understand because he's thinking about what to do. But yeah, I think for somebody like Dave, and the way I try my best to think about Scrabble is think about what you can control, the stuff you can't control, what you draw out of the bag, the luck of it. That's all going to even out over time if you are doing as good a job as you can controlling the things you can control, finding the bingos that are available to you to play, finding the scoring plays that are available, blocking your opponent's plays effectively, doing a good job of managing, of balancing your needs of improving your rack versus managing the board, all of that stuff. So Dave plays, all right, how do we pronounce this, everyone? Let's get a raging debate going.
GIF.
Conrad says
hard
GIF.
G. Hard G.
Yeah, are there any peanut butter heads out there that say GIF instead?
Yeah. That's spelled with a J. It is a peanut butter.
Yes. All right. So GIF is the play for Dave, and it's back over to Walker. And I think so. Basically, the unseen tiles now that's no longer necessary, just because both players, if their bookkeeping is correct, and this is something that's important if you're a newer player coming, and this is your first Scrabble experience watching a stream of Scrabble, it's important to note that the players are actually keeping track of the letters that are played. So if everybody's bookkeeping is correct, both players will know what their opponents have at this stage of the game. You can see Walker has a clipboard right underneath his elbow. Dave has a little score sheet off to his right. So they are keeping track of what tiles their opponents have, and that helps you sort of calculate more of like a chess player in a chess sense. What are the best lines that I can take in the end game? This is really the only time of the game when that sort of thing is possible.
So here's a question for you, Will. We have this concept of you're tracking tiles, and it's the onus of the player to get it right. Do you think that as Scrabble gets a little more technologically advanced, do you feel that that's something that should continue? Do you think that there's a universe where things like tracking and scorekeeping should just be taken care of? I feel like that's an element that's kind of missing in something like chess, where you don't have these games where someone like, oops, I forgot there was a G left. Like, it's like, oops, I forgot there was a queen on the board.
Yeah, I feel like the equivalent of that in online chess, and you can see the fist bump for the two players as Walker comes away with a pretty big upset over Dave Wiegand in round 1. I think the equivalent of that in online play is like in chess, you literally are forbidden from making a move that puts you in check or something, right? Yeah. So I guess theoretically over the board in chess, you could make a move like that and be penalized for it. So they're similar. I mean, there are some similarities. For me personally, I definitely think that sort of bookkeeping is something I would love to be offloaded or outsourced.
Yeah.
And I just believe that actually knowing what to do with that bookkeeping, that's Scrabble, right?
Yeah,
exactly. Tracking the tiles, that's bookkeeping. That's busy work. So I know there are many that disagree with that, but that's kind of my stance. And I think I would just as soon have more time to interpret what do I do with these unseen tiles and how do I approach this information as opposed to, doing busy work to get to that point. So that's my personal bias. Does that jive with your opinion as well?
Yeah, 100%. I know that Dave and I are the same way, in which neither of us usually track tiles for the first few turns. Say, like, we'll just wait because we both tend to play pretty fast, which you wouldn't know if this was the only time you'd seen Dave play. He usually has 10 plus minutes left on his clock. He just waits for a turn where he gets some tiles, he knows what he's going to do, and his opponent's taking some time, and he just tracks the whole game.
That's amazing. Yeah, I'm definitely.
I do the same thing. Like,
I'm a turn by turn guy for sure. Yeah. So that's pretty amazing. So
it's just it's less context switching, right? Like it's crap. I was thinking about something. My opponent made a play. Now I need to go write the score down and track some tiles. Like I'd rather just keep looking.
Yeah. So it sounds like we agree. If anybody out there is a defender of the status quo and the bookkeeping element of over-the-board play, feel free. We're not gonna bite your head off if you want to argue your case in the chat. So a very interesting first game. John Tomato says, I don't like change. Yeah, nor do many of us. It's hard. You need a really good reason to make big changes a lot of the time, especially if you've been doing things and are comfortable with things as they have been. But sometimes you got to crack a few eggs to make an omelet.
Yeah, but like that's the thing, right? Like, we're at an inflection point where Scrabble's got more room to grow, and some of these things are just beyond ourselves. It's not about, what we want as individuals is, if we want to grow the game, we need to be willing to make sacrifices, right? So I'm all for ushering in change.
Yeah, open-mindedness. And in that vein, so while we watch as the players get up, so basically the cadence here is all the other players in this event have been playing concurrently. We're watching the game between Dave Wiegand and Walker Willingham because Dave is the top seed in the Collins division. That's the coverage that we're bringing to you for this tournament. So as we continue on, we will continue to see the top player in the Collins division and that player's opponent But everybody else that's wandering the tournament room behind there is they're all playing their own individual games. We're going to see some of those people make their way up to board one. So while we wait for the next game to start, which I think, given that these two players used most of their time, it won't take that long to get the next game set up. Just want to make sure that, once again, really want to acknowledge that this, as Conrad said, looking to do things differently, looking to make some positive change. Just want to emphasize this event is really the first that I can remember that has achieved sponsorship of any kind. I just want to take a moment and let's thank our sponsor. That is Scrabble Go and PlayScrabble.com. You'll be hearing this from me throughout. So hopefully we can sort of have a vested interest in making it successful, so there can be more events just like this in the future. So another thing that I wanted to promote while we're in between rounds is that we're trying to get a little extra social engagement going with the stream this year. So one thing will be, and you'll see it on screen in just a moment. So this year, if you are at the event, obviously, if you're at the event, I'm not sure why you'd be watching the stream right now, but if you are watching the stream, or if you're just watching along at home, we would love to feature some social engagement on the Twitch channel. So here is how it will work. You see it on screen right now. If you're at the tournament and you have a photo of a cool board or a video of yourself right after you've played, or something cool happened in one of your games, if you take a photo or a video of that, or just take a photo or a video of yourself playing on Scrabble Go or playing on our new desktop site, playscrabble.com, post it onto Instagram, Facebook, or Twitter. You see Scrabble Go at Scrabble Go on all three of those, and include any of those hashtags. We will feature it on the Twitch channel, and I'm also thinking about including some kind of extra prize, like maybe you get to play a 3-game series against me on Scrabble Web, or you get your choice of some silly thing that I will do for you on my next personal stream, something like that. So want to encourage everybody to get into the action. Even if you're not on hand in New Orleans, Louisiana, let's try to make this a really active weekend of Scrabble and get some social sharing going. So yeah, that's thing number one. Conrad is actually on hand in New Orleans. Do you have any do you have any plans of, interesting things you're hoping to do with some of the other players on site, Conrad?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we're not really doing dinners that have too many people. We're trying to mostly eat outside when possible as well. It was a great brewery. Shout out to Urban South Brewing yesterday. Huge outside space. It was like 70 degrees. So a few of us went over there, drank some beers, and played a different word game called Anagrams for a solid 3 or 4 hours.
Oh, did you play with Dave? Did you play with Dave?
I did.
Oh, man. I mean, he is renowned.
It was really fun. We played with another. Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was saying we had some really really good words. I won't voice them over in a Twitch chat because it wouldn't be very helpful to people listening. But yeah, I mean, really, it's been a couple of years since we've been here, and so as safe as possible, we want to go back to all of our haunts. I mean, I think a bit of context I would give is, as it says, it's the 10th annual. So I've been here every year since 2012, obviously, except last year when it was virtually held online, but I contributed to that as well. So for some of us,
very different roles for you too. You've been the director, you've been a player, you've just been just for funsies, just hanging out, right? Like you've basically done every possible role that you can have.
Yeah, basically, and I mean, there's it's a wonderful group of people putting together this event, so love to support all of them.
Let's shout them out. Yeah, let's.
Well, no, I was gonna shout out who's in the chat. We have Budak, who was usually at this event.
True.
Definitely missed, unless he's actually there and I don't know it because I'm a few blocks away right now. And yeah, thank you, 14 Domino. I'm trying to look as good as possible as I can from a random hotel room. But in terms of, as we were gonna say, the event directors, we kind of have like I don't know, as I call them, the karate's the karate clan. There's a whole bunch of them. We have Lila and Tim. Then we have Lindsay and Lindsay's husband Austin, who has been playing competitive Scrabble as well. We're
gonna see him. I'm sure we will see some of Austin Shin before this event is complete. That's a pretty safe bet.
Yeah. And then we have Christian here as well, who's been putting the stream together. And then we also have Tim and Kate Fukawa Connolly, who are not too far away from you, in fact, right now. Who also did not make the trip, but were Kate and Lila kind of had this idea, back in 2011. Hey, next year, let's have an event. So there's Scrabble Kate or Scrabble K8 is here in the chat.
I think she would pronounce that Scrabble Kate, but we'll just defer to her on that.
Yeah.
So yeah, the whole team behind the scenes, the Crescent City Cup organizers have been working incredibly hard. I know that firsthand, trying to get things lined up on our side here organizationally. They've just done an incredible amount of work making sure this event happens safely, and has a whole bunch of great players in attendance. So we're very, very excited for that. So yeah, we saw a really interesting game in round one. At some point in the near future, we're going to get our round two pairing. So yeah, other than if we're hoping at some point over the next couple of days, we'll get some good social posts that, again, we're going to feature on stream. And also, while we're waiting, if we could just pop up the other promo to try to drive some awareness to our web platform, which is that's fine, no worries. So yeah, just a quick look again at the social sharing, and I will just do a quick plug myself. You can cut back to commentators. So I'm happy to plug. So yeah, again, the tournament sponsored by Scrabble Go and by PlayScrabble.com, a new web platform that's been released. It is in beta right now. So if you are located around the world in a place outside of the US and Canada, you won't be able to access just yet. But if you are in North America, definitely encourage you to take a look at PlayScrabble.com. I've done a couple of streams there on Twitch prior to this one. Yeah, it's a platform. It's in beta. It's going to be a classic experience and hopefully a home for all Scrabble fans and competitors, united in their love of Scrabble, learning, competing, and belonging to a vibrant community. So again, that's in beta right now. So hoping that a lot of you Scrabble aficionados out there head on over to Play Scrabble, sign up, or just play as a guest, take it for a spin, see how you like it. You can drop some feedback for me, or you have a feedback form that's linked on the forum there. So just want to make sure that we're acknowledging that we want to try to do our best to drive some traffic there, and to make this sponsorship really go a long way. So anyway, yeah, let's see. Seeing that it's possible that Austin will be on stream next game. Austin Shin, another super strong player. Do we have assuming that's the case, Conrad, do we have a scouting report? What we might expect to see from him when he plays his next game.
I mean, in general, solid strategic player. He makes just a lot of really good decisions, a lot of well reasoned out decisions. I think if anything, I tend to see him miss a few words occasionally, even as much as, I'd say shorter words sometimes. We've had a couple games where we played some ridiculous phonies and stuff, and they stayed on or got challenged off or whatever. But I think of Austin as really, just for a really long time since he was a kid, just a really solid strategic player. And I always look forward to watching him play.
Yeah, Austin's catchphrase that in the community is well known. He has his code, his credo, his way of playing, as Conrad says in the chat. Scoring never stops. It feels like that is just he has a relentless approach to each game. Maybe that is sort of revealed in if he has a situation where he can take a whole bunch of points and leave something not quite as good for next turn. Maybe he's going to do that. But again, as Conrad said, so strategically solid. He's not going to do anything crazy to compromise his chances of scoring in the future. So I have a lot of respect for Austin's ability as a player, and I think we are very, very likely to see a lot of Austin on the stream here. And I would also say, even though we saw Dave Wiegand drop his first round game, we will for sure be seeing more of him down the road. Conrad, I think that's a very safe bet.
I think it's quite likely. Down the road, I think I want to come back to Austin for one more sec. Down the road, I think we're going to have like player bios and stuff, and we'll have these cool graphics. And I'll just voice over one of them for now, as I mentioned that Austin and one of the organizers, Lindsay, are married now. They actually, as far as I know, met at this tournament some number of years ago, because Austin had previously lived in, I think, Milton Keynes his entire life, I think, or most of it in the UK. And he actually, he immigrated to the US and now calls Louisiana home. And, he and Lindsay actually had a kid together as well, to go with two more that Lindsay has, and it's just a wonderful, cool, happy family that you get from communities like this. That's so cool. Anyway,
that is super cool. I'm not sure I realized. Yeah, I'm not sure I realized that. But obviously, I knew the two of them had met somewhere at Scrabble, but didn't realize it was actually this tournament.
I think so.
Some years
I think
ago.
So.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, I have very fond memories of playing in New Orleans. I've been to at least 2, maybe 3 Crescent City Cups in my history, and of course,
you did something else though here.
I had a very special trip to New Orleans when it was the site of our national championship in 2017, which obviously I was lucky enough to win. And Conrad, you were literally the person who got to deliver me the good news on that day.
I think we should try to see if we can find that stream from way back and maybe cut to it tomorrow. I feel like we could find it somewhere because it was pretty I could dig that up. Good.
Yeah, that was a great moment. Good. So yeah, this Scrabble in New Orleans, very special to me for sure. So yeah, it's something where I wanted to be there this year, but I did feel like for commentary's sake, I would be able to do it relatively successfully remotely. I look forward to being there in a subsequent year and either doing commentary right there with the rest of you guys or playing. Who knows? Maybe I'll play some Scrabble again someday.
Yeah, and one thing I want to hear from the people in the chat is like, where do you want to see Will and I and Christian, whoever else in the future, where do you want to see us streaming from other than just New Orleans? There's a lot of great events out there, both in person and online. We want to hear what you're thinking. So
where should we go to cover some great Scrabble? Let's hear it. It's a great 14 domino. Good suggestion there. If you build it, perhaps we will come.
Yeah.
Vegas, a very interesting idea, Conrad. I think that is maybe more something that we can achieve, I think.
Yeah. I have planning to talk to someone about Vegas this weekend, I hope.
Causeway, if it restarts, a suggestion from Sidewinder.
When it restarts. But you couldn't pay me enough to stream it though.
Yeah, just sign me up.
Playing in that.
Yeah, that was a very, very special experience to play overseas in the Alchemist Cup. I know that's not the Causeway. Very similar tournaments organized by one of Scrabble's premier event organizers, Michael Tang. That was a really amazing experience. Scrabble overseas, my first trip. Again, Conrad looming very large in my memories there. Meeting Conrad at the Hong Kong airport as he sort of guided me throughout Hong Kong and eventually to Malaysia to play Scrabble. That was really amazing. So, all right. Oh, it looks like, oh, look at this matchup. Okay. So it looks like our round 2 matchup is going to cut right to the chase and be Austin Shin versus Chris Leip, another one of our strong players in the Collins field. And Chris Leip, also a notable personage in our community, the president of WESPA, our governing international body of Scrabble. A great matchup to start here. Boy, I don't even know how to scout this one. This is going to be a really exciting game. I have a terrible record against Chris Leip, by the way.
Yeah, same. I do too. He kind of plays the style that I am worst against. I maybe won't talk too much about it because I don't need to let everyone know how to beat me. But I think we'll probably have a kind of a shootout offensive board. I would not expect much defense this game unless something early on implies it. There will not be TWL today or at any point this event. This will be only actual English Scrabble. Not American.
We just made a choice that we think we can sort of tell a little bit better of a story if we focus on one of the 2 divisions. And we were really excited by the caliber of the players that were available to us in Collins. So this will be a stream focusing on the international UK English lexicon. So I think the players are pretty much ready to go here. You can see that looks like Austin has won his first game and Chris lost his first game, which again, this early, it's hard to put too much stock in the standings. Right now, as a player, you're just looking to sort of establish your rhythm and try to be playing as good of a quality of Scrabble as you can and let the record work itself out over the long term. That's really the best way to think of it.
Yeah, and I do wonder, Chris Leip being, I think, one of the higher ranked seeds, he must have been upset in the first round as well, like we saw on stream with Dave and Walker.
And for the second game in a row, the player going first has drawn the first blank out of the bag, and I think Austin is going to take very little time. So basically, what I would do, the only thing I would be thinking about if I was Austin is, can I play a bingo that does not make my blank an E, right? Yeah. I don't want to place that valuable E on the board if I don't have to, because the E is so good for bingos for either player, right? So if you play your E, you give your opponent the first crack at potentially playing something through that E that they might not have had before. So It looks like he's not going to worry about that and just play sported. That's fine. There's nothing terribly wrong with this play. I think if I was playing, I would probably consider taking a slight. So the problem is they don't double the P, right? So right. Would you consider taking 2 fewer points to not place an E on the board?
No, I wouldn't.
2 points is worth it. Okay, so Austin's correctly intuited that here.
Yeah, I mean, that said, right to take the time. I mean, I think he probably was pretty quickly able to realize that, look, you're going to have to make the blank of a vowel. So A-E-I-O-U-Y, he probably knew that the only things were E and I. But I think in this case, maybe I would have played red tops myself, probably. So
yeah, interesting. Yeah, good point from Wolfram saying it takes an A. A sported is a word. That's something that I do expect that both players will be thinking of and potentially see. As you see Chris with his rack of JQX on it. I think this is a very clever play to play joked. Look at what that does for his X, everybody. You can just see that now, even though Chris had 3 of those heavy-hitting tiles all on his rack at once, he's created a great place for his X to go down if he's able to draw an A in particular, making Ka. Let's see if he does. Oh, man.
Yeah. So this This is what I said. Look for that offense. Austin intentionally made a play that opened a big hook. I mean, that does not surprise me for his style of play, and I think we may be seeing a big one, like a big high scoring open game, which I suspect will be fun for the viewers.
Yeah, many of you guys are potentially in for a treat. But just also want to say hello to Natalie Zed. Thanks for watching. Pamela Hall says she's rooting for Chris. I'm sure that Chris has many fans out there that are rooting for him, as does Austin. I think these are two players that are pretty popular within the Scrabble world. So yeah, you can see that even though Austin struck first with the bingo, Chris now has the second blank. He has QU and an X on his rack. The only trick is how is he going to sort of productively use all of that stuff? And we'll just have to see. It's going to be tough. Sometimes you can have too much of a good thing with all of these heavy hitting tiles.
I mean, we'll see what Austin does. I think Chris's biggest saving grace right now is that the board will look different. Most likely. I mean, Austin could exchange, but
Austin, he could, but I think we can see based on the nice balanced combination of vowels and consonants that Austin does have, he is going to play something here. And what he does play, it's not sure. He has a couple different options. If he wants, he could play something like Yelp off of Joked for a pretty good score. You see he has those letters lined up on his rack right now. That seems like a pretty reasonable choice. Another Jello Mocha says Pentel. Yeah, that's another idea.
It wouldn't surprise me if Austin wanted to take the volatility and the points. I know, again, without sounding like too much of a broken record, does tend to play those open boards. But Yelp does feel like a nice, straightforward, don't do anything too crazy, keep a good leave. It kind of accomplishes everything, right? Everything that you look for in like just a solid play.
Yeah, it ticks all of those boxes of its score. It's good in the present, nice score, good in the future. ENT is going to hit the E and D and T of sported relatively effectively. Oh, certainly the S of sported. That would be the number one thing that it can hit. So there we do see Yelp. So Austin's chances of getting a bingo down on his next turn are pretty good here. Really good suggestion by 14 Domino. Oryx through the R of sported. It burns the blank, but now it scores enormously well through there. I wonder if that's worth burning the blank. At this level in tournaments, you definitely think of the blank as being a tile that is best used for playing bingos. But when you can get a play of 70 odd points by burning the blank, even if it's not a bingo, that's fine. The blank is for getting big scores, however you can get them. Look at that. He's just going to play Yex.
Yeah,
interesting.
That's what I was going to say as a Sidewinder points out. You hit with a lot of the low tiles, low scoring tiles, you will hit most likely bingo next turn.
Great point. Conquer comes to mind as a play that's pretty likely. A couple other things. Coquinas. Wow. So you can get Conquian or something like that. Oh, that might not fit anywhere. Wow. So an interesting choice. So just to emphasize though, 40 points more would have been Oryx there through the R of sported. So instead of just playing the X, you play O and Joe and then KY as well. A really, really high scoring option. But the bingo chances that you have of just dumping your X by itself are really good. So those were really close plays. I'm not 100% sure which of those two that I favor, actually. I don't know. 40 points is a lot to give up. So it's close. I'm sure it's very close.
Yeah, that's the thing is in a tournament, I'd probably actually sit there. I'd actually spend probably 2 or 3 minutes on this play, actually figuring out I see Cot Queen, I see Coquinas, Conquer, whatever, and actually figure out if I play X, how likely am I to draw a bingo next turn, and kind of make an inference around whether or not the S or the E, the blank E, would still be there. So I think that's a good example of a play where you'd actually want to take. I would think probably 3 or 4 minutes here unless you can calculate probability really fast. Also worth noting, though, with Yex is one of the key draws is an A. But if he plays Oryx, you could see Quat and a Sported next turn. So without getting too deep into the strategy, I can see the appeal of Oryx.
Makes sense, yeah. And being pointed out in the chat also that Austin has a bingo of Ententes through the E of Sported. I'm sure he's just doing some, double checking of some of the other letters on the board. This would be very surprising if Austin doesn't eventually spot this word. I wonder if this is going to be a theme, though. Even for some of these elite players, I know that players like Dave and Austin during the the COVID era, we've been playing a lot of online Scrabble, and I think there's probably to a certain extent there might be an adjustment period to get back to over the board Scrabble. I'm just wondering if maybe we're going to see a couple mistakes that we might not normally see if players were playing more consistently over the board. Do you think that's possible, Conrad?
I think it's possible. I mean, I will say for Dave, he has played a few tournaments lately. We've been able to have some in the Pacific Northwest over the last few months. And I don't know if Austin is playing at home with Lindsay or perhaps Lila. I would assume so. So I feel like these two have good outlets to play in person. But as I sort of mentioned earlier on, that's if there's anything that I've found, from watching many of Austin's games in the past, is he sometimes just misses words. And we just saw it.
that is a very surprising one. It's not only that he just missed Ententes, and again, as is being pointed out in the chat, part of why that is possibly because seeing your bingos through that blank tile on the board is a little bit more difficult. But I'm even kind of surprised by the play Austin made using both of his E's there and leaving himself, I think his leave there was STTN, if I'm not mistaken. So that's just a little surprising all around. We'll see. We'll see how this unfolds. Austin is still doing well. Sorry, I have to update his score, everybody. It is now 123 for Austin to 63 for Chris. That's on me. The score is now correct. Hey, Jalopik, how are you doing? Nice to have you aboard. If you're just joining, this is round 2 of our first day. We're going to be playing 8 rounds today at the Crescent City Cup 2022, brought to you by Scrabble Go. And Austin's just missed a bingo here, and we've seen both Dave Wiegand and Austin Shin now miss a bingo in their first 2 games. That is very rare. We could run this tournament a bunch more times in future years, and you're not going to see that very frequently. So kind of like a lightning strike for us here.
So how do you feel as a commentator, knowing you're also one of the top players? Does that make you really just want to be there playing, or like how do you feel?
I could just as easily ask you that question, but of course,
I asked first.
You did ask first, and basically, I feel like for a tournament like this, that really is one of the biggest, baddest tournaments in North America on the circuit, it definitely does give me a little bit of FOMO, but I do also feel super passionate about presenting our game to the world in a really accessible and fun way. So I feel like, honestly, there's enough other players at my level out there that let them take care of the play. And I would love to help out on this end and try to sort of continue Scrabble's growth on online platforms. I'll get my chance to play. I'll have ample chances to play in the future, and I will do my best to stay sharp enough to not embarrass myself too much. So that's my stance, I would say. As we see Quap about to be played here by Chris with his QU, that looks pretty reasonable to me.
Yeah, it kind of seemed like the only thing you really want to see something better there, but it is what it is.
Yeah, QU is just one of those things that He's got that blank, Chris does, and the Q is not really going to help you to bingo with it very often. We're going to see Austin play Chin nearly instantaneously. I think I would be very, very surprised if we don't see that go down. So, yeah, well, maybe I don't know, maybe he won't want to keep BOTTS. I'm not sure. I would certainly play Chin.
Oh, I would assume, yeah, that Shin is going down.
Austin Chin.
Austin Chin.
Yeah. So, yeah. Look at Chris's rack. He isn't
Oh my goodness.
Isn't uncanned a word, or uncanny?
Uncanny and asported, as Jalopik calls out.
Oh,
how's it going, Chalky?
Yeah. Hey, Chalky, how are you? Good to have you aboard. So, yeah, Chris with the 3 N's. That is normally a death sentence for playing a bingo, but I'm pretty sure we will see Chris playing a bingo on his next turn. Again, this is the value of the blank tile in Scrabble, right? Normally, 3 N's is absolutely toxic. There's no way that you're often going to have any kind of good scores with a combination like that, but the blank makes everything possible in Scrabble. You can do so much more with it just because it allows you to turn some of these terrible letter combinations into things like bingos, high scoring plays. This is why Scrabble players love those 2 blanks in the set, and it's why if you're a newer player to Scrabble, the blank is very difficult to use, right? It's the best tile in the game. It's also the most difficult to use. So it's a tile that really showcases the skill cap of the game of Scrabble, being able to turn it into any letter in the alphabet. Not easy, but at this level, you see players doing some cool stuff. Oh, and look at this. Okay, so uncanned. This is a great play, but not the best play available.
And to be totally honest, like I was gonna say this if he was looking for a little longer, I bet I would have made the same mistake. It's just, it's not like uncanned. Like, you know, you might notice that, but you just don't think like, wait, it's a common word. We all know it. It's like,
I wouldn't even. Yeah, uncanned is a totally a regular word. The problem is I would even not realize necessarily that it would fit with asported until I looked more carefully. I might think that the U of quap actually blocked any plays there, right? But actually uncanny does just barely fit in that spot. So, but again, this is still a fine play by Chris, but uncanny would have scored 9 more points, and it would have avoided opening such a nice set of tiles to play through and a triple word score that's quite so open to hit. There still would have been a triple word score open after uncanny. It would have been much more difficult to play to, though, because you would have a U that you would have to hook onto along the left side of the board. So meanwhile, Chris draws thrives on his rack. So depending on what Austin goes with here, we'll see. But Chris is on the verge of landing another big punch. I don't necessarily see where he's going to play it right now, but we'll see.
See what happens.
What happens, right? It's possible. So the game is pretty much knotted now. Hey, Blue Skies. Nice to have you along.
So here's a question for you, Will. So if you were having like a Thanksgiving cook-off between multiple turkeys, would you try to outbaste your fellow chef?
That's so funny because if I won, I would definitely be able to outboast about it. But I don't think I would be able to outbaste my opponent in the cooking contest. Yeah, that's a great question. So there's so many words in the Scrabble dictionary, these weird, out blank words, right? Out gnaw, out, weird past tenses. Thinking it's definitely helpful to, when you have those letters, OUT on your rack, set aside the rest of your letters and see what you have. I don't think Austin is going to try outbaste here. I guess it's interesting. It's a lot of points for him to play besported if he thinks about it, actually. That is a 39-point play, leaving decent letters, not great. you wouldn't want to give up your E if you didn't have to, but that's a pretty reasonable choice for him, I guess. He doesn't have any really good plays through the O of uncanned. I think maybe about is the best that I can find. It might be he's getting ready to play that, and he plays Buteo instead. If he had played, so that's so interesting. He plays Buteo for a few more points than about. I think that's fine. 3 more points. Yeah, I don't know. But it turns out it's going to give a bingo back. Yeah. It's a big difference between these two plays.
Yeah, and definitely don't play the phony here. Make sure you play the right word.
Yeah, okay. So Conrad is alluding to the fact we were just talking about the prefix OUT. Another good prefix, over, right? There are a lot of Scrabble words that start with over. And over hits is a word here. Don't try any anagrams of that. I don't know. Clever people in the chat may already be catching our drift here, but we'll just have to see. I'm pretty sure Chris will see this. So, but then again, Austin in response has a really good rack waiting to strike back. So there's going to be some fireworks coming shortly in this game. Let me get Austin's score updated. So currently the score 183 to 156 in favor of Austin. And we will just have to see. I think I like Chris's chances of seeing his bingo here. But again, the longer when you're watching these games take place, when there really is a pretty obvious place to bingo, if you see it, the longer that time elapses and the player doesn't spot it, I worry more and more that they're going to miss it. So in Chris's shoes, I'm hoping that maybe he'll have that epiphany. Maybe he's looking through the C, the A, and the N of uncanned just to be sure that there isn't anything better, and then we'll see the bingo go down. So let's see.
Yeah, I'm surprised he hasn't played yet. You would think that like it's pretty clearly there, but
it is a little bit off the beaten path in his defense. You know, thinking about a bingo from that O of Buteo is not that's maybe the last place that I would look here.
Yeah, though I would counter with like, over. Everyone loves to. You have a V. What's the first thing you think of when you have a V? Ooh, do I have over?
It's a very good point. Very, very good point. So we'll just have to see. We will see.
Yeah. He also, it's possible he doesn't know it. I mean, that's a Colin, right? So it's possible that for some because he started studying Colin's words later on. I don't know.
Yeah.
Never know.
So okay, here it comes. All right. After the deliberation period, we do see over hits. That is a valid bingo for Chris, and he is going to temporarily take a nice lead. Austin is definitely going to find somewhere to bingo here with this rack. I would almost I'm going to assume that with a rack of waiters, he will have somewhere to play. Oh, just waitress to the S of sported is fine. Yeah. A couple bingos are about to go down for both players here. So let's see what Chris draws. This is kind of important now. If Chris draws well, he could potentially take command of the game back from Austin. If he draws poorly, maybe not. Looks like, I was going to say, I felt like Chris, I saw that THS on his rack, but then the 3 I's.
Yeah.
To spoil. Again, we're seeing this. Just like for Dave Wiegand in the previous game, he was overwhelmed by eyes at a very bad time. That's going to make it tougher for Chris. He'll at least have to spend one turn trying to manage that eye overload as Austin is about to play his highest scoring bingo here of waitress for 76 points to retake the lead, but only narrowly. Yeah. So the score after this is going to be very close still, 259, 236.
So here's a question for you, Will, as someone who is, Your reputation precedes you in terms of your word knowledge. Wolfram points out he's always been bothered that you can overhit, but you cannot underhit. And I feel like there is a very bad matchup of words that start with over compared to their partners that would start with under, where the under word is not good, the over word is good. How do you keep stuff like that apart? Because I suck at it.
It's a good question. I wish I knew how my brain works in that regard. I just feel like the best answer that I have for you is just by doing that sort of prep beforehand and studying the dictionary in a systematic way. I sort of have what I call kind of like a spider sense. Like I just get this little tingle in my brain when there's a word that gets played that doesn't look right to me. And I have to say that spider sense is getting weaker as I get older. I feel like I make more mistakes with that than I used to. In my early years as a Scrabble player, that was nearly infallible. I feel like I was almost always correct. And for whatever reason, it's sort of steered me a little more wrong over the last few years than it used to, but still pretty good success rate, I would say. But if you're going to look at the dictionary and try to find logic between which words are good and which words are not, you are going to be sorely disappointed. And that's true for any dictionary you could use. I could come up with incredible examples, no matter what dictionary you focus on, of weird inconsistencies and things that don't make sense. So, yeah, I wish I had a better answer, but that's it's kind of like in this game, the dictionary is kind of like our rule book or our move set, right? Like,
it's our game pieces. Yeah.
It's our game pieces. You think the game pieces in Scrabble would be the letters, but actually it's much more, the analogy holds much better if you think of the words as the game pieces. And in that sense, it can make you crazy when there are those inconsistencies with the rule set of the game. But ultimately, knowing the dictionary really well is essentially in Scrabble sort of like knowing the game pieces of the game and then being able to deploy those pieces successfully is really the rewarding part of the game. That's why people learn the dictionary obsessively, because playing this game at a high level is so fun. It is so alluring that you're willing to make those sacrifices and to embrace, frankly, any dictionary that Scrabble uses has its flaws, has its weird idiosyncrasies. You're willing to embrace those idiosyncrasies because the game itself is so fun when you learn the move set. So yeah, I mean, that's as best as I can put it. It takes a lot of time and effort to get to that point for sure. And you can see even the best in the world, every now and then, make those mistakes, get their wires crossed. That's what makes the game fun. It's not easy.
Yeah. Well, let's take it from words to strategy. What would you play here? Shiai, Tahini, Iwi?
Shiai pointed out that's actually,
where's your head at?
Shiai looks pretty good. That scores quite a lot of points. The S also, as you alluded to last game, after Dave's bingo of diarizes, it placed that S out in space. But not every S is created equal. We love having the S on our rack, but we love it more when there's an obvious spot on the board where you can pluralize a word and end a 7-letter word with an S. And that doesn't really exist here. There are no great places for the S to end a long word. And that, obviously, the S is still a great tile, but it's not quite as good as usual. It's a good point by Jello Mochas. Yeah, that's a really good point. You keeping that S when there's only when you have the last one, it does give you a lot more flexibility to eventually make setups with it, to be aggressive with it. But I'm okay with Shiai here, I think. I do like it. Tahini is the other cool play. I guess that's being proposed through the top N, of
Yeah.
uncanned. That looks like a decent option as well. I wouldn't quibble with that, but I do like the extra points for Shiai here.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
So that's going to give Chris a narrow lead. We're kind of seesawing now between the two players. They each are making their plays to grab the lead from the other. So a nice, close back and forth battle between these two. And we're getting into, let's see, maybe it's starting to be tracking time.
Yeah. One thing I will say with Shiai is it does open one bingo lane that is kind of nice for these players when there are no S's left. There's some hope to play next to that I, or maybe in rare cases next to AS, but
Good point. Yeah. There were not very many good lanes to play a 7-letter word on the board prior to Shiai. And now, as Conrad said, you can see off of that I of Shiai to the left, there are now a lot of letters that fit there and allow a 7-letter word to go down. So we'll see if this game kind of becomes a race to that spot, especially because I'm not imagining that lane getting blocked anytime soon. It doesn't offer very good scoring potential. The only thing it does offer is a place for a 7-letter word to go down with that right first letter.
Yeah.
So, all right, Austin playing odd on the right side of Waitress for slightly fewer points. He could have played it on the left side for 2 more points without really offering a ton back to Chris. So I don't know. It's probably close. Also, I wonder why not Dodo there.
Yeah, that's what I was expecting was Dodo, to be honest. Oh my God, do they have the same 7 tiles?
Wow. Holy crap.
I don't think I've ever seen that in all the years I've been playing Scrabble.
That
I'm going to
is
take a screenshot of this.
Incredible. I am so glad we have this on stream. I've never, as Conrad said, I have never, ever seen this. Both players have identical racks. Wow. What can you even say? I've literally, in all my years playing this game, never seen this before.
Yeah. I've seen the person next to me has my opponent's rack. Or I'm sorry, the person next to me has my rack. I've seen that before.
Unbelievable.
And they had the same amount of time at one point too.
They crossed scores. Yeah, they crossed into the same time too.
Yeah.
Amazing. That's unbelievable. I've never seen that before. It doesn't have a great deal of relevance to the actual future of the game, except that I guess it slightly favors Chris just because he will have his pick of the best possible play that he can find with these letters, and then Austin will have to content himself with his second favorite choice. Right?
Yeah, he's gonna be like, "Oh, but I was thinking of making that play.
I wanted that spot." Yeah.
and we have all had that moment where your opponent makes, and sometimes even makes the exact play that you were gonna make, and you're like, "Oh, but I had the other M. I was gonna play that."
Exactly. Right. Like that every so often. Yeah, this would be funny too. If Chris somehow makes a play that gives Austin a really nice scoring opportunity back, right? Like you could imagine maybe Chris plays like Oma and a Sported or something like that. And does that, I don't know if that gives, I don't even think that gives anything back. So that would be a perfectly fine play for him.
In Red or something,
Yeah, I think maybe he's not going to play Oma and a Sported on the left side of the board just because it opens a triple unnecessarily. He can't know that Austin doesn't really have a great way to attack that spot. I would guess maybe he'll play Oma alongside Overhit, making show him and Ita. That could be a decent play. And Austin, that play is probably one that Austin's looking at right now. Or maybe he'll eventually consider it. But this, I mean, the interesting thing is they have the exact same rack, and it's not that good of a rack. There's not going to be that easy of a play to spot here, I don't think. I don't think there's going to be a play that makes either of them say, I definitely want to play this, right?
I mean, Oma was the only thing that I saw that I was like, oh, yep, that seems pretty clear. I mean, I guess there's 2 spots for it, right? So one of them can play Oma in one spot, and one of them
And
can
the
play
other
Oma in
can
the other
play
spot.
Oma in the other.
Oh my
Yeah,
goodness.
let's
Oh my goodness. That
oh
might
my
actually happen.
goodness. Yeah.
Actually, that might happen.
An interesting suggestion of just meat in that same spot, parallel to overhits, making EMRESHA, Shah and hit. That would potentially be solid. The nice thing, there's that play. Nice play by Chris. Yeah. The nice thing about this is keeping that leave of TIER. He does have a pretty good chance of hitting a bingo on that lane off of Shii with that, right? Like if it starts with a T, if he draws a 7-letter word starting with a T, he's in business there. Yeah, so Austin, I'm trying to read Austin's behavior here and see what he's thinking. Not much you can tell.
So the other Oma is probably better, I think, and so I think Chris actually just missed a sported, and I kind of wondered that earlier on. So this does kind of beg the question of whether Austin is now going to play the better Oma.
Yeah, I'm guessing that that would be so funny if that happens. Yeah. So Oma followed by Oma, and folks in the chat are pointing out that Chris has managed to draw. That's why that EIRT leave is so good. You can draw stuff like FIO and potentially still bingo. The N in the lower left corner is going to yield a huge bingo to the triple of notifier for Chris on the next turn. I really, really doubt that's ever getting blocked.
It would be pretty hard to block, even if you had your pick of the pool. So looks like they both missed a sported, I guess.
Yeah, maybe. I would think it's probably enough points to play. And instead, Moi is the play by Austin, which is a perfectly solid play. And wait a second. What
is happening? What are you doing?
Wow. Oh,
guys, slow down. Oh, my God.
That is that is a stunner. That is stunning. Okay, I am amazed by that. Okay, so hold on. That is it's a cool play, obviously, to play 4x there with your FO, but that is frankly a huge mistake. 4x for 30. Yeah, 4x for 32. You had notifier for 86 available. That's a 54-point swing, and Chris's rack really has gotten no better. So that gives Austin a chance to play off a couple of his A's, of which he had 3. So now this really does become a race for that bingo, which Chris should have won already, right? He should have won that race for a bingo, but he let a bingo get past him there. So score now is Chris is still narrowly ahead, but if Chris can't bingo, which I don't believe he can here, Austin now has a Z ready to sort of seize control of the score. Wow, that is a shocking swing of events there. So we'll just see what Chris does. So the nice thing for Chris is, unlike us, we're sitting here from the omniscient viewpoint as commentators, right? Having access to all the resources we have. Chris doesn't know. If somebody were to now run up to him and tell him you missed notifier, that would be devastating, right? That would really upset me to know that I missed that, but he doesn't have to worry about that. He can stay calm. He can stay focused. Yeah. And hopefully he can buckle down and make some good plays down the stretch of the game. So, yeah, we'll see. This is a rack that really looks like a sported would be really helpful to him to play something there.
I'm going to say at this point, I don't think either of them see a sported.
Yeah, probably.
I really don't.
That might be escaping their notice by now, which is, right now that A hook is not the best and baddest hook. It's nice to see, but it's currently, at least, it's not devastating to miss that. It would certainly be nice to see a play like Air go down for 17 points to get rid of. So Chris's most pressing issue here, he doesn't have a 7-letter bingo. He has letters that are really close to bingos, but the 2 I's and 2 R's. He needs to make a play that gets rid of an I and an R here. And, that we'll see. There are ways that he can do that. He could play Air and a sported. Maybe if he doesn't do that, he has to play something like Ronnie through the end of Uncanned, that wouldn't be that much worse. So.
Yeah. Slight teaching moment here. So, Chris is going to play something, I assume air, to kind of keep the board closed and be up like 40. This is, well, I guess he's not. Right. Oh, right. Because he probably didn't see us boarded. Still, this is one of those situations where, with Chris having, a 40-ish point lead, where I think a lot of people would be inclined to try to block the eye there with Shiai, and that's sort of the thing I would tell people, like, leave that lane open. Like, the worst they're ever going to score is 60-some points, and they're going to give you a huge comeback. Let them fish for that spot.
Yeah.
So just a interesting meta game, but it does look like a quick Zell and ads coming down from Austin, and if Chris does not bingo now,
there are limits.
I'm going home.
There are limits.
Quitting.
Yeah, there are limits to what we could imagine, and I think this would stretch those beyond comprehension if Chris were to miss Outlier here. Plurmorant says, I can do this bingo. Pog, yeah, I think this one is okay. Here it comes. Yeah. Outlier for 63. That is going to give, and that E would be so nice in a different spot.
That I would be very nice in that spot.
Oh, wow. It so is. I didn't get to there. So, wow, look at this. So Chris gets his bingo down, but there are counter bingos available for Austin through this eye. And I really do feel like, let's see what Chris draws here. Let me get the tracking for you guys to show what Austin is looking at. Stand by for that.
Yeah. And while you're doing that, I mean, it won't matter in this game because there's no more S's or blanks left. But a word like turbinal, like, I don't know. Are you ready to put the game on the line with that taking an S or not? I mean, well, you probably are, but like most people, like, I don't think I would have remembered 100% that turbinal took an S.
Yeah, that's that's not my forte, frankly, is knowing the hooks on words like that. And as you said, in this case, mercifully for Austin, it literally does not matter. There's no blanks, no S's. The tracking in the upper right hand is from Austin's standpoint. So Austin is about to play. He can look, you can see he's literally looking, he's doing his bookkeeping right now. He's probably saying, well, what is my danger if I play this, right? Like, he has to bingo for sure through the eye of Outlier. And I guess we should consider the possibility that maybe he'll miss it. I mean, normally I would never consider that. I feel like that is just not possible. I'm pretty sure Austin will spot this bingo in due time, and he's just doing his due diligence to look over the board. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely worth a moment. He has 6 minutes to use. So yeah.
Here's one for you, Will. Brenjam asks in the chat how people found out about the stream. How can people find out about this stream? How would you encourage people to tell their friends and or find this in the future?
Yeah, so I think the Crescent City team has been doing a pretty good job of posting the link to the stream on pretty much every Facebook group pertaining to Scrabble. But I think maybe there was also a notice of the stream in the NASPA newsletter. But if there are places that we need to be to announce the stream that we aren't, that would be great to have those places suggested, just so that anyone that wants more Scrabble content like this, we make sure they don't miss out on that. Josh Sokol Twitch stream, that's a great place to find out more stuff. And Josh is on hand too. Obviously we, for those interested in the full standings, you can always just type !standings, and these should take you to the standings. Oh man, yeah, as Wolfram says in the chat, I continue to be very scared that Austin's not played this yet. Why, right? Is it possible he's going to miss this?
I mean, even if he say missed tribunal, I mean tribunal, that is a
I know.
common everyday English word. I would expect anyone to find that really.
Tribunal, yeah. Well, certainly at this level, this would be surprising.
Yeah.
And also, that would mean we've seen basically 3 of the top players all take a whiff. I mean, Alum Root with the exo hook is one thing, but these have been a little different. So let's just see. I still have confidence in Austin that he's going to play this. So.
I do too. I mean, he is emptying the bag, so I think it makes sense to use a lot of his time here to make sure that bingoing is still the correct thing to do. Shout out, hey, Mary Aline, hope you're doing well.
Hey, Mary, nice to have you. Yeah, I was wondering if I saw the word that Jello Mochas is referring to. So I'm glad I spotted that without having to use my quackeliness. Oh my goodness, that's amazing. Oh my gosh, these are stunning misses. I think this is.
So, Will, do you wish you were playing yet?
I don't know if this makes me want to play more or less, but this is really surprising. I have to chalk this up to these players probably have not, even if they have played over the board, a lot of these players have not played in a serious tournament for, getting on 2 years now, right? And there is a muscle memory that goes into sitting down at that table, being streamed, knowing that you're being covered.
Austin has been playing, or has been, helping organize this tournament as well. So
totally.
He was at the venue all day yesterday getting stuff set up. So he's got more than 100 billion things going on in addition to playing. If it were me, I tend to not play in tournaments that I organize because it's just, it's so much context switching.
Yeah, just too much. That makes total sense. So,
Bax West is right though. This is actually just a conspiracy. This is how we're trying to get people to switch over to the more inclusive English dictionary.
Yeah. So. Wow. Okay. So let me see. I think, it's still Chris's turn. The one thing I'm a little scared of for Chris is just that his time is ticking way down. So the tracking is, let me just get that correct here. So you guys can see there is a lot for Chris to think about. The unseen tiles are a little scary. So I'm just updating. You'll see in a second. Okay, so you can see there's a lot of scary stuff that Austin could have. And Chris is going to draw GE out of the bag, which, man, Chris would lose there to Watering, Twangier. There's or I guess those are the same. That's the same rack. I wonder what else is there that he would actually lose to. But I guess he would also lose to anything ending in G on that left side of the board with Goose there. So Chris had a really tough decision to make. I think that's actually, oddly, that makes some sense to me that Chris would play in that spot. So
yeah,
I'm pretty sure he's going to be home free here, in fact. So Austin does not have a bingo. He is, the scores should be updated now. Thank you. And Austin, and I think once the bag is empty, we don't need the tracking anymore because we can see what the players have. So we're happy to go back. Yeah, perfect. All right. So, wow, it looks like Chris is going to dodge a big bullet here. And honestly, it's hard. Both players had their chances for sure to steal this game away.
Yeah. Sometimes it's just how games work. It's, whoever makes the fewest mistakes or whoever makes the last mistake, it happens. It's almost sometimes it's really, you're just playing against yourself, right? Unforced errors are a thing in this.
That is the best. Yeah. Again, that is the best way to approach this game. And it's really hard to do. it being in those situations where if you discover that your opponent, or well, sometimes you don't have to discover, right? You can be playing a game and your opponent plays a really egregious phony word that you challenge off and you still lose the game, right? Those games can really hurt to lose because you feel like, well, my opponent made the biggest mistake in this game and yet I still lost. But really, the way these tournaments work is we really are in this for the long haul, right? Like those games will happen, but many, many more times than your opponent playing a phony and still winning, your opponent playing a phony and losing that and having it be the difference between winning and losing. That's going to be much more common. So you just have to stay the course. And if your process is good, the results will follow, even if the individual games can be very frustrating. So Austin plays anti-war here, leaving just an L. Chris has pretty horrible tiles, but he should definitely be able to score something somewhere enough to stay well ahead of Austin. Just that L left over. The only thing I would worry about if I was Chris is I have so many clunky tiles on my rack. If Chris plays a phony here, he'll lose, right? Because he has so many points worth of tiles. But he's going to play veggie, as was being suggested, and that's easily going to be enough for Chris to win. So, wow, this was a barn burner of a game. As Wolfram said, this may not be great Scrabble, but it's great watching. I mean, it's worth noting that like there were a lot of really good plays made in this game. The standard that we have for players at this level is so high that even missing a bingo for each player, that represents a kind of subpar game. That tells you how good these players are. It's very, very rare. When games like this occur. So
yeah, like I know probably for you or for someone like Dave Wiegand, you'll look back at a tournament and something like Alamer, that'll be either the only bingo he misses the entire tournament, or like is just one of his biggest mistakes. Like that's it. And we saw it. Now 19 more games of not that.
Yeah,
right?
I think, and I do think that to a certain extent, there is going to be a sort of getting your feet wet period for these players where we're going to see those mistakes start to fade away as these guys that have really, as I said, not been playing in serious over-the-board Scrabble for quite some time. We're going to get fewer mistakes as you get situated, get your feet under you, get your brain on point again. It's not that easy to just sit back down.
And that's why, and that's almost why I sort of expect people from either the Pacific Northwest or like the the New York area that have been having some tournaments who are kind of in many ways already back to normal. As I mentioned with Dave Wiegand, I mentioned this earlier. We play in person every week. We've had 3 or 4 tournaments already. We're kind of back. So I think the people who have been doing that may be bestowed a bit of an advantage because they have shaken off some of that rust, I guess you could say. But hey, Will, it's a shout out to my mom today instead of your mom. I don't know why your mom's not in chat, but shout out to my mom who's in chat.
Yes, hello to Conrad's mom. If I text my mom, she'll be here in a few minutes. So we can get both moms on board here. Happy to reach out to her if need be. So getting word that next game we will see Dave Wiegand return to board 1, and he's going to play a good friend of mine, Terry Kang. So that should be a lot. That should be a treat to watch that. And again, that's definitely a situation where Dave should be favored. But we said that in game 1, and Walker Willingham still came out ahead and won that game. So
and there's Terry right there. Getting ready to sit down, but looking over this game. Terry, longtime friends of Chris and Randy.
Oh, I didn't see her until a moment after you said that. But yeah, there she is. So she'll be getting ready to take her seat at the table momentarily. I'm gonna jump off for like 1 minute and I will be right back. So I'll throw it to you for a minute. Sounds good. So while we wait for round 2 to finish up, maybe we can continue to thank our sponsors and do some plugging. So once again, this tournament is a really exciting step forward for us in Scrabble. We really definitely are wanting to thank Scrabble Go and PlayScrabble.com for being our sponsors for this event, to the tune of $5,000 for tournament expenses, live streaming equipment, and the prize pools for the action that you're going to be seeing on stream all weekend. So definitely want to thank Scrabble Go for helping to sort of increase the profile of this already awesome event, the Crescent City Cup, the 10th annual, you see. So basically, thank you for that sponsorship to them. And one way that we can show our appreciation is to do some social posting. We definitely want to get Scrabble trending. I think we all know that word games are kind of in the moment right now. We're having a moment right now. Let's make it. Is everybody already burnt out on seeing all of the Wordle action on your Facebook feed? Well, you can do something to fix that by sharing some of the original best word game out there, Scrabble action. So if you are watching the stream and you are on hand in Crescent City and you want to take a photo or a video of something cool that's happening out there, feel free to take that. And even if you're watching remotely and you want to play on Scrabble Go or our newest website, our website at playscrabble.com, any of that you post on socials, we're going to be watching and monitoring. And at some point, probably tomorrow or Monday, we will feature some of our favorite posts on the stream. All you have to do is include one of the hashtags Scrabble Go, Play Scrabble, or CCC, and tag Scrabble Go on Instagram, Facebook, or Twitter. So hopefully we can get some social sharing going. And just in general, want to invite everybody watching to consider downloading Scrabble Go. Scrabble Go brings a modern twist to the classic word game straight to your mobile device with official board, tiles, and Scrabble word dictionaries. Only Scrabble Go delivers the authentic crossword game experience. Download and start playing now. And of course, again, as you see Moobot contributing in the chat, the playscrabble.com website is also live. Really want to invite you guys to make an account, sign up as a guest, check it out. And we definitely want to support our sponsors in that regard. Yeah, wow.
Flash to me itching my nose. That's excellent. Very high quality content for everyone.
Oh, it's okay. Sometimes noses need to be itched. So yeah. So basically, it's been two really interesting games to start. I can't say I saw it coming, some of the moves that were made, but I have every expectation that we're gonna see some awesome Scrabble from here on out. So yeah. So any thoughts on what we've seen so far, Conrad? What would you be if somebody goes up to you and tells you you missed Notifier, you missed alum root, you missed stuff like that? What strategies would you use to sort of calm yourself going forward in that event? Because I'll be taking notes for myself what your answer is here.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, like someone as a human shouldn't be trying to put someone else on tilt like that. I mean, feel free to do it. The gamesmanship, I'm all for it. Like I'm fine with that. Know that if you do that to me, I will go out of my way to make sure that in the future, if I ever get a chance to do some gamesmanship on you, I will.
Interesting. Wow. Okay. Shots fired.
And well, it's the shots fired. It's basically like, it's more, that is a way for me to kind of like distract myself from the fact that I just made a stupid mistake. And because I will take it hard for sure. If someone tells me, hey, you missed a thing, I'm gonna be like, oh my, like I will get distracted, you know?
Well, I mean, it depends obviously on what that bingo is. You know, there are certain bingos where if you tell me that I miss a 9-letter bingo through disconnected tiles, I'm going to say to myself, well, maybe if I'm absolutely on my game, I will spot that But I missed it in this situation, and I'm not that upset. If you're going to tell me that I missed notifier or tribunal, that's going to hurt. It's going to sting. And those are things that happen. And I alluded to this in the first game, right? There are situations in Scrabble where you'll make that play 99 times out of 100, or maybe even 999 times out of 1,000, right? Like, I feel like Dave will find Alamroot there 999 times out of 1,000. We just happened to see the one that he missed. We happened to see the one out of 1,000 that Chris and Austin missed a couple plays. We also happened to see the one out of a bazillion, I've never seen it before, of the two players literally having the exact same rack. So Scrabble really does lend itself to these moments of, wow, holy crap, I can't believe that just happened. Like, Scrabble has that element to it almost every game. I think that, well, not almost every game, but if you watch enough Scrabble on this broadcast, we're going to see more moments coming like that. And to me, that's one of my favorite parts of this game, because so many different things can happen in a given game or in a tournament. You see stuff that just boggles your mind on a regular basis. And I love that unexpected element of this game.
Yeah.
So
it's definitely true. And I mean, I honestly, like, this has just been really cool this morning, especially for people who are pretty new to this, is that, you know, Scrabble's a lot about fundamentals. Just like anything else. I know one of our friends was telling me about a story recently where one of the best free throw shooters had like a halftime free throw shot in an NBA game for, like, I don't know, 10 grand for charity or something. Someone who shoots, you know, 90 something percent. They make 90+% of their free throws. Has a chance to do it for charity. Bricks the free throw.
Do you know which player this is? I'm curious.
It's oh god, if someone can say it in chat, it's one of the like an ex-Duke player or something. I forget who it was.
Was it like recently? So not
I think it was like last week.
Oh my god.
And it was just like and that's, you know, it's like Scrabble is all about fundamentals as well too.
Yeah.
So
yeah. That's true. And I also think of that as, like, you know, for me, I definitely feel like there are parts of Scrabble that I have yet to master. I think Scrabble is a game that I could focus on the rest of my life and still have more to learn about how to approach each game, how to understand the nuances of what my opponent's plays mean for what plays I should make, how should I adjust my play. There's just unbelievable untapped potential. And I feel like something that is my calling card is I don't make that many unforced errors, and that's sometimes enough to get a long way in this game. So, like, that's maybe there are definitely players I feel have a better understanding of the game, and maybe even more of a ability to find brilliant plays than I do. So, but anyway, let's see if we'll see some brilliant plays here from either of these two players who are about to get rolling.
Yeah.
It's Dave weekend again.
I see an A in there. You think one of them's going to draw that A?
From the overhead shot.
Yeah, I love that. I could like say, do you see any blanks in there?
Yeah. All right. Okay, so the players are figuring out.
Yeah.
Okay, so players are going to figure out which of the two will be going. Okay, so Dave will be going first as we're getting word. So basically, they're seated in the correct spots. The players are ready, and we're happy to give these guys the go-ahead to begin round 3. So it looks like so we saw Dave in the first game. He came up short against Walker. If I'm not mistaken, I saw that he was 1-1 here, so he's won his second game, and we'll see if he wins this third one as well against Terry. Okay. So Tactics in the chat says, did Will sneak in a Boggle reference? Of course, I'm going to sneak in a Boggle reference at any chance I get, as you guys know. So, all right, here we go. Dave picking his tiles. Let's see what he gets. And we are off in game 3 here. And it looks like a lot of oh, well, he got a few consonants.
There's that A. Oh, there's that A.
Yeah. So let's see. Budak says bingo. I'm not sure I see the bingo yet.
Budak is on a whole nother level than us, Will. What
Yeah.
are we gonna do?
The JK comes there.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll see what Dave will do here. He's got a couple too many vowels, and the CP combination is not wonderful together.
Yeah,
Again,
it's a tough one.
this is tricky. I'm not 100% sure which way I would go here. Maybe a paid? Does that make sense to play? Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, I'd have to think about this one for a minute, to be totally honest.
Yeah, so what are the objectives with this opening rack? Like, right, the things you want to do to start the game are not just to try to score as many points as you can get, but also to deny your opponent easy scoring opportunities and not to unnecessarily place letters on the board that your opponent can use productively, right? So for me, I'm always trying to think of, like, if I don't have to play an E, for example, on my opening move, if I can make a play that scores decently well and leaves me my E on my rack, I really try to do that just because it feels like putting an E or an S or one of those good bingo tiles out there on your first move of the game can sometimes give your opponent a huge play that they wouldn't normally have. So there's a lot to balance.
Yeah, I don't know if we're able to run a quick simulation in the background on this one, because the AI should be able to tell us probably what's best here. But I think, some of the pitfalls to watch out for beyond what you just said, like, these are good tiles, you can't score a ton with them. It's pretty tempting to play short to try to go for a bingo next turn. So I think it's really just all about, like, what's the best balance you could find here.
So copy is the play for Dave. That's interesting because the simulation wanted him to play pica instead. And I'm wondering if that's simply, maybe, Conrad, maybe you really are rubbing off on Dave quite a bit, because copy looks like it's significantly more defensive. There's no great obvious place. Instead, after pica, if you were to switch those letters around and play pica, it would have left AED, and there would be a really easy place to fit a bingo ending in ED if you drew it under the P and I of pica had he played that. Instead, this is way more defensive, placing a C out in open space. And as we know, the C really, really difficult to parallel. Only CH is playable as a two-letter word. So yeah, I wonder if this is the Conrad in Dave coming out at all. What do you think?
It's entirely possible. I mean, I don't know. There could be a bit of gamesmanship going on. Maybe Dave doesn't know that Terry knows that copy is the plural of, or capi, capo, whatever. I can speak words. Obviously, yeah, you and I both have the typography connection to the word PICA, relevant to
that's right
your former career, certainly, and my current career. It's always fun. I think Dave has definitely become defense curious, and honestly he's getting pretty good at it. But yeah, I think in general, there's something to be said for it limits so many plays for your opponent next turn by throwing that C right there short term.
Yeah, it could be, maybe, as you said, maybe he feels like he knows that S hook and Terry may not. That could be a big factor there, which, when you're playing a computer algorithm, or when you're playing somebody that is known to be absolutely infallible with their word knowledge, maybe that's not as relevant. But it looks like Terry is going to challenge this word. So right away you can see Dave's choice to play this word may be, this gamesmanship that you alluded to is going to help him get 5 extra points. And that's going to make any of those opening plays, if you're going to tell me that you're going to, if you know or suspect that you're going to get 5 extra points, that play is going to turn out better. So maybe Dave has made the Galaxy Brain play here.
Yeah. It probably would have worked against me, because, anyone who's paying close attention will note that I missed Scoppy too. So
Yeah. I mean, it crossed my mind.
I could eat my words for I'll happily do it.
Yeah, it crossed my mind, but I wasn't thinking about it just because pika takes the S hook both in front and in back. So like I was just thinking like, well, it's not that they're both kind of similar against an S, but it turns out that this is, a pretty big difference as Dave is now going to go up 88 after Terry's opening exchange. It's worth noting Terry had ATES, but then a bunch of extra vowels. She opted to exchange, but then drew some duplicates after her exchange, including an unduplicated, but not that good of a bingo tile, the Y. So this is going to be, that's not what Terry wanted. She was very close to having a bingo with that nice 4-tile leave. Here, she's going to have to dump her Y and try her best to score as well as she can. Meanwhile, Dave is sitting on another set of very good tiles here. Okay, Terry plays Testy. That's a pretty good choice for 37. She's not so worried about bingoing. Instead, she takes a bunch of points and runs. What do you think of that choice, Conrad?
I mean, I think it makes enough sense wanting to get points. You could probably make the argument for something a bit shorter because AEST is such a good leave. Shout out to El Jefe Ray in the chat. But probably, yeah, I don't know. I see where she's coming from with the play. I think it's perfectly defensible.
Yeah, it's close, right? Like I feel like you're just getting enough points with Testy to break up that nice bingo leave. But of course, Dave is for sure going to bingo here through the eye of Scappy. He's got 2 bingos. Jello Mochas has pointed them both out. So basically, the choice for Dave, and it's so interesting, right? Like he's going to see these. Again, I hesitate to say that we know anything after the games we've seen so far, but if you know anything, Dave Wiegand is going to find Looniest or Oilstone here, right? Yeah. If we don't see that, I don't even know what we're doing here. So sure enough, he chooses Oilstone. The question was, should he have played Looniest instead? So Oilstone, the issue with that, not that there is a real issue, is that it creates a nice place to play 7s, ending parallel to that O. The thing I love about it is that it really fouls up all of the through tiles of Sondage, right? Like there is now very, very little real estate on the board to comfortably play an 8-letter word. So I think I prefer this to minimize the total number of threats to his lead, which now, let me just make sure that we indicate he has a very nice over 100-point lead in this game. Does that seem reasonable?
Yeah, I'm pretty much Oilstone is the play, unless he's really trying to keep the board as open as humanly possible to try to get some point spread or something for the future. But no,
good point.
We
should talk about that idea for those that may be coming from chess or other word games. This idea of it matters how much you beat your opponents by in these tournaments, right?
Yeah. So, I wish it didn't. I am, the first to say that I wish that we could change it so that point spread did not matter. I think it's kind of a pox on our game, but given that it's still a thing, point spread just being how much you beat your opponent by is a part of the metagame. That's how it is.
Yeah, and that's not the case in events that feature match play and stuff like that. There are tournaments where they eventually culminate in one player playing another player in a series of games, and in those situations, the point spread matters much less, right? Because you're playing one-on-one against another person. Let's just win as many games as I can in this match. Really, in Scrabble tournaments function a little bit more like a golf tournament, right? Like everybody in this tournament is going to play 20 rounds, and the players that win the most out of those 20 games will be the winners in their divisions. And the issue is that we need some way to tie break a similar number of wins. And I think there are other ways to do it. John Domino says, discuss alternatives. One way to do it would simply to be have more tournaments use a match play format at the very end and let the tiebreakers be decided that way. You could also use strength of schedule against as a way to determine it. Credit system from the 70s.
Oh, I'm kidding. Don't do that. I'm saying that like we didn't always use wins.
Yes, that was a crazy system. So
cost someone a nationals victory, in fact.
But so I think that's part of
head to head, right? Just your head to head. Like look at all the head to heads. That's your first tiebreaker. Sure. That'll take care of a lot of the time. And like, okay, fine. If you and someone were like both 1-1, I mean, it's you just kind of come up with just like in most other sports, just come up with an additional tiebreaker. And then there's always a point where if it's two people, just play one more game.
Yeah, and I think the idea is just that this system incentivizes you at times to literally not go for the win, right? Yeah. Like there are situations where if you have a 1% chance to win a game, but going for that 1% is going to cost you 50, 70, 100 points on the scoreboard of that game, you have tremendous incentive not to actually do your best to win the game because you're trying to protect your point spread as a tiebreaker. So I think that definitely sticks in some people's mind as like, this isn't what I want. Okay, so Cade is the play here for Dave, leaving IUU, which I mean, it doesn't seem like there are any plays that are that much better than that. Certainly no plays that don't really open some nice thing for the opponent. And it scores 35 points. But that is a really ugly leave for Dave. So let's just see if he can navigate that successfully. I don't know what I would have liked that much better. I guess you could play something like undo through the end of Oilstone and keep AIC. The problem is that scores 19 or 21 fewer points, I should say. So tough one.
I mean, I think part of it, what's going through Dave's mind is like, regardless, he's probably not going to bingo for the next couple turns. He has enough good plays so that you cannot exchange here. So pick your moment, and right there, that's a good way to play some solid defense on the future of that top right part of the board, forcing Terry to open, with Cadet later on or something, and then he can hang around with those U's and whatever else he draws to kind of muck up somewhere on the bottom of the board in the future. I think that's kind of probably what's going through Dave's head. That's why he's willing to take such a cruddy leave for a turn here. Now, beyond that,
okay, score is fixed.
Druid,
Druid. With those letters, you're going to be hard pressed to do very much. I mean, I guess you could consider playing something like ungird right through the end. I don't know. I mean, these are not great options for sure.
You really want to open that. You want to open that triple lane.
I don't want to. That's why I'm saying that with such. Oh no, undug in that spot. Undug. As Rajveer suggests, nice. Undug. That's definitely. Oh wait, well, it's not Terry's turn yet. But what about? It's not Dave's turn yet. But what about GUID Gid alongside Sondage? That looks pretty good too.
Yeah, also solid.
So a couple decent plays for Dave that will get him out of this mess. And the play being suggested for Terry of Tuna, that does look like a pretty good choice. It is worth noting there was a pretty cool option parallel to Oilstone, Tamanu, with 5 2-tile overlaps, nice. STTAOMNAEN. All of that. So that would have been the, super brain play. But actually, for Terry's game situation, Tuna maybe makes more sense than that because she now opens herself some threats to bingo on the board. Jesse Matthews in the chat, he says, William. Did I do it?
I think thank you, Jesse. That was a good effort. Jesse, another one of the core team of Scrabble commentators, if you will. I really hope we'll get him on one of these again pretty soon. Really kind of our our biggest social media whiz throughout the community.
Yeah,
Also happens to be my best friend, but
I
I'm
have
biased,
no
but
doubt.
still.
Yeah, I have no doubt that we'll get Jesse on one of these at some point. So
Yeah.
thank you, Jesse, for stopping by.
Yeah. Jesse,
And
where are you flying today? Tell us about your flying schedule as a flight attendant.
nice. Yeah, I'm sure he's off somewhere interesting and new. But yeah, so Dave is sitting with a nice lead, and this is going to be a good test to see
Yeah.
how Conradly is he, right? Like, is he going to play Gid for 26, leaving URD, or is he going to play Undug, which opens literally nothing back, really, except I guess no, it really opens almost nothing that I can imagine. Okay, so he does go for the slightly higher scoring, slightly better points and leave combination. I don't have a problem with this play, Conrad.
Yeah, I mean, it makes plenty of sense to me. It's honestly, it scores, and
He
it.
scores a lot more, 10 more, which is
Yeah.
that's just not, in the event that your opponent, if you're choosing between the play, oh, and Terry immediately plays locks in response down, and that is a play that is by far the best option for scoring and leave value. We call that, the term for anybody curious, we call that equity. Every Scrabble play has a measure that we call equity. That is the value of the play in score and the value of the play's letters left over. So that completely ignores any consideration for the shape of the board, the strategic motivation behind your play. A play's equity is a really good starting point to evaluating that play, but it's far from the full picture. But in that situation, locks, not only the best equity play for Terry, but also a play that makes every bit of sense in that it opens another lane with slid. Maybe she can draw other hooks to lid like glid or olid. So it has some positional benefits for her, in addition to being the best equity play. Jesse says LAX was where he. Oh wow! Oh man, he told us much more than that. Look at that. Look at that itinerary. Holy crap!
He's in the middle of I think 7-day shift, or not. I mean, he hasn't been on the whole time, but all 7 days.
Do you think Dave is going to play under row here? He had that. Oh, okay. He unarranged that.
I don't know if Terry sees Amarel yet, but
oh,
she'd have to challenge under row if not.
Great point. Okay, so Dave, for a fleeting moment there, he arranged the word under row on his rack, which would play through the end of tuna. He's not gonna play that, which makes sense. He's playing Daup instead. This looks like a much more careful play than a lot of his other choices that he had available. Like just ow alongside the X of ox is completely insane. It makes far too good of a scoring spot in response. Daup does open a triple, but it's not I don't know. I think that among the scary things that can happen after Daup, like the Z is already gone. It's hard to hit the Q in that special spot on the double letter score. I think it's reasonable to play Daup here.
Yeah, it's pretty reasonable. I mean, Dave's trying to make some scoring spots for himself. It also helps, he's more likely to perhaps get that in the future. It's a little bit offensive of a play, not offensive, just offensive.
Yes. Good distinction.
Yeah. But
Amarel.
Unworded feels
well, Dave had two. Yeah, Dave had
he didn't quite have the right rack, but
yeah, but Terry, as you alluded to, Conrad, Terry really it doesn't. I think this would be a great find for any player, but I think Terry finding the difference between her finding Amarel from the A of tuna and not is enormous here, and I'm pretty sure she's gonna just play off her A and her L, or maybe her E and her L alongside the X in an effort to open more space. That actually is kind of a good play for her here, simply because Dave's rack is so poor that he's not going to be able to do a ton in response to that play.
Yeah.
But Either way, Amarel for 83 points off of the A of tuna is definitely the play in this situation. That's not an easy play.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
Give you a chance to show off. Probably. What is the only other 8-letter word? I had to
With an F, right? An F.
An F.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have known that. So that's
Yeah.
pretty. You can see how Will is on a different level than all of us.
Well,
Dave would find it.
Dave would find that. Yeah, I think Dave would find anything I would find. So okay, so Amarel is going to get past Terry. She's going to play EL. If you do not spot the bingo here, this play makes a ton of sense given Terry's game situation. She needs to create threats that she can eventually bingo with her good bingo tiles here, and she does have very good bingo tiles.
Yeah. Now from Dave's perspective, it's so tempting to just play Uri and Ed or something. And now all of a sudden the board's nice and wide open for
a
Terry,
comeback.
Which, could help. We'll see if she drew one here.
So Conrad is alluding to the idea of this is a word you will see a lot in Scrabble, Ourie. So this word is a great way to dump a lot of vowels at once. That's going to play to the triple off of Daup in a pretty nice way, leaving ER, which is one of the best 2-tile leaves. It gets even better because of the Rex spot that just opened up. Any bingo ending in ER will play pretty effectively in that spot. And if you're able to play something with DR that goes even further down, it's going to score a ton of points, hitting the double word score. So we'll see. A suggestion of Ur and Rex, that could be the option too. Oh man, okay.
Still would open a big spot. Oh hey, look, it's AI Brady.
AI Brady is here. Thank you very much. Also, shout out to Fern Plant above. Thank you guys for coming aboard. Hope you enjoyed the coverage here today. So Terry has, she's
got one.
She had one bingo through the S of Oilstone, which is very much off the beaten path on this board. She could have played Miss Layer there, but Yam for 33 is still pretty good. Again, if you're not going to see that bingo, you're scoring 33, leaving a nice set of letters left over.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I would even say, given that, after a 5-tile draw, Dave is likely to score a bunch of points there. If you simmed this play and gave any sort of decent inference to Dave, I bet Yam is, not far off.
Yeah, I agree. Oh, and look at you, clever folks in the chat. And you can see Dave has lined this up on his rack without question. So now Dave sees this word, Vivera. We know that's going to be able to play here with the Ago hook off of Gid and Sondages, where you see GO on that left side of the board. Dave is probably just looking the board over and seeing if he's missing anything better. And this beautiful bingo is about to come down for Dave. That's going to be a big swing here in this game, which, again, I have to make sure the scores are right for you guys.
And now look at how much that would have scored if Terry had played Miss Lair.
Oh, my God. Yeah. So this play would have been an absolute hammer had Terry played her bingo and not Yam. So there is some positional benefit for Terry to covering up that scary spot. But now, they're getting up to go take a look at the challenge here. For Terry, it makes every bit of sense to give this a 5-point challenge. Again, that's the rule we're playing here. Not the challenge you may have heard, double challenge, sometimes used where the loser of a challenge loses their turn. In this case, Terry will not lose her turn for challenging the valid word. Dave will simply get 5 extra points. So she has every incentive to challenge any word she's not familiar with. She does challenge. Dave gets an extra 5 points as the word is valid.
Shout out to my dad, who now officially has a Twitch account as well.
Oh my God. I mean, this is like my mom's got to come immediately now because I'm outnumbered badly here. So, and to add insult to injury, Terry draws the Q and Dave is going to play the star. He could play the star of The Simpsons, also known as Fat Homer. Just kidding. Fathomer is the word that I'm referring to. Yeah, so Dave's going to bingo again, and this game is really going to be out of reach in a hurry here. Let me get Terry's points.
Yeah,
So
a lot of people, by the way, have commented. Yeah, just in passing, Dave seems to be 20 kilograms lighter. Dave started running during COVID. I've seen him running, nearby me all the time. So he discovered running, and he's doing excellently. So it's been really cool to see.
yeah,
Do you want to acknowledge that?
Dave looks awesome. Yeah, like totally different from what I remember.
Yeah.
So I'm really happy to see that. And I also have to say, Dave is like, so when I'm practicing my words on a wonderful website called aerolith.org, Dave has become increasingly difficult for me to beat in those challenges on there. In fact, I regularly expect to lose to him every day on some of those anagramming challenges. So I feel like Dave is living his best life in a number of ways here. He looks great. He's probably studied up, ready to dominate. And so good for him. Yeah. Also, if he plays his bingo here through that, it's going to block Terry's bingo of Ritornell. So not Terry's game. Not Terry's game.
Yeah. And I will say with Dave, we're still, as I mentioned before, he and I live about 6 blocks from each other in Portland, Oregon. We have another former national champ, Pete Armstrong, who also lives a whole 12 blocks. So we still get to do all of our beer drinking, and it's more about just making sure we're getting the exercise in, right? Something I could learn from either you or Dave.
Yeah, if you're enjoying your beers and having your Scrabble club with a few brews, then gotta do your best to run those off afterwards. But yeah, Dave is clearly doing that, so kudos to him. So he is a lock, I think. Now he has
I couldn't fathom him missing it.
Yeah. So the only question for us is what letter is he going to make that? I think he's going to make that an R, because the R is much more difficult to underlap than the D, right? So if you're thinking about Dave, as we said before, you have to think about when you get a game like this where you draw well, you want to do your best to win by as much as possible. And one thing that can happen after Fathomer is your opponent can play a really strong scoring play under that E, right? So let me get the tracking up here so I can show you guys what tiles are available. Hold on.
Dave just keeps drawing. This is amazing. I'm not immediately sure if somebody's gonna fit, but still.
That's amazing. So hold on a sec. So we'll just see. So the tracking from Terry's perspective is this, but okay. So I have the tracking up now. Let me get Dave's extra points for Fathomer. All right, we're up to date. So it looks like Unseen was an F, a W, an H, a couple other tiles that fit under that E of Fathomer. And if you're Dave, you just want to limit how much damage Terry can do in that spot. And I think Fathomer does a much better job than Fathomed of doing that. So just one of these tiny little nuances. You might not think it matters at all in a game where Dave is up by literally 200 points, right? Like 201 points after Terry's play. But these things do end up mattering in the long term. And there's a reason that I know we were kind of talking smack on the use of spread as a tiebreaker, but there is a reason that Dave Wiegand reliably has some of the best spreads in the tournament in which he competes, and it's because he's really attuned to those nuances between plays.
Yeah. Noting that Terry played Neural, making Woken, keeping another good lead, even when you're losing, again, coming back to spread one more time, even if you're down 200 points, because spread matters, you can't just give up and lose by 500. You have to keep playing, and so in this case, Terry makes a good play, keeping a good lead, and she will be rewarded, finally with a playable bingo.
Yeah, we'll see her bingo here through the A of Tuna. She has a couple different ones that are, I would not say if you're following along, and these are not going to be words that you should necessarily be able to pull out from your everyday vocabulary, but she does have some 8-letter words that play through that A that she's going to see because Terry is a very solid player. She'll know words like gratinate. That's kind of that's a normal-ish word, but hard to anagram.
if you're a
interage.
food person,
A foodie
would
for
need to
sure.
know would know Gretna.
Yep. And then perhaps the weirdest of all, Anargite, which that one
It's a
is
thing.
yeah.
The shortest steal for.
Oh my God, I'm terrible at these types of.
Dave might know. Oh,
Dave
with a
would
blank. Oh, that's
probably
pretty
know.
hard. Yeah, hard with a blank.
How about bathrobal, pertaining to a bathrobe? Is that the answer?
How about abhorrible? I don't know. I
Oh,
swear I'm not cheating.
that's nice. Yeah. So yeah, Terry's probably thinking, what can I do here that's any better than a 60-point bingo through the A? The answer is nothing. So yeah, we'll have to see. Is that the answer, Jesse? Abhorrible? We'll have to find out. So yeah, Dave's sitting on a nice set of letters here, and there are not that many letters left in the game.
Oh, it's sick. It's so not only is abhorrible not a word, it is a 3-tile steal, and it's a word. It is okay. It is a word that you know, but like you know the singular.
Huh. Okay.
I like would have not. I think it's a, or I'm sorry, I don't know. I think it's a.
Well, we're gonna.
I don't even know. Maybe
we'll have to reveal the answer.
Yeah.
So if anyone is confused, what we're trying to do is figure out what is what is a word that contains all of the letters that are on Dave's rack right now, and then a few more. Right. This is a very common sort of brain training tool that we use to try to come up with longer words. I think there is a certain sense where if you can train your brain to be really flexible with like 9 and 10 and 11 letter words, going back down to 7 and 8, which is really where that's mostly the longest that you would be expected to be good with in a Scrabble game. If you can go up much higher than that, going back down starts to become a little more accessible and a little easier. So for me, though, I have never been so good with coming up with those super long words like 9s and 10s, like Dave Wiegand can do, Joel Sherman, a few of other, top expert players are amazing at it. Wow. Okay. A nice word there from Jello Mocha's irregular Turkish soldiers. That's kind of funny. What makes them irregular, I guess? It's kind of a fun word. So anyway, Terry's taking her sweet time to make this play here. It worries me again. We're seeing this a bunch of times. It feels like as the time wears on, the odds of actually missing the word seem to go up. But I would be really surprised if she missed these through the A. So
yeah, she might just be looking through the O, through the N,
true,
etc.
NASA1 says, hi, Wills. Hi. Hello to you as well. Thank you for stopping by.
Am I the other Will in the plural? Because my middle name is in fact William.
I am there's lots of people that call me Wills, and I don't mind that at all. I like, it's like Wills Anderson, Evans Clinchy, and all the other top players like that.
Yeah.
So yeah. Oh wow, is that the answer? Thingamabob.
No, it's Shabbatot.
Oh, that's so interesting.
But
it's like an interesting plural of Shabbat. Shabbatot.
Except Shabbat is not a word.
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah,
I'm very confused.
Sabbath is, but Shabbat not.
Yeah.
So, all right. So Terry appears to have missed her bingo there.
Oops.
That's obviously, this game is already Dave's. It's not going to cost her the game, but it will cost her some points on the scoreboard, which, as we've been saying, that does matter a little bit, the way we play. So that is that's going to give Dave a chance to play a nice, wow. He plays just down in the corner. So that's a play that I feel like most of even casual players can spot. If you know AAL is a word, you can play down there in the corner. We know our 2-letter words, hopefully, most of us. It doesn't take that much time to learn those 2s. If you're just starting out, that's the best way to punch up your scoring potential in a hurry. So Dave is up to 495 and Terry 222. And we'll just see what Dave, I'm betting Dave get some crazy thing down at some
Baba
point.
Ganoush.
Yeah, right. The question is, I mean, even if there is a crazy play available, and I guess Terry just played Orient. She just played an R. So did she miss anterior? Yeah, she appears to have missed anterior as well. So Terry letting some scoring opportunities slip away from her here. Again, the score of the game is irrelevant to the outcome here, but Dave is going to take as many points as he can get here. So we're down the stretch of this game. There's only a few tiles left. From Dave's perspective, if we want to cut to the tracking still just so people can see it, we can. I have that up there. From Dave's perspective, there is a scary amount of eyes left to come. So that's the thing about that also is Terry only has one I. So that means a lot of those letters, the letter I left, are lurking in the bag still. So if Dave uses up too many tiles, we could easily see him draw I, or two I's, and his chances of bingoing would hurt. So would be hurt, I should say. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, Dave's certainly rebounding from that round 1 loss that we saw. So if you're just hopping aboard, this is round 3. We saw a matchup between Dave Wiegand and Walker Willingham in game 1, where Dave had a surprising miss of a bingo. But then game 2 between Austin Shin and Chris Leip had even more fireworks in that regard. Both players missing bingos that probably would have locked up the game pretty effectively. And it ended up being Chris's game by a narrow margin. But I fully expect all of those players to be right among the top when all is said and done.
Yeah. So want to call out a couple of comments
Sure.
On the production value being A+ by Budak's own words. But Brett, I will say that this tends to be the actual physical setup, I think, is fairly similar to past years that we have, Christian, who's running the scenes behind us, has used in the past. But I don't really know that we've had something quite this good or elaborate really anywhere else. Is that fair to say, Will?
Yeah,
Christian,
it is fair
you
to
can whisper
say.
in my ear.
It is fair to say. I would also add that a large portion of the sponsorship that was provided by Scrabble Go and PlayScrabble.com went into improving the live streaming equipment that you're seeing here. We have a nice spiffy new overhead camera, a new board setup that was provided with that sponsorship. So just want to, I'm not sure whether I should thank myself for that or I'm thinking
it's weird when we've been doing a lot of things behind the scenes, both for your day job and stuff, and
yeah,
it's cool to see it paying off though, right? You've done a lot of work, and now we get to see the first moment of some really cool things starting to happen. So
yeah, I'm definitely hopeful that this can be just a first step in a much larger strategy here of having our wonderful over-the-board Scrabble community start to be a really reliable source of great content for this Twitch channel. So that's definitely my hope, is that these broadcasts are really fun and accessible, not just for players that are really familiar already with our community, but for people that stumble across us who are more casual Scrabble players or from other gaming communities. So definitely have a lot of big plans for this channel. So if you're watching along on Twitch, definitely encourage you to toss the channel a follow, because there's going to be way more content like this in the future coming your way, and hopefully following the channel will be rewarding for you, so you don't miss any of that great content. So all right, Terry now definitely has Atropine lined up on her rack. I feel sure now with that lined up that she is going to bingo here from that A of tuna and cut the gap a little bit. As you can see, Dave, cognizant of those eyes in the pool, I'm pretty sure he realizes he needs to play one here. He plays Vig through the V of Vivera and the G of Teg, just one eye by itself. He's trying not to empty the bag there. So the idea of Dave playing only one tile is to make sure that he gave himself at least a chance of hitting a bingo to finish this game off. But Terry is going to get there first with Atropine at long last. So, all right, Dave's got this, and we are down to the tracking is depleted. Terry just has an eye on her rack here now.
Sometimes all you have is an eye.
That's right. Yeah. AI Brady says home with COVID. Really sorry to hear that. Hope that you get better soon and that your symptoms are not too bad.
Definitely.
So yeah, sorry to hear that. Okay, nice play of phones making the chin hook for Dave. I think Conrad of Dave as being a tremendously precise endgame player. Would you agree with that? It's amazing how good he is at that part of the game.
Yeah, I mean, I would assume he is. After Nigel and maybe Adam, I would say he's probably the. I mean, unless you want to nominate yourself, he's probably the next best endgame player.
Absolutely
in the world.
Not going to nominate myself. In no world would I put myself in that class of endgame. That's definitely beyond me to be that precise. Like if I have like 15 minutes left on my clock, maybe, but never happens.
Yeah. So I would say Dave is probably the third best endgame solver in the world. I'm willing to put my money on that.
All right, so Terry plays off her final tile, and it looks like Dave is going to get a nice big win here. And that's even after Terry's play of Atropine, where she got her bingo down, her final bingo, before Dave was able to play his second blank. Dave actually was not even able to play that second blank, but that's all water under the bridge as he wins by 204 points. In this game. So very, very solid effort for Dave. Certainly went better for him than in game one when we watched. So yeah, I mean, in this game, it's hard to point to a mistake that Terry made that necessarily cost her the game. I would say maybe, just maybe, if she spotted Amarell early in the game, she could potentially have retrieved this game from the jaws of defeat. Other than that, this felt like Dave was just on form here, and this is not unsurprising to see.
Yeah, it probably wouldn't have made, honestly, the play that probably had the biggest outcome on the game was probably Testy. And I'm not even saying there's a mistake. I'm just saying, given that Dave immediately bingoed again, that probably would have been honestly, the turning point was probably that early on.
Yeah, it's so interesting. We go way, way back. That was literally the first move that Terry put on the board. Her first play was to exchange tiles, and then Testy, the very first word that she played after Dave's bingo of sondages. And now the players are going to fix up the board for the next players to play on board one. But those plays, it's so interesting, right? Like the math behind those plays, evaluating which play is better than another. Playing Testy or playing something shorter with your Y, probably the math of those two plays are so similar, right? Like how a computer engine would evaluate them would be nearly identical, but the actual effect on the future of the game is so different, right? Like it's just such a huge disparity. That's to me, that's the fun thing about Scrabble. I feel like there is some large percentage of Scrabble turns where the best play is uncontroversially obvious. Once you see it and think about all the other plays, there is a best play. But then all of those gray area situations where you have your pick between 2 or 3 or 4 plays that are pretty similar, but have really different, they're similar numerically, but have really different effects on the board, have different effects on your leave and your score. That's the fun of Scrabble, because reasonable people can and do disagree with the best way to approach those situations. And that's what makes Scrabble so fun to me, right? Like I can have a style that's different from somebody else, as long as I'm not making a lot of unforced mistakes like we were talking about. There are a lot of different approaches that you can take in Scrabble that end up pretty successful over the long haul. But of course, There are ways of looking at Scrabble strategy where you just see how the top players play. And like, for example, I think of the way you play as being like, man, if I could just understand that better, it would be so powerful because like you're such a good play picker. So there's always more to learn about other people's styles and approaches to the game.
Yeah, I mean that's a lot of the fun, right? Is learning how other people play and really trying to use that to your advantage, both if you're playing against them and to, evaluate, where you are as a player and try to learn.
And that's kind of the fun of being here, right? I feel like part of what's fun to watch a live stream of Scrabble, if you are new to Scrabble or new to, competitive word gaming in general, you're going to see a lot of words that are weird and archaic. You're also, hopefully, if we do our job correctly, you're going to see a lot of amazing strategic thinking that maybe you didn't realize went into Scrabble before. That's our job, is to translate what these players are doing into something that can be absorbed by anyone who is interested in Scrabble or word gaming or gaming cultures in general. But if you are a veteran Scrabble player, part of the fun of watching a broadcast like this is to see somebody like Dave Wiegand in action and try to understand better, how is this player a two-time former national Scrabble champion in Dave Wiegand and hopefully a future world champion? He's gotten so close so many times. I feel like Dave is definitely our best North American player who's yet to win a world championship. But he has an incredible resume. Watching him play, watching Austin Shin, Chris Leip, we're going to see a whole smorgasbord of other great players on board one. We're only 3 rounds in. We're 17 more rounds to come. 5 today, 8 more tomorrow, and 4 on Monday. Really exciting.
Definitely, I'm pumped to see how it plays out. I mean, honestly, there have been a lot of really close finishes at this tournament, and I hope that this year will not disappoint either.
I am sure it won't. I would be shocked. I would be shocked if it comes down to anything other than an incredible finish between a lot of these players. Make sure we're hydrating. That's actually a good call out. I will make sure to do that when I'm not actually visible on the screen right now. But yeah, hydration, very important. Got to keep my vocal cords loose too. But while we're between games, just want to continue to show some appreciation again for our sponsor here, which is Scopely, the maker of Scrabble Go and PlayScrabble.com. So I would imagine that most of us here are familiar with Scrabble Go, but if you're not, Scrabble Go brings a modern twist to a classic word game that we know and love, Scrabble, straight to your mobile device with the official board tiles and Scrabble word dictionaries. Only Scrabble Go delivers the authentic crossword game experience on mobile. Download and start playing now. And we also want to encourage you guys to check out PlayScrabble.com, which is now a web-based experience, which is very different from Scrabble Go. We've heard you guys loud and clear. We really want this website eventually to be a great foundation for a lot of the things we hope to achieve with Scrabble kind of as an esport. So this is a beta still available only in North America. So if you're from overseas, just sit tight. We're hoping to have this website rolled out worldwide sometime soon. But this will be a classic experience, a little bit different from the mobile app. And we're really excited for the future of this site as well. So hopefully folks can check it out. And lastly, on a fun note, we really do want to encourage as many of you guys as possible to, if you are on site in New Orleans and you play a really awesome game that was not on the stream, or this weekend, if you do head on over to playscrabble.com or play a good match on Scrabble Go, take a picture, send it to us on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter at Scrabble Go with any of the hashtags you see there with Scrabble Go, Play Scrabble, or CCC, and we will do our best to feature as many of those posts as possible tomorrow and Monday on the broadcast. So There you go. So there's a little bit of plugging for you guys. And again, just really do want to emphasize that we want this sort of sponsorship to make sense for everybody involved. I hope that I know the realities of our community are what they are, but I think that if we can all sort of realize that if we make this sort of sponsorship successful, we can get more of it in the future. So I would love it to, have some, community investment in what we're doing here. I think it can portend great things for our game going forward. So anyway, thank you guys for bearing with me on that. And we're going to get our 4th game underway in the near future. Not sure yet who will be watching. Oh, I am sure who we're watching. It's going to be a first for a couple players that we have not seen yet. Matchup between Dave Koenig and Lucas Freeman. So I feel like Lucas Freeman is a guy who could upset anybody. I think I don't know what seed he is. He's not one of the highest seeds, but I think he has the potential to put up a really great fight. And Dave Koenig is an established, very strong expert player, some great wins to his name. I know he's won some big tournaments in the UK, so this should be an exciting game to watch. So that game's coming up in the near future.
Yeah, I think Lucas, he hasn't played that much. He's taken some breaks on and off, but I think word knowledge definitely a big part of his strength. So look for some crazy stuff to come down. Is he still in Nashville, Tennessee these days? Is my guess?
I think so. Yeah, I think so. He's a great guy. I've always loved my interactions with Lucas. Liz Steam says a couple of my DC sparring buddies from the old days. Yeah, so these guys have bounced around the country a little bit. But yeah, I'm pretty sure Nashville for Lucas and probably Pacific Northwest for Dave. So the players are not quite situated yet, but they're going to get underway in the near future. So that'll be very exciting. Again, just to recap, we've seen some really interesting games, a couple of stunners on stream where Walker Willingham scoring an upset against 2-time.
He went ham.
He did. He was willing and he went ham. Walker Willingham.
Willingly went ham.
Willingly went ham on Dave Wiegand. Dave just bounced back in game 3. And of course, we saw Austin Shin and Chris Leip in game 2. So we're getting a nice dose of some of the top players in this division. And we're going to see Dave Koenig and Lucas Freeman in the near future. So, I mean, Conrad asked before, like, when you watch these games, do you get the the urge to get back out there and start playing? And I feel like once we're through the weekend, once it's Monday afternoon and we've done all 20 games and we know who our winner is for this year, I always feel like my next order of business is to figure out when is the next tournament on the calendar that I can play. I always feel so jazzed to actually get out there. Wondering if you have a similar experience after commentating, Conrad.
I would say I go back and forth. It kind of depends. I mean, life is stupid busy right now, but since I do know what my next upcoming tournament is going to be, and I am excited to play in that, nearby Portland and Hood River, Oregon, heading down to San Diego after that, just really, really good places that I love. Excited. I'm definitely excited for those events. And this is definitely, even after 3 rounds, I'm like, oh yeah, all right, I get to play in a few weeks. This is cool.
Yeah. Live Scrabble. I mean, it's worth noting. We are here on twitch.tv/Scrabble. And a lot of what we're going to see on this channel is going to be digital gaming. We're going to see Scrabble be played potentially on mobile, definitely on web. But we really, really think that live over the board Scrabble has a really important place in that framework, right? And of course, I know everybody watching, a lot of people watching, I should say, are from the, over the board Scrabble world, the tournament Scrabble community. And as much as we love playing online, this has a different feel. You feel the tiles, you hear the clinking, you sit across the board from another flesh and blood human being. But at the end of the day, I think the best path forward for Scrabble is for all of those different forms to complement each other. So I'm really excited for that. And looks like maybe one of our players is starting to get situated, and potentially, is that Lucas there? But Dave not there yet. So in a matter of minutes, we will get game 4 underway.
But before we get to that, another note on just like the homegrown nature of all this. I mean, obviously, like, look, your full-time job is working on Scrabble now, which is awesome. I mean, look, we're at twitch.tv/Scrabble. We have access to the trademark in new ways, which is just so cool. But I guess a question I would ask to you is for anyone else who wants to just get involved, anywhere from giving feedback, but let's just say, being a part of the content creation. What would you advise someone who is Twitch curious? What would you say?
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely something where hopefully by the end of 2022, it will start to be much more obvious why you would be interested in creating Scrabble content or streaming Scrabble or following this channel, right? There's a lot of different ways for anybody to start to engage with this part of the Scrabble world. Definitely, as somebody that just sort of took it upon myself to start making Scrabble content simply because I felt like it was a massive gap between the number of people that like Scrabble and play Scrabble and the amount of content that exists out there for those people to consume that helps them learn more about the game, interact more deeply with the game. We want to create an ecosystem where if you are interested in starting to stream Scrabble, we can get you enough traffic via our website or via this channel that makes it worth your while, that makes it fun, that gives you access to a vibrant community of people who love to watch Scrabble, consume Scrabble content, and know where to find it, which can often be a very difficult problem in today's world. So anyway, speaking of Scrabble content, it looks like our players are seated and Lucas giving the bag a shake. So anyway, definitely have lots of hopes and dreams for more people to say, yeah, I'd love to stream Scrabble or, do Scrabble content online. So, yeah, so I have to do a couple things on my end before we're ready, and I think we should be good. Okay. Scores zeroed out. Players with the fist bump, which is the pregame pleasantry of choice this year, as opposed to the handshake. And it looks like Dave will go first, and we'll be off to the races in just a moment.
But if you want to talk about Scrabble workout goals, I think now that the word swollest is in the dictionary, I mean, we all have Lucas to look up to.
Yeah, Lucas, at various points, I know Lucas has done personal training and stuff like that. I know he's one of the fitter Scrabble players out there. So, yeah, Lucas, I think one of the swollest for sure.
Yeah.
All right. So Dave going first, and this is amazing. Like, is this 3 out of the first 4 games we've seen a blank come out of the bag for the first player in the game? I mean, we've seen a number of, again, as I said, if you watch enough Scrabble, you can find something interesting about almost any game if you're looking, right? If you're looking carefully, because Scrabble is such a game of permutations and unusual outcomes that you'll eventually find something notable about almost any game. But we've seen a lot of those blanks come out on the first player's draw. And Dave plays fix, leaving RHY blank, which that seems like a pretty good play. RHY blank is not a lock to bingo, but it is nice for Dave that he's created a spot for his Y with the phi hook. So if he's able to draw, and he has, a 7-letter possibility ending in Y, it is now going to play underneath fix, assuming Lucas doesn't block it, which I think there's a decent chance that he will. So let's see what Lucas is able to do.
That the I, for some reason, and I'm not just speaking on behalf of my employer, but the fact that FI is still only good in Words with Friends really makes this rack a little more difficult. It would be nice if, Defo or something could come down here. Would just be a nice way to not use much time and score points.
Yeah, Defo. I mean something, and there is that play. Oh, he's just playing Def. Ooh, okay, that's reasonable. Setting up a hook for yourself in that O also makes it much more difficult to reach the triple word score. I think that's reasonable, but now we're going to see a massive play for Dave in response here. So Def, you would think it would work out slightly better some of the time to avoid access to that triple word score, but Dave is going to do one better than that and hit both double word scores in one move. 106-point play for Dave here. Nice find, I have to say. Not the easiest words to find to hit both of those double word scores, but Dave has managed to do that. So off to the races for Dave Koenig here. Choltree is the play. You see that defined in the chat. A shed used for assembly. So, yeah, we'll just have to see. Lucas has a 7-letter word on his rack that enjails. Oh, he has long case through the sea of Choltree. Okay, that's... What do we think? Is he going to spot that one? That's a tricky one, especially, again, the blank is the C there. So, I don't know. This could be a tricky find for Lucas here.
Yeah, I mean, I would guess that he knows the word. I feel pretty confident about that, but it's not a... It is not a gimme.
Yeah, we'll see. Both players 2-1 coming into this game. So definitely still a little bit early to be looking at the standings and the scoreboard. Oh, I think he sees it. Yes, he sure does. Nice job, Lucas. Okay, so you can see he had that epiphany. He had that epiphany there. And he immediately rearranged all of his letters, and long case is on the verge of hitting the board. So the trick, though, I think, is that long case is probably an adjective, right? I don't think that takes any hooks.
I would challenge an S hook on it for sure.
Yeah, so that's that's gonna loom kind of large to see once Lucas inevitably, he definitely sees this word. And yeah, okay, you can see the confirmation of our suspicions there that it is an adjective. So no S hooking, but it's gonna be really tempting to put an S on that just because it would be so lucrative in the triple lane. So yeah, we'll see. I think Lucas is probably just looking through that R, maybe the Y of Helotry, and just saying to himself, do I really not have anything better than this? The answer is no, he definitely doesn't. Nice play, Lucas.
Yeah.
To stay in the game there after that massive bingo by Dave.
Yep.
Huh. Dave's got a weird rack. This is not a wonderful combination of letters for him, but I would assume he will figure out a way of scoring somewhere with this. There's a lot of nice scorers.
Yeah, even Levy or something. I mean,
Levy's great.
Pretty easy.
Yep. Levy. It looks like, potentially Budak points out Dave may be holding this. What that means for anyone watching that's not familiar with over-the-board Scrabble, Dave has, after long case was played, Dave has requested a hold, and now you can see what that means is when you say hold, when your opponent plays a word you're not sure of, you're basically saying, wait a second, hold off. I want to consider whether I want to challenge your word. And Dave has decided he does want to challenge this word. And you know what's really interesting about this? What does this challenge mean for whether Dave is likely to try the S hook now, right? So this is a really interesting game theory question. Lucas plays long case. Dave holds the play and challenges. The word is ruled valid. What does that mean now for your ability to put an S on there? Even though we know, we've told you guys it's an adjective, it's not a noun. But will the players feel emboldened to put an S on it now? Or will Lucas feel emboldened to do it, especially if Lucas knows it's an adjective? Kind of interesting. We'll see what happens there. So Levy is the play, as you suggested. That looks like a really nice idea to get rid of some of those high-scoring tiles. I don't think there's likely to be much better. It scores 36 points there. So the play comes down quickly for Dave, who is still way up on Lucas here. Lucas did get an extra 5 points there, so he's up to 84. But look at that. Look at Lucas's draw. That's interesting.
Yeah, it is.
So oh man, he's got some bingos available here, but they are not the easiest finds. I think Lucas has a shot at them both, though. Does anybody see the bingos that Lucas has available? He's got 2.
I mean,
actually 3.
Certainly one through the R might help out his future chances, given Dave's rack that he's looking at.
Yeah. Oh, man. I'm pretty sure all of Lucas's bingos will block. So Dave has his letters set up to indicate that he sees this possible word going down through the R of Choltry, right? So Dave clearly sees that. You can see if you were to take the E and O on Dave's rack and push them aside, it would perfectly spell out Temerus through that R. He clearly sees it. I wonder if Lucas is going to try Dust Cap or something. Is that? I mean, he has Dust Cap lined up there. I hope he doesn't try that. I'm not sure what that would be. Right,
like a cap that you wear to dust the ceiling,
or just like a cap you put on something to avoid getting dust on it. I don't even know what that would be, but a couple plays being suggested. Postcard through the R, ad script through the R. Oh no! But wait, what is this?
It's.
Okay, he literally was about to misspell Dust Cap, but now he's arranged it to be correct.
I was like, this is all sorts of trouble.
Okay, so Lucas is going for it here. He has played Dust Cap. Dave is a lock to challenge this. Yeah, he is going to challenge it. And this is our first correct challenge. We haven't seen one yet. It's taken a few games. We're here in game 4. And this is a clever attempt, a creative attempt, but it is going to come off. And this is a huge swing because Dave is now going to play Temerus through the R of Choltry, and that is going to block basically all of Lucas's plays that he had through the R. And why?
You could argue here that Dust Cap was a very Temerus play, right?
Yeah, it was. It was rashly and presumptuously daring, for sure.
Sorry,
as you indicated. Yes.
Sorry.
No, that's great. We gotta using these words in a sentence is definitely gonna help us all retain them.
Yeah. Well, I'll be the first to tell you I don't know what words mean, and to be honest, I do not care. But sometimes I have a good idea, or I'm just looking up. Just for the fun of this. Hey, in the chat, let us know what would Dust Cap mean to you? You had to define Dust Cap. What would it be?
Can we get some definitions of Dust Cap in the chat? Yes, like official looking ones. So Dust Cap was challenged there, and that's a big swing for Lucas. He had a chance to bingo through that R in a way that would have blocked Dave's bingo. Instead, Dave Koenig takes full command of this game. So yeah, I mean, to Conrad's point, you definitely see this general, playing of words in Scrabble, tournament Scrabble, words that you can't define. That's definitely a thing that surprises a lot of people. A related thing that surprises people is that there are many players of Scrabble in the world who don't even speak English that well, that play English language Scrabble. Um, some of those people are using Scrabble. They may be youth players from around the world that are using Scrabble as a way to improve their English literacy. But there are expert world champion level players who don't speak that well in English. And that is a stunner to people. And I think people are equally surprised when they learn that our GOAT, our greatest of all time, Nigel Richards, won the French language championship without speaking it. But I think the thing that makes that all make sense is that really, no matter what your background in English, learning to play really high level Scrabble starts to be almost a different language in and of itself. It's barely even the English that you know and love. You're learning the words less as lexical units, more as playing pieces, and you just want more playing pieces to be able to play better. And what those playing pieces actually mean, it's almost as if you would require Scrabble players, or like imagine Magic the Gathering, right? A lot of Magic the Gathering cards have fun flavor text at the bottom, right? If there's some wizard or there's some dragon at the bottom of that Magic card, they have a little bit of lore for you to learn to help you know more about that dragon. Do you need to know about that dragon to play the card effectively in a game of Magic? No, you don't. Just the same in Scrabble, you don't technically need to know what the word means to be able to play it in a Scrabble game either. So it is a little bit of a learning curve as we see paste go down for Lucas. That looks like a good idea to set up his S in a really big way, but it's going to get countered quickly by the Z, I think. Does that make sense, Conrad? This idea of like Scrabble words as playing pieces.
Yeah,
maybe that makes more sense to people.
No, honestly, I love how you just described that as like, essentially like even a definition in many ways. It's like it's part of the art of the card. It's the part of the art of the word, the playing piece. Honestly, I think it's a really really nice way of describing it. So let's stick to that for the future.
I just came up with that on spur of the moment.
It was great. I'm impressed. I won't lie.
That's just right off the top of my head, being honest, if I'm honest. So, the question now for Dave is, he's up by a ton. Obviously, Lucas has played paste. The other thing to know, again, to remember, is that Dave knows, based on Lucas's attempt to play Dustcap, it's not a surprise to Dave that Lucas is setting up his S. He's already seen that S, right? We just saw Lucas play his whole rack. So Dave knows for sure that Lucas has ST blank. And in that situation, you already want to play your Z in that upper right-hand triple. But now Dave has every incentive possible to play something up there that blocks off that S hook on Spaced. He knows Lucas has it. So we're going to see zip or pause here for sure. I guess I would probably play pause for the extra points. I'm not really worried about PS plays going down there. So
pause champs.
Yeah, pause champs, exactly. Pause champ is a legit thing.
It is.
All right, he's gonna play Zit. The reason that he's playing Zit instead of pause for 12 fewer points is just he probably doesn't want to keep two eyes on his rack, and he probably also doesn't want to leave Lucas some crazy possibility of playing something ending like epilepsy or something, right? Like I don't know. I'm not 100% sure. I would probably still play pause for the extra points here, but it's not a big difference. So Zit is fine.
Pause for sure. I mean, this is a small mistake, but he clearly considered it because even after he put it down, he still looked for a little while.
Yep.
Though I think actually part of what's really interesting about the play, and Dave may be looking a bit further ahead here, is he's actually setting himself up for some pretty cool plays in the future. Should he draw something that he could hook ZT or Zite, is kind of cool. I suspect that went into his thought process for this play, since he knows that Lucas is really going to try to be bingoing soon. If he can make a play that sets up future plays, he may be able to continue to score really well. So I suspect that's what's going through his mind in not playing POZ.
Makes a lot of sense.
See how it plays out.
Yep, makes a lot of sense. Either way, Dave is up a ton. It's definitely, again, just to reiterate, these games, you just don't know this early what a deficit like this or what a lead like this will end up doing for your chance to win tiebreakers, right? So even though this game looks like Lucas will be very, very hard pressed to make a comeback in this game, but the plays still matter a little bit. And I think that if you're going to try to have a good, have a rationale for why point spread is a good thing, that would be it. It makes you have to try in games like this. But at the same time, if you've ever been in games like this, you know that it's one of the worst things ever to feel like you still have to try, right? Like you would want to resign this game and save your mental energy for a game that you could actually win. But that is not currently how things go. So, all right. Ooh, nice play. History. Good play. Nice overlapping 75-point bingo for Lucas. Maybe, just maybe, if Lucas starts to draw bingos out of the bag like gangbusters, he can start making this comeback. But it's going to take a lot more than this. So, yeah. Oh, yeah. So, yeah. Brett asks a good question, which I love your response to that. Bio 4. Yeah, that's Bio 4 through the H of history is interesting. I think that takes an E hook, and I would worry a little bit about what happens if Lucas draws a bingo with an E in it, and has he managed to do that? Not quite. Yeah, but I think Bio 4 is still a pretty good play, frankly, if that's what Dave ends up seeing. So let's see. Yeah, that's definitely the play that the engine seems to like. I wonder if there's not a safer play than that somewhere, but that's probably fine. Oh, he's going to play it. So, all right, Bio4, you see it defined in the chat, a hypothetical unit of living matter. I mean, that's just a really nice play. Obviously, a nice word. You're not going to see that word played every day. And there it is. But this is another interesting question, though. Whether long case takes an S is no longer relevant to this game, but whether the players know that Bio 4 takes an E is very relevant to this game.
Yeah.
So we'll just have to see if we encounter either player putting an E on that. I'm going to bet that Dave knows that, and I bet that Lucas might know it too, but it's hard to say.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Dave probably knows it. I mean, it really, the fact that it does take that E, he is inviting a little bit of volatility into his future, where you can kind of what we would call forking the board in the future, where Lucas can play underneath, opening all sorts of triple word scores all at once. Feels like an aggressive play.
Yeah, I mean,
we'll see.
Yeah, there wasn't. I don't think there was a ton other stuff being suggested that even scored anywhere remotely as much as Bio 4 or didn't open. Like the other spot that scored well in that situation was parallel plays under history, but even those plays open a triple lane that are kind of scary at this score, right? Like the way you can lose this game. The way you can lose this game, if you're Dave, is to make a play that normally would make all the sense in the world to balance your rack, score a good number of points, but putting a letter in the triple lane where your opponent can play something hitting both triple word scores. Like normally those plays are the risks of doing business when you play Scrabble. You have to make plays like that sometimes because you need to keep scoring a lot and keeping good letters, or else your opponent is going to catch you. But in this situation, Dave doesn't necessarily have to keep scoring that much and keep good letters, and Lucas probably won't catch him, right? Like there's
exactly.
you have to take that into account, and always be ready to adjust your approach to the game accordingly. So I actually think in this situation, buy a 4 is probably better than plays like broad or something like that under history, making 2-letter overlaps. But it has its own scary components. But Lucas really, this rack for Lucas is like the worst possible thing. For Lucas, either he wanted a high scoring tile to hit one of the triples really hard, or play something with buy a 4, the E hook, or he needed a bingo. He did not need 7 1-point tiles that don't bingo. So that's tough. So
yeah, and it looks like he may try to just fish off a couple tiles, and I get it.
I mean, it's tempting to play something like Renin and buy a 4 if you know it, just because at least you're opening some more stuff. At least after a play like Renin and buy a 4 with that E hook, now there are 2 lanes open for 7-letter bingos, one alongside the B and I of buy a 4, one along the lower edge of the board, and there are some triples to score on. But of course, if he is going to play buy a 4 down low and Renin, he's going to get hit with Nakeder for a massive score. So Dave is and Nieder is going to play with buy a 4 too. So Dave is no matter what, it looks like Dave is on the cusp of really blowing this game open next turn.
Yeah.
So this will be our 4th game of the day. And after that, I believe that both of us and all of the players are going to go take a little bit of a lunch break. And then, as if this wasn't enough, we're almost 4 hours into the stream. And we're 4 games in, but we're going to do it all again in the afternoon. 4 more games coming everybody's way. And then we do the whole same thing tomorrow. So if you're enjoying this broadcast and this type of content, there is a lot more coming your way over the course of this weekend. And then, of course, the 4 decisive games on Monday. We're going to know much, much more about the standings, who's doing well, who's in contention. For now, we're really just sort of getting our feet wet. And basically, I feel like early on in a tournament, you can't win a tournament by doing well early, but you can sort of put yourself in position to lose a tournament, right? If you go 0-4 or something, that's going to be really tough to come back from. But going 4-0 guarantees almost nothing. Is there a point at which you start to care about the standings, or do you try to ignore it as long as you possibly can, Conrad?
I may not be the right person to answer this question because I actually don't look at standings.
I think you're exactly the right person to answer it. So why would you not do that?
I have anxiety and stuff, and why bring the metagame into play if I don't have to? I'd rather just look at the tiles in front of me and make the best play that I can every turn and fewer distractions. It's no different than, not wanting to check your phone during a game to see if you missed something, right? It's just just play the game. And for me, that's how it has to be. I'll look at the standings, maybe before the last game, say, if it's gonna, if it will influence how I'm gonna play the game. But most likely, since most people do look at standings, I've just in the past have had people come up to me like, "Oh, you're doing this," and I'm like, "Oh, great, didn't want to know that, but I guess now I know that I need to win by
X number,
X points if I want to have a chance at playing for first in the last. It's what it is. What it is.
Well, obviously, it was not my intent to to force you to confront something that gives you anxiety. So I apologize.
Oh no. It would give anxiety in the moment. I can talk about it now. It's just when I was a kid playing Scrabble, man, it was anxiety inducing. It was fun,
Well, I
obviously,
mean,
but
yeah, there is that component. I mean, there's a component to any form of competition where
yeah.
that sort of thing happens. Ooh, okay, so lion over iron. That looks like a, I don't know, RREN. I don't think RLEN is that much better, or LREN, but I think it's better enough that I would not want to have duplicate
Oh, you'd want
tiles there.
yeah, and you'd want the eye out there anyway, right?
Yeah, I think the I, so that you could play something ending in IER.
Yeah.
But anyway, we're gonna see almost certainly.
Ooh, maybe we'll see a disconnected triple if assuming Dave
Oh,
plays
that would
neither.
be so fun. Yeah, had Lucas drawn an I and maybe some different stuff, maybe we could see that. Doesn't look like that's in the offing here, I think. So, all right, the play was lion for Lucas. Yeah, Dave is still going to hit this bingo really hard. I mean, don't discount the fact that the Bio 4 hook. Oh, wow. Oh, man. Okay. So the
Huh?
E hook on Bio 4 gets past him. I feel like, is this, I mean, it's way fewer points, first of all. It's 17 fewer points, and it leaves the triple lane completely untouched. So I think for a couple reasons, Dave clearly is not familiar with the E hook on Biofor. You could get 17 more points and really make it tougher to play a triple here. So that's a slight miss, but Dave's still in full command.
Yeah, I have to imagine in a different game setting, he may be more likely to play like maybe he's like 90%, 80% sure of it or something. And it's just losing a turn now is just so bad that it's just like this pretty much puts him at 100% chance to win, or 99 or whatever.
Good point.
Triple open that he may have just taken the safe play, and if so, like.
That is
fair enough.
Highly defensible. Yeah, totally defensible for sure. But obviously, in some tiny percentage of games, after Neaters, Lucas has a triple through the L that he would have been able to block prior, and the game is all of a sudden super close, and Dave has a terrible rack, right? Like, there are definitely situations where you could imagine that. So they're very unlikely, definitely. But in this particular game, Lucas really doesn't have anything very good. I mean, again, his best plays, quote unquote, here are probably to use the Bio 4 hook with the E, but that is probably not correct here because he needs to leave as many open spots for this miraculous comeback as possible. So I really don't know what he should do here, frankly. Like server or something from the S of Temerus.
How about Bio 4 and Nerve, setting up E Nerve, putting that E in the right spot for
beautiful.
A crazy triple.
Love that. Love that idea. That's a great idea. So that way, if you draw something like IER, it plays with E Nerve. Okay, so Conrad's suggestion is brilliant. So the Bio 4 hook, if Lucas plays Nerve with that first E, making Bio 4 with the E at the end, E Nerve is a valid word in CSW, and I love that as a way. Oh, look at that. Lucas is fishing for revenge or re-given, clearly. So I think he's probably hoping that Dave blocks the L of Lion going upwards, leaving the spot available for him to play, or Avenger. Oh, no, he doesn't have that. Okay. So that was just a fish. Obviously, at this point in the game, even a bingo of that nature is not going to really do enough for Lucas. He probably needed to go for a play that scored well and gives him an outside chance at a triple, as Conrad suggested. So either way, Dave's still in really good shape here. Oh, and look at that. He plays wood. That's intriguing. I guess he doesn't really have a better way of blocking that L that reaches a triple. Is that possible? I mean,
extremely confused by that play. That's
surely there is something that hits, right? I don't know. Is there not any any play that reaches a triple word score there. I don't know. I'm not really seeing.
I mean,
it.
I'd rather play like, I don't know, WAG, AB, and GI. I mean, like, honestly.
Oh yeah, that looks fine too.
Like
Yeah,
any like
WAG.
I don't know, anything.
WAG looks significantly better. I wasn't even thinking about that as a block, but leave it to you to see quickly what is the best way to block off that spot. Yeah, but either way, these are splitting hairs. Dave is up 395 to 207, so he's doing just fine. I guess. So, Lucas does have Vengers is valid in Collins, isn't it? Hold on. Yeah. Okay.
Like,
so
I wouldn't doubt you. It sounds good.
Yeah.
I think.
So it is valid. So basically, this is the true test. So I think we know for sure that Dave was not thinking about the E-hook on Biofor. Is Lucas aware of it? And is he aware of it to the point where he's willing to take a risk on Vengers, which is definitely not, I don't know. That's a tricky one. So Brett says, I would be surprised if we saw it. Yeah, I think we can stop worrying about it. Yeah, especially now. I think we're unlikely to see that, but maybe the S hook is what we will see. So Dave's going to play Quagga here. I would guess he's going to play Quagga almost instantaneously through that G. We'll see if he just plays Quag or if he thinks to play longer. He does. Good job to Dave. That is definitely the best play. Scoring a boatload of points, 51 points for him, getting rid of that QU combo, which can be difficult to use productively sometimes. And as pointed out by Jesse and Jello Mochas, it sets up the W quite well for him. So a lot of good things going on there for Dave with that play. And Lucas has decent. He's nice. Okay, so he sees that he actually has a 7-letter word there, but I don't think this plays anywhere on this board, so he will.
Yeah.
Not sure what to do for him here.
Yeah, I don't know. Woods.
Oh well, Wood I think takes a T hook, or takes an S hook in Collins.
Oh no, I mean just.
You could just play SI here.
Just play SI right now.
Yeah.
Instead of Woods the second time. Oh.
Obviously, the hilarious thing about that is that Dave has a T, so it's not. Yeah. That's not gonna work.
Don't do it. But
Yeah. So obviously it is a little weird that Woods is a valid word, but it appears to be. Okay, Visto is played instead, just getting a few points. 27 points there for Lucas. I think he's sort of thrown in the towel on getting another bingo down in this game. It really has been all Dave. Yeah. From the get-go here. Again, though, even though Dave had his massive bingo of Choltree, Lucas made a nice play of long case, and then that dust cap situation really changed the game, right? Had Lucas played ad script or postcard or something valid through that R of Choltree, he blocks Dave's play of Temerus and stays in the game quite a bit longer. So
it's a totally different game.
So that's just tough. We got to give Dave his Quagga points. Sorry. So Dave is actually nice and high up, 446 to 258. So yeah, the clock also another factor for Lucas. So we can. I'll start showing you guys the tracking now in case anybody is curious. It's going to be here. There we go. Okay. So, wow, the tracking from Dave's perspective is really weird looking. As you can see, this is so in the upper right of your screen, those are the unseen tiles. You can see from Dave's perspective right now, very, very weird, ugly set of tiles, a lot of vowels, a J, a B, very few bingo consonants still there. So Dave is in a good situation here to get a lot of spread out of this game. especially because Dave is now keeping pretty good bingo tiles with a chance of drawing a nice set of vowels to go with it. Many more vowels than consonants to come.
Yeah. I mean, interesting, depending upon what he draws, he may draw a bingo with Bio4, and now he might have another chance to actually play it because it's so much better.
Good point. Yeah. Okay, so Quina is playing.
He almost did it.
So Lucas playing Quina up there. He's up to 273. And Dave, yeah, he's almost there. Climbing or something. All right. Yeah. So now the bag, I think, should be empty. So it looks like Lucas's final rack will be AAEEIJN. So
yeah, if there was one more, really it'd be a good B fish to go for Melanic and Bio4.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if, now let's just see, given that this game is completely decided, is he going to try something like Melik here, right? 45 points.
I don't know.
Somebody points out Baculene.
That's what I was about to say he has Baculene, so yeah.
Beautiful. So through the A of Levy and U of Temerus is just a wonderful play, scoring 36 points of Baculene, which would be tremendous there. So we'll see. That would be really, really nice. I think that's something that I expect Dave to spot. But we'll see. That's a tough one. It's especially tough to spot stuff like that in a game where you don't need it. Right, you don't have to find a play that cool here. You just have to play anything, and you'll win the game by a lot of points. So
yeah.
So anyway, we'll see what happens here. Lucas again, that 1 minute and 11 seconds. You can't say he hasn't tried his very best to come up with as many creative ideas as possible. Perhaps the most creative being Dust Cap, which was too creative.
Yeah, a little too creative.
So that was the inflection point here. But obviously things were going to be tough for Lucas after the 106-point Choltry goes down for Dave on his second turn of the game, which was a very nice play, it should be said.
Yeah.
So Dave is unfazed by the fact that he's up by 200 points. He's just taking his time. Oh, there it is. Very nice. Very, very nice play.
Yep.
Baculene goes down through the A and U, leaving himself with just an M. That's a nice tile to score a good number of points on a subsequent turn. So well done to Dave to spot that tricky play. That's really high-level stuff right there.
Saving a nice spot for the M to go out.
Yeah, for sure. Lucas quickly not interested in most of the good plays there would involve the Bio4 E hook, which again we're over it at this point. Lucas plays Jai for a few points, and Dave will just plop his M down in the upper corner, and that's it. So another pretty solid performance here. We just saw Dave Wiegand win prior to this. Another Dave Koenig, with a pretty emphatic 541 to 299 win in this game. So, and we have just in the last few minutes of this game, we've crested the 4-hour mark for streaming, which is appropriate because we've seen 4 games. But just for the record, that's it. We're halfway through. This is only the first session of day 1 in the Crescent City Cup. We're going to have 4 more games coming after lunch break. That will take us through round 8. And then we will do it all again tomorrow. So let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's just, we'll take it one game at a time here.
Yeah, that's really what you got to do.
Yeah, and we got to pace ourselves. We have to follow AI Bretty's advice to stay hydrated, get some water in us. How long is the lunch break is a good question from Listeam. I'm going to guess that it's
an hour and a half. I believe Kate said 4:15 Eastern, so 3:15 my time, and then 1:15 on the West Coast.
Cool. So I'm not sure if we have terribly much planned interactive in an interactive way during the break. I think the two of us and our producer and everybody else will need a break as well. So
Yeah, I think I need to interact with a muffaletta or something like now.
yes.
So
Yeah, sounds good. So yeah, just again, maybe just before we go, just a couple more of the same plugs, which you will be hearing frequently if you watch the whole stream. Just again, just wanting to shout out that this is a sponsored event to the tune of $5,000 going towards tournament expenses, live streaming equipment, and prize pools.
hell yeah.
It's really, really exciting. We really hope to make that a successful partnership between certainly us and the amazing Crescent City Cup organizing team. And part of that is just continuing to spread the word, not only about this Twitch channel, which we hope that you guys will toss us a follow. There's going to be way more content coming here in the future, but also assuming anyone here has yet to download Scrabble Go, I'm going to assume most of us are aware of this app, but definitely hope that if you're not familiar with this, it is a great way to play the official board game on mobile, authentic experience with certainly some modern twists. If you are not interested in the modern twists, we also now have a web platform at playscrabble.com. This is something we're really excited about. It's still in beta, only available to users in North America, the US and Canada. But really encourage everybody to go on over, make an account. You could sign up as a guest, poke around. It's still in beta, so we definitely have a lot of stuff still coming here to this platform. But it would be awesome if we could drive a little bit of traffic over to this site and get some of you really passionate Scrabble fans to test it out, give us some feedback, and it's going to only get bigger and better from here. And additionally, for anybody that's tuning in that is either on site or interested in breaking up some of the Wordle posts that are on our social media pages nowadays, if you are at the event, have a cool board shot or something cool that you guys are getting up to in New Orleans, or if you're playing on Scrabble Go or playscrabble.com, take a picture or a video of something cool that you've gotten up to in your game. Use those hashtags that you see there, Scrabble Go, Play Scrabble, or CCC. Tag us on socials, and we will do our best to feature it on the broadcast probably tomorrow or Monday. All right, that's it. Those are my plugs. And with that, I think we will be taking our break here. Not sure if we'll be just on a standby screen until then or whether we'll actually go offline all the way. But either way, we'll be back here at, what was it, 4:15 Eastern time?
4:15 Eastern, I believe,
so
yeah.
3:15 Central Time, the local time of the event. And roughly an hour and a half for people watching around the world that aren't in either of those time zones. So it's been a lot of fun. This is just the beginning, our first 4 rounds. Conrad and I will be back in an hour and a half to bring you 4 more. Any final thoughts, Conrad? What are we thinking for this afternoon's play?
I think that everyone's a bit more settled in. I think after a nice lunch with all the wonderful food around here, we'll get even better games this afternoon.
Not exactly brain food, I would have to say, though. So we got to be careful what our players put in them. Too many beignets and muffalettas.
Yeah, that's true. Can't
careful.
argue against that. Got to have some like gumbo or jambalaya, more seafood. More protein.
Yeah, definitely for me as a non-drinker, New Orleans, definitely a competitive advantage for me. We'll see what happens with the players this year. But as Conrad said, I think we're going to see our players start to settle in and show us some great Scrabble this afternoon. So
yeah,
we'll see you guys. Yeah, we'll see you guys back in about an hour and a half for 4 more games. Thank you to everybody who has been watching to this point in time. Let's come back and let's see if we can bust through to a triple-digit view count this afternoon.
Yeah.
So thanks, everybody.
Tell all your friends. Twitch.tv/Scrabble.
Yep. In just a bit. All right, we are back from lunch, set with our matchup. Dave Koenig and Erickson Smith, new to board one, and the players are ready. We're jumping right back into it. As 4 a.m. PST says, Scrabble Gaming. That's right. That's what we got here. 4 more hours of it. We've had 4 rounds in the books, 4 more coming. And another blank on an opening rack. It is amazing how many times we've seen that, but it is accompanied by some unappealing consonants. So once again, welcome back to rounds 5 through 8 of the Crescent City Cup, brought to you by Scrabble Go and PlayScrabble.com. We had a number of really interesting games this morning, some surprising moments, some incredible moments, including one instance where both players had the same rack. That's something I've never seen before. And once again, my name is Will Anderson, and I think we also have our co-commentator, Conrad Bassett-Bouchard, here as well.
We do.
So yeah, cool. We're all here, and we're about to see Bag be played. Seems pretty reasonable here. Yes. So don't see any issues with that play. There were a whole bunch of other options. So we're back from lunch. Conrad, did you have a nice lunch out there? What do you think? Did you see any of these players eating a ton of, non-brain food out there? What scouting report do you have on anybody?
I feel like people ate pretty decently. I went with a medium-sized group to a kind of like communal market that had a few different food stalls. And Eric was there. He was having vegetarian food because he does not eat meat, so far as I know. Lots of shrimp po' boys. I had a shrimp po' boy. It was fantastic. And nothing too crazy. Maybe a couple beers, but it was nice. Looking forward to dinner already.
Well, as by the standard of New Orleans, that sounds pretty wholesome. So, and I think maybe this of all years would be the least likely to imagine that people are going to go out and get sloshed tonight. So this would be the least advantage that any non-drinkers out there in the field would ever get. So
I think that's true.
I picked a good year to commentate, basically.
Yeah. Yeah, you did.
So Erickson, Dave opens short with Bag. Erickson exchanges 3 tiles, leaving a nice bingo leave, and Dave responds pretty quickly with an X underlapping play there. I think there might have been plays worth putting on the board there for Erickson, who is a veteran of Scrabble Twitch streaming. A little bit eerie to see him in the flesh as opposed to a commenter on a Scrabble stream, but he's doing well. 3-1 for him so far. So Dave off to a pretty good start, but he's only up by 40 after his first 2 plays. Jakezinho says I'd have done Gag. Yeah, I mean, those plays are all really, really close. Slick Mamba, what can we help you with specifically? Let us know. I'm not sure we have a help command, but happy to maybe provide a list of commands, or otherwise feel free to ask any question. We'll do our best to give you an answer. So, all right, back over to Erickson now. I somehow believe that this is not going to be a shutout here. I'm sure that, let me get Dave's score correct. His score is not 4, it's 40. There we go. There. So what to do here? I guess he has some nice underlaps there, doesn't he?
Yeah, Ariak looks good. Jalopik mentions adding IE to Foxy, but I think Ariak is just so nice. Like, it just doesn't give much back for Dave. He's kind of stuck playing underneath the F and the ensuing A that would go beneath it.
Yeah, I mean, that's Ariak putting that C out in space It's an adjective, so it doesn't take an S, although the bags hook obviously is still there. But really, it, as you say, it gives very, very little interesting scoring opportunities or bingo opportunities back to Dave. So let's see if he can spot that.
Yeah, AI was suggested as well underneath. I think the biggest shortcoming of that is, despite the good leave, doesn't really leave you much potential for next turn. Like, where are you going to bingo with Cider after that, I guess?
Yeah, it's a good point. That leave is quite strong, CEIRT, but it really is on this particular board. I would not be that worried about bingoing until I have an S in hand. That is really what makes the dream of bingoing work here. So yeah, let's see. Do I have a command that shows all the other commands here? I'm not sure. Yeah, sorry for those looking to do some commands, but I mean, we have this command, we have standings, we have the define command, if you're curious about a word. So we have the uptime, should work. Or maybe not. Sorry. Yeah, we're
Uptime is 0.
Still in early days here on Twitch, and we will get lots of. Oh, okay. Cater underneath there, leaving 2 eyes is definitely a dangerous game to be playing here. It scores well. 31 points is good, but Araic would have scored 6 more points, and you don't keep I. If Erickson draws a 3rd eye. We talk about having a 3rd eye being important and nice for your vision, metaphorically speaking, but in Scrabble, it is a death sentence, certainly to bingoing and very, very likely to scoring. And not only has he drawn 1 extra eye, he's drawn 2. So now 4 eyes on the rack for Erickson. In fairness, that draw would have been pretty bad no matter what. So, drawing FIINN is not really what you want to see. But there were better ways he could have weathered that storm. Anyway, let's see what happens with Dave here. Conrad, he actually has a shocking hook here too. Are you familiar with this? The play of Cater. Yeah, Jalapic points out that there actually is an A hook that I'm not sure I would have thought of this. But will we see a Cater play go down? No, it seems unlikely. But if Dave spots that A hook, he does actually have a 7-letter bingo with that blank. This would be an unbelievable play if he plays on, well, depending on what Erickson does. Erickson looks like he's going to play fining to the G of bag, which would be a good way to use up a couple of those eyes. Of course, it opens the board very widely, and I think that is for sure going to allow Dave to bingo with this rack. Oh, wait, it's Dave's turn.
I say it's Dave's turn, and it looks like he's missing his bingo.
Okay, all right. Sorry about that. Yes.
And sorry for my silence. I had to re-up my hotel internet, so it kicked me off. But it looks like Polygam is not getting played. Is that the takeaway?
That was it. Yeah, that would have been it. So Polygam and a Cater. That would be a really, really, really impressive play. So I don't know if I would have seen that for sure. Instead, Dave is going to play Gal, getting some good points underneath Cater, and trying to retain some possibilities of doing some stuff with his blank. Let me give Erickson his points. So the bingo there would have been this. Oh, never mind. Sorry, Jalapic got there. Oh, let's allow this. Sorry. Apparently automod a little overzealous there, but we fixed it.
So it is not a polygam. It is not a practitioner of polygamy.
What you have if you are a polygamist, right? It's something else. So Well, what is the proper tack here if you're Ericsson? Play fining or exchange? I am certainly leaning strongly towards exchanging, leaving in my mind, but maybe it's okay to play fining. I'm not sure. All
It's
right,
just
he goes.
I don't think you play fining because like so many of your racks next turn are gonna suck still. So you may as well just take the hit now while the board is nice and closed.
Yeah, I mean it's just scary too, just to open a triple on a board that really has very minimal scoring opportunities outside of that spot. You could get hit with the, well, not the X, it's already been played, probably not the Q because it's going to be really tough to slot it in that spot, but certainly something like Moop is going to go down for Dave here, scoring super well. Um, and it seems like he's going to play that pretty fast. So that's certainly the risk you take with making an opening like that. Dave is going to hit that very hard and run his lead up to about a bingo leave. And hold on, let me get Dave's score. There we go. So you can see that Dave is up by about a bingo, and even though he has a V on his rack, he just drew the second blank. So Dave is now very, very, very likely to get something nice down on his next turn. Ericsson is still struggling with 3 eyes on the rack there. So
yeah, and you may have covered this at the beginning or when I had lost internet for a sec there, but I'm reasonably positive this is Ericsson's first time on live stream for a tournament before. I would assume he has never done that. I wouldn't think he had played before. So
that matters. That is definitely something that, in my personal experience, I remember my first time on stream being very nerve-wracking for me. It was not an easy experience, and I remember just feeling like I really, really didn't want to miss a bingo on stream, which is so funny because I ended up being in a situation where I had one bingo available to find, and I think I eventually found it after like 8 minutes of searching, and it wasn't even the best play available in that spot. So I could have saved a lot of time.
yeah,
So yeah, it was just a situation where had I just trusted my gut and made the play that I wanted to, I would have saved myself 8 minutes of time, and I made a ton of mistakes later on in time pressure. So that's something where it is a skill that you learn to compartmentalize the fact that, yeah, I am on stream, I'm being watched by an audience. You have to spend as little time as possible thinking about that sort of thing.
yeah. Do we have a Elder Word asks if the players have to play on camera if they are told? Are we requiring that? I know some tournaments like nationals do. You basically agree to it in advance. I'm not sure if we're doing that, but I think in general, like, you should have to do it. It's my personal opinion.
Yeah, I don't know what the directors are requiring, but certainly in a lot of cases, I think most players, even if they aren't keen on being streamed, most are willing to go along with it just because it's sort of understood that that is the expectation. So,
Wait, so he's trading 5 this time?
yeah, it looks like he's trading now, so maybe
Huh.
that's a miss. There was a good play pointed out of what I'm not sure what the pronunciation of this would be, like Chaley or something like that,
I pronounce it
making
Sealy, but
the
I have no idea.
Sealy. Yeah, I don't even know. I'm sure maybe somebody knows better can help us sound out that word. Anyway, either way, Ericsson exchanges instead of playing through, and Dave is going to play savers. Or
We'll probably
Savory.
save Savory, I think,
Yeah,
yeah.
Savory is probably his choice. I guess we'll find out as the game proceeds. What has he made those blanks? If we're able to figure that out, that will help to know now before I misenter it here.
AP
Wow.
Boris is pretty cool.
Apivorous. Apivorous. I have no idea how you would say that. I'm gonna guess that Dave's playing Savory, by the way.
Yeah, that must be the lesser known cousin of a pure miss.
Yeah, oh yeah, exactly. Another tremendous word. These crazy, crazy 9-letter words that, in Scrabble, there's already enough crazy words of a length that makes them appropriate for, well, we're going to find out if this is Savers right now, right? Like Erickson has Reunion on his rack. If Dave played Savers instead of Savory, we're going to see a bingo go down for Erickson. If not, so this is actually a great little instructive lesson here, right? So Dave had an option with those two blanks of playing either Savers or Savory with a Y at the end. And note the difference between putting an S on the board and not. Placing an S on the board would turn this really nice rack for Erickson into a bingo. Avoiding placing an S on the board forces Erickson. He's going to probably play something for only, I don't know, between 10 and 20 points. Yep. So a huge, huge difference. These tiny little nuances. You might say to yourself, well, Savory and Savers score the same amount. They look really similar on the board, but actually it makes a big, big difference. And being attuned to those nuances is one of the things that you will see in high level Scrabble that sets these players apart.
Yep.
So I'm going to guess that it is Savory. Otherwise, Erickson would very likely have been bingoing already. Yeah, how many games has been answered? Only 4. Each session will be 4 games. So we've had 4 in the hopper already, 4 more this evening, and 8 tomorrow. So hopefully my voice holds out. I'm going to try to be more economical with my verbiage, which is ironic given that we're here watching a Scrabble stream. But
yeah, well, I'm happy to help you
conserve,
perorate every now and then. You can tell me to go ramble about something, and I'm happy to.
Thank you.
Tell a story about someone eating bees or something.
Yes, I may. Yeah, I may take you up on that. So,
yeah.
Okay, noun. I'm pretty sure that is likely to go on top of Savory, and he may have identified that. That looks like a pretty good play. Obviously, pretty good is relative. It's only going to score 16 points and leave EIR, which is this board is rapidly having fewer through tiles to play an 8-letter word. Right, like after Fining, you had the I and the N. Now you just have the I. After Savory, you've got the O, the U, the R, and the Y. Erickson's play would close all of that.
Yeah, so. Yeah, close off a lot of good letters to, I mean, it ultimately opens an S hook, and it's a decent play, but he's at a point where it comes with a cost.
Yeah, I mean, a play like that really is dependent on him picking an S. I guess, again, it is very it is tempting to wonder, is either player going to play a cater? I mean, noun is okay. There goes noun. That's a totally reasonable play in this situation. But knowing that hook on cater is such a big difference to whether this board is open and closed in the long term. So I'm curious to see if that hook gets played. But I would not give myself great chances of seeing that hook. What do you think, Conrad? Would you see a cater here if you were locked in?
I would, because, adding the S to it was kind of it's a Collins only word that I learned when I was studying Collins words. So I would definitely see it, but I can understand why, how it would be very missable.
Yeah, we'll see. Neither player with an A right now, so it still remains to be seen what will happen there. So Dave has a still really commanding lead in this game. Both of the blanks used up on that one play, so really no hope for Erickson to draw those. Sometimes it can be pretty demoralizing in his shoes, where you need to make a big comeback in the game, and there's not even a chance for you to draw that 1-2 punch of the blanks out of the bag. They're all used up. Okay, so a play of jure for Dave here. That makes some sense. I think that's better than a lot of the options. I guess if you were thinking about the A hook on cater, it might be tempting to play something off of that C and go down with eagle just to block a little bit of the potential of that hook. But using the J certainly has its advantages here as well. So decent play for Dave. What does Erickson have here? Void. He's got eyes again. Always seems to have multiple eyes on his rack.
Yeah. Pretty convenient for Dave to play off 2 tiles there and pick up an L.
Oh, the Jurel hook. Great point.
That's pretty convenient.
So Dave plays Jure, Jure, not holding the L hook, and draws one that fits kind of nicely in that spot. I'm sure he'll have some interesting play there. Erickson is getting ready to play Vivo down from the V of Savory, which he may have to do a play like this at this score and just hope that he starts bingoing somewhere else. Okay, there it is, Vivo. That's a very, very aggressive play, obviously, but he's playing to win and hopes that Dave doesn't have anything very good, which honestly, he can't do a great deal.
Yeah,
in the triple. So it's a good time for Erickson to take a chance.
You might even you might see the Jarrell hook now, in fact. It's
honestly
true, one of the more effective ways to neutralize the threat.
Something like Valor is maybe what you're thinking. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I guess this will be a next turn for Eric. We'll see if he gets the A hook.
Yeah, this is the real test of whether he sees the A hook on cater or not. Either D-aired is going to go down with a cater, or I don't think we'll see a bingo. So this will be a good inflection point. It'll tell us a lot. Is Eric thinking about that hook or not? So, readied, D-aired. Either way.
Will, did you notice I see the chat 5CR4BB13 mentions that Valor could also be a good play, as we noted. All I see in that username is CBB.
It's hard not to. I see that name.
They must be my biggest fan.
Well, I will say that Scrabble in the chat is one of several people who Scrabble players that have been playing a lot of Babel Royale with us lately, and that has been a lot of fun. We could obviously talk about that in depth. We could talk about Babel Royale, Wordle. It seems like word games are kind of having a moment here, and the question is, how can we in Scrabble start to take advantage of that moment? So, all right. So L high goes down for Dave. He uses his L hook, and now let's find out: is Eric going to make this bingo here or not?
I feel like if he does not, you have been given the ability to say WTF to him.
That's true. Yes. One can only imagine the things that WTF would be saying in the chat about his own self here, but maybe later we'll get some more info about that. Weibin says unclear if Koenig missed the A hook or the 7. Yeah, he could, or both, right? It's hard to know. That's something where we'd have to ask another time. But yeah, Dave's got a bingo anyway. So this is definitely looking grim for Eric. Also, it's definitely worrisome. Again, okay, I was going to say he hasn't played it yet despite having it spelled out, so I'm pretty sure he's not thinking of the hook. And sure enough, ED goes down in the corner. Excuse me. Stand by.
Yeah, I mean, I guess this really tells you gotta learn those hook words on these boards that otherwise seem really closed. There are opportunities to be had.
And the Q draw, the maximum amount of punishment possible as Dave is about to play Lowry's, and man, a few of these games so far today have been quite lopsided. This one is surely reached that point right now. So, yeah, not a ton of hope here for Ericsson, down 200 points. 315 to 103 is my score here. Still, Cater is the highest scoring play that Eric has made here, while Dave's bingoed a couple times already. So, well, he's got a place to play his Q at least, but yeah, we'll just have to see how the game proceeds from here, whether Eric can cut the gap at all.
Yeah.
So, all right, the Q is played. So, Kadi for 34. I guess another chance to possibly hook that A there, but I think this is slightly more defensible. So, Kadi goes down, Eric up to 137. Dave's got another S on his rack. He's got pretty good tiles, except for those two Ys together, which don't look that appetizing. Oh, there's a really cool play if he spots it, actually, to play through. Oh, never mind. Oh, no, it is there. I was going to say, is it actually there? Yeah, he could play Mooped, right? And Benny.
Oh, Mooped.
Will he play Mooped? So, yeah, Moop, an archaic word. Nobody should feel bad for not knowing the word Moop. But obviously now with Moop on the board and the D, 2 spots, well, yeah, 2 spots lower than the P. Really intriguing possibility of making a play in there. So we'll see if he spots that, but he really doesn't have to. He can just play by alongside Lowry's, which would be a perfectly solid play.
Yeah, and as we know, would block Rez, although as Eric has spelled out, Zircon is pretty solid as well.
Oh yeah, Zircon at the base of the board through the O of Vivo for sure. Yeah. That's definitely a nice idea. There are other options that he could play down there, like just crows. But either way, it's going to be very difficult for Eric to make a play with the Z at the base of the board that also creates a bingo lane for himself. Either the C or the Z will block off the lower left quadrant. Again, this is all pending the A hook on Cater. I don't think we're going to see that. So, all right. So Bay is the play for Dave. So he's up to 346. All right. So will we see crows or Zircon? Okay, so now you see Eric has rearranged his tiles such that maybe he's not going to play Zircon. He might play crows just because scores a little bit better to play the C as well.
Yeah, I mean, either way, you're kind of blocking up that part of the board. So
exactly.
May as well leave more space there for later. Maybe, well, I guess a Cater is probably not going to get played, so maybe some other way that they get down to the board eventually.
Yeah, with that way maybe being the eagle hook if they think about that. So in that case, maybe Zircon is better just because you keep the E to fish again with the eagle hook. You see Gal on the board, right to the left of Savory. Eagle is a valid word, so yeah, we'll see. But either way, it's also relevant to look at the time here. Eric using a lot of time so far. Dave's still got plenty of it left. Okay, Zircon is the play. This makes some sense. It scores 51. That's a lot of points. It keeps the E to maybe reopen the lower left. It's going to be very difficult to open it productively, but it's not impossible. But still, definitely worth noting that Eric's down a ton. Dave is basically a mortal lock to win this game. The only question is by how much, or will there be anything interesting along the way, which, given the games we had this morning, I could easily imagine something wild or crazy happening here. So we'll just have to see.
Yeah, not too much to say at this point.
Yeah. What's coming here? Just Nyes. Okay, that's going to score quite well. In Dave's shoes, he's really not needing to bingo another time. He can definitely just keep scoring quite well. Oh, and a good point by Sidewinder. NYM. That is a pretty
Yeah.
nice follow-up
It's
play.
good setup.
Yeah, that looks clever.
May not get to use it, but still, the
True.
thinking's definitely there.
Yep. Makes a lot of sense. So Dave continuing to work his way up to that 200-ish point lead here, which, I mean, oh, wow, look at that. Mattweed.
Well, now we will know once
Now
and
we
for
will
all,
find
did
out.
Dave see a cater or not? We will know once and for all.
Now we'll see. And that's the sort of thing, that hook on Cater is the sort of thing that you could miss the first time around and
Right.
then start to realize, and it dawns on you mid-game. That could easily have happened. You know, we're not robots. If we miss something the first time around, you can easily, you know, with time and
Just context, right?
Yeah, for sure.
It's like, oh, I need a place. Can I hook an A anywhere? Can I hook a T anywhere?
Exactly.
Like, oh, right, a cater. Well, now all of a sudden.
Great point. Yeah, he might be likelier to see it, as you say, because he's now forced to if he's going to need to bingo, right? He has no other choice but to see it if he's going to play Mattweed, which, for the record, anybody watching, that is a valid word on Dave's rack right there. Mattweed would be a wonderful way to score a boatload of points here. So we'll find out on Dave's next turn. I think it's very, very, very likely that that spot will continue to be wide open for him. So
yeah, and I mean, I have no doubt that Dave knows the word a cater. Like I think it's very, very likely he knows it. Just it's missable.
Yeah,
so
it's the hook.
If he doesn't find it,
it's the hook that's hard to think of, especially because the C in that spot is not a logical hook, right? It doesn't, having that C be out in space, there aren't a lot of hooks that go in front there. So, okay, Ahi is the play.
Wow.
So that is, not sure what the thinking is there, except to just keep opening. You know, the triple there is just wide open, even if Dave misses his A hook and we know he hasn't missed his bingo. He has it spelled out on his rack. If he misses the A hook, he will still be able to play something pretty heavy. So I think Dwam is an interesting play. I actually favor DEAW just to keep that M for the NIM spot. Why use the M now if you don't have to? So he seems to be missing that. Jekezinho, can somebody block Mubot? I have actually set Mubot out to have that message every 15 minutes. So, no, I don't think I'm the best candidate to block it when I have set it up to spam. Hopefully, some of you guys will be inspired to click on that link if you see it enough times. So, apologies for that.
If you click on it, it won't show up again. No, it'll still show
if you
up
click on it, it will still show up again.
Show up.
Maybe I'll change it to every 16 minutes instead of 15.
Yeah. I don't know.
So good play of Dia there. Dave going up huge. Of course, a cater would have been the thing to see to score even better.
Yeah, I mean, airspeed should make it closer, assuming he finds it.
Airspeed, yes. Oh man, airspeed is one of those that, as people are saying in the chat, it's odd because like airspeed is kind of a normal word by Scrabble standards. I feel like for some reason, something about the S being in the center of the word makes it more annoying to find. I've always found that,
Yeah, I mean, it was one that I had missed, and I'll never forget it because it was either against, I forget if it was Kenji or Dave Weekend, but it was at a Reno tournament in 2006. And I missed airspeed. Unfortunately, because I missed it, I never forgot it. I was still young enough then that like if I saw a word once, I'd remember it. So
yeah. Oh, to be that young again.
Now I'm old.
Yeah, I was just I think we were just talking about that before,
yeah.
about like my I think it was in the context of my phony word recognition, right? Like
Yeah.
can I rely on that as much as I could in my youth? And the answer is no. I still feel like I'm pretty good, but it's not as good as it was when I was younger. And I'm sure so too with the word learning, but
Yeah. Oh, I mean,
so be it.
definitely, like, it ain't the same anymore.
Yeah, a little bit more work required to stay up on the dictionary. So,
Yeah.
well, we're not seeing airspeed go down yet. There is also impairs through the M of Moop that was pointed out. So we'll just have to see.
But I feel like airspeed would be the more findable one, right?
Yeah, oddly, it's the NWL word. It's, I think it's a findable play.
Yeah.
But yeah, as Weibin says, it is kind of tough sometimes on stream. It's your first stream. You're down by 200 points. It doesn't feel very good. It's very easy to sort of lose track of sort of your normal cadence when playing. Something about sitting on that top board.
That looks like all the right letters. Oh, it is all the right letters.
There
Okay,
we go.
well, there we go.
Airspeed for Ericsson. We like to see it.
Yeah.
And he cuts that deficit quite a bit with that play. So we like to see that. Some measure of consolation for him here.
Yeah, just feel a little like, oh, okay.
Yeah, I got a good play. Yes,
yeah.
I got a good play. I can move on.
Yeah, stream. The stream rejoices for WTF's moment of happy.
Yes. So he does cut the gap quite a bit. The game is pretty close to complete. Let me get the tracking up for you guys to potentially see what is Dave looking at here. Stand by just a moment. Okay, so Dave is going to look at the unseen tiles and note that they are quite weak, no ease at all. So the upper right is going to be the unseen tiles from Dave's point of view, and it's going to always, hopefully, if I update it in a timely way, it's going to be the point of view of the player who is on turn. So, all right. Oh, look at this. He's gonna play there.
Oh wow,
is
he missing his own setup?
Not with his own setup. Although this is a pretty good play. Like he could potentially opt to play mute over something like team anyway, just because he doesn't want to keep the U. But yeah.
I mean, looking at that pool, I don't really think it matters. I'd rather take the points. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. So maybe it was a miss. Again, it is really a hair splitter here at this score in this situation. But yeah. I would probably consider grabbing some points. But still a nice overlapping play there. And Ericsson with a few too many consonants and T's here. I guess he could re-overlap if he wants to, if he sees the nide hook there. So yeah, we'll see. Also, his time is really low. He's getting under a minute here. He still has a bit of game left to play. Just get his tracking now. So from his point of view, not that he has any time to look at it, here's what he's looking at.
I mean, I think looks like he's going to see Dato next to DL Pinto. And just go for it, I'm assuming.
Yeah, true. So yeah, some discussion of is there a Division II in CSW? The answer to that is yes. We have enough players to support 2 divisions there, and of course there are also 2 divisions in NWL. And if you're curious, if anyone is curious and has people that you're hoping to watch, you can get all the standings for either division there with that link for !standings. So definitely lots of players in all 4 divisions, and yeah, regardless of who you're rooting for, you should be able to follow along there.
I'm rooting for you, Will.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's we can in Scrabble, it's definitely like It was an amazingly refreshing feeling to travel to the Alchemist Cup and actually, truly, honestly be able to root for my friends on the same team. That was an amazing experience. In Scrabble, there is a little bit of a lone wolf effect, even when you have friends that you're, playing alongside in these events. You really are sort of rooting for yourself more than anything until you get eliminated from contention, and then you can root for others. But it's tricky sometimes to balance that. You have friends that you're playing these tournaments with, including for many of us, our Scrabble, family is some of the best friends that we have ever made. So it's nice to be able to root for your compatriots.
Yeah, I mean, it's super fun to root for others. Obviously, Alchemist was probably the most fun because you legit actually get to be teammates, and that's, I don't know, the best feeling.
It was an amazing feeling, yeah. So hopefully we'll, someday on this channel, it'll be a treat when we do have team events of that nature. It's definitely on our roadmap to try to get events like that, or to support events like that already exist, and have team coverage on this channel. The sky is the limit for what we have plans to broadcast here. So this is just the very, very first step here on this Twitch channel. And we really do thank everybody for watching along. I'm seeing a concurrence above 100. That's awesome. Love to see how high we can get that. But we got to give Erickson his points for his previous play. Sorry to him.
TWL broadcasts are not on the roadmap, I don't think.
Well, it depends on, we're going to have, for example, I think it's fair to say that we're going to have Axer Typo. He is going to be our first guest commentator. So in that sense, there will be TWL content coming to this channel. With respect to sort of this serious competitive play, we'll have to play it by ear, but I am definitely, it's something that we can discuss maybe off stream for those that are curious, but we want to showcase the world's best players competing. That's my number one thing.
And I should say, I didn't envision streaming big money tournaments with TWL. That was more how I was responding to the question.
Yeah, and I think I wouldn't be surprised if those broadcasts come along. It's just the question of where they will be is still an open question. So yeah. Oh, yeah, that's true. Jesse must have dropped out for, anybody that had issues or concerns about traveling right now. It seems totally defensible given the state of the world. I'm thrilled that so many players are still there, and hopefully it seems like lots of important safety protocols that we're all adhering to here. I'm just hopeful that maybe in a few months' time, we won't have to worry quite so much about all of the safety aspects of traveling to these events, and we can really let loose with some awesome in-person events that start to set the bar, set a new standard for what we can do here.
Yeah, I can't wait, honestly. Even being able to, I hosted a small tournament at my house in the fall, and even just being able to have 10 people come over when the weather was nice, was just like, yeah, this is great. I can't wait to really get back to this on the larger scale, and not just the little fun small events, if you will.
Yeah. So it's going to be great when we can get back to it in full. And we had a little glimpse of it, like you said, and I feel like we're closer than ever to getting out of this. But then again, I'm not a epidemiologist or a doctor.
If by out of it you mean being stuck with it in an endemic way forever, then yeah, I agree.
Yeah, well, hopefully it can at least be something that doesn't represent sort of a clear and present threat to travel anywhere. So
100%.
Yeah. So anyway, Dave is definitely thinking hard here, and he's doing the right thing just to do his best to calculate out these end games. You might be saying, well, wow, he's up by well over 100, and Eric has all consonants. Why is he spending so much time grinding here? on calculating endgames? And the answer, again, as we've mentioned a couple times, is that the margin of victory that you compile in your games is used as a tiebreaker. So he's doing his best to come up with as good of a sequence as possible that helps him win by as large of a number of points as possible. And you never know how close things will be with other players. Conrad and I discussed a little bit earlier. We don't have to rehash the whole thing about the pros and cons of using point spread as a tiebreaker. But for now, that is the way we do things. So that's why Dave is kind of grinding away here.
But I think one thing I would add here is specifically, even if you're not someone who feels like they can solve every endgame and you feel like trying to solve an endgame perfectly is just pretty intimidating, take a situation like this where if you take a pretty cursory look and, say your weird fives, it's pretty clear like, oh, Welked is a play that exists, or like Mock. There aren't many good plays that your opponent's going to have based on the tiles. So you can kind of just like play out those two instances. Like, well, what should I do to block Welked? What should I do to block Mock? And you can actually play a pretty decent endgame when you kind of know when you see your opponent has a couple obvious plays. So I think to some degree, because Dave can feel pretty confident that those are one of the two plays that are coming, he can iterate out through all the turns and the potential plays pretty effectively.
Yeah, it's a really good point. End games are such a different skill set, I feel, compared to finding plays early on in the game, just because, again, late in the game, the players are, you can see Dave has a score sheet that he's consulting. Erickson has a score sheet over on the right side of the table. The players are actually crossing the letters off every time a play is made, or as Conrad said earlier, he and Dave Wiegand cross off a bunch of letters midway through the game when they get a chance. But either way, however you do it, by the end of the game, you should know exactly what tiles your opponent has and how to best combat those tiles. So when your opponent doesn't have any vowels on their rack, that's a great way to sort of make that recognition and adjust your plays in the end game accordingly. So seeing some cool possibilities. Okay, so Dave is going for the block here of Welked, which makes some sense to me here. And also Erickson has a very, very low number of very minimal time left to calculate any end games of his own. Yep. So Dave blocking Welked, leaving Wit for Erickson, and let's see what he follows up with for his second play. So 347 now to 471 for the players. Yeah, Mock would be the play through MA where Dave is playing Immeret, which is a nice two-turn sequence, I have to say. Not sure if it was mathematically the best way, but it's pretty close, and it makes a lot of sense to pursue that sequence. So final score of this one, we have it as 505 for Dave Koenig to 347 for Erickson Smith, which I guess is some small measure of consolation, given that for much of the game, Erickson was down by 200. But really, this is mostly a game that Erickson will want to forget about as soon as possible and move on. He still is 3-2. That's a perfectly solid record here.
Yeah. So does that put Dave in first or something around tied for first, maybe with Dave?
Yeah, not sure. Not 100% sure if we have our ability to cut to standings up just yet. We should feel free to just, if we have that, we can take a look and see what the standings are here. It's not imminent or urgent. It's something that it will become more and more relevant towards the end of today and certainly over the course of tomorrow and Monday. We will want to be looking at the standings. For now, it's so premature. Not that we don't want people to look at the standings, but for me, we were talking about this earlier. Conrad was saying that he prefers almost never to look at the standings.
Yep, I don't look before the last round.
Yeah.
I just don't
look at that. We've got our first Our first person advertising for viewers and followers, which is a
Yeah,
rite of passage on Twitch.
Yeah, we made it again. We did it.
Yeah. I don't know if that's something can I do this from the stream dashboard? I'm not sure. Anyway, let's take a look at the standings here. You can see here's the enhanced scoreboard. Looks like Ben Schoenbrunn doing very well. Looks like he's 4-1 along with Rashid Balagun. Those are two players that we have not seen on stream yet. So I have every expectation that
we'll see soon.
We're going to see them probably next round. So we're going to get two players we haven't seen yet. And Ben Schoenbrunn is I would assume that most of us within the Scrabble community are already very familiar with him. But for those that are coming from other arenas, Ben Schoenbrunn is basically was one of the reasons that I started Twitch streaming myself, was to do my best to follow his lead and support him. And just a very, very, integral member of the Scrabble community. So it'll be cool to see him. And Rashid is also a lot of fun, somebody that I've met in recent years, a lot of fun to play and be around. So, yeah. What else do we know about Ben and Rashid?
Well, I just wanted to take a moment to recognize Lucas's facial hair. That is like a very underrated part of this entire screen.
And let's talk about facial hair in general, because we're not going to get to see any of that behind all the masks. So this is like our only chance to critique everybody's facial hair.
You can critique my facial hair because I don't have to wear a mask in this hotel room.
That's true. And you already got some very positive comments from my wife and others in the chat. Yeah. Who were giving you praise for that luxurious beard that you have there. So
yeah, it's growing. Having a beard is growing on both me and my partner, which honestly are the only two people who ultimately matter. But where's the Will beard?
Well, that's funny you should say that, because I really did give growing a beard an honest try at one point, and I just can't get past that point where it starts to get itchy. It drives me crazy. It drives me insane. About 2 weeks into growing a beard, it looks fine. I don't even mind the look of it, but it just itches so much. And everybody says, oh, you just got to fight through. You just have to wait one more week and it's going to stop itching. And I say, well, hell no, I can't. I can't wait another week. It has to come off. I hate this. So I don't know. I'm not sure if I'm destined, but let's get a look at your beard now.
Yeah, I've never gotten the itchy beard thing. I mean, like maybe minimally at about this length, perhaps, but honestly, not so bad. You get more of a halo effect of me than anything right now. I should move the slide a little bit, but
yeah. Well, I mean, I'm relatively clean shaven right now, of course, but there are pictures of me floating around somewhere that I can provide that show me as bearded as I've ever had. It seems like the Ranked in the chat is potentially we're making him feel a little bit bad, just because I know there are many of us out there that are beard challenged, and I do apologize for this line of discussion to all of those people.
Yeah, but one other thing that is related to, let's say, more the hair than beard, not beer, excuse me. You know where my head's at. How are the cats doing? I think there are a lot of people who would like to know at least a little bit about your cats, even if you're not going to show them on stream. I think people would like to know.
Yeah, I think that the line of demarcation between the official Scrabble Twitch channel and my Twitch channel is going to preclude the cats from coming on stream too much. We have a closed door behind me right now, but a lot of cat playtime happening during lunch, and the cats are doing fine, and they will be coming soon to whatever next stream we do on twitch.tv/wanderer15. The cats are doing great, but for now, this, unfortunately, I do apologize, this will probably be a cat-free stream today. So
sad. Well, maybe you want to jump up and say hi or something.
The door is closed back there, so that will be tough. But I wouldn't put it past them to jailbreak their way in here. Yeah. So anyway, speaking of finding pictures of myself with a beard and finding pictures of my cats, just want to maybe do some of our plugging during the break while we wait for our next matchup, which I definitely think will be between Ben Schoenbrunn and Rashid Balagun. Again, if you are just tuning in or have been tuning in all along, you'll be recognizing this message, but we really do want to call out that this event is being sponsored by Scrabble Go and PlayScrabble.com. So $5,000 contribution to the event to defray tournament expenses, get some snazzier live streaming equipment that we're all benefiting from here, and to increase the prize pools at the event. So I'm assuming, again, that most of us here watching along are familiar with this app, but if not, definitely a lot of fun. I enjoy playing on there, making lots of Scrabble Go content for social media lately. And also want to call out our new web platform, PlayScrabble.com. This is in beta, only accessible to users in North America, the US and Canada. But we really hope for this to be an important piece in our Scrabble as an esport strategy. So right now we are watching a live Scrabble event, but very soon we hope to broadcast online events held on this platform. Yeah, we really want it to be more of a classic experience than the more modern twist on Scrabble that you see on Scrabble Go. So hopefully some of you guys will head on over to this URL, check it out, play a few games. Remember, it is still in beta, so there probably will be a bug or two still to squash, but really hoping to generate some buzz and excitement behind this site going forward. And finally, as I said, my original segue was maybe we could find some pictures of me with a beard or pictures of a cat. But if you have pictures of yourself competing at the Crescent City Cup or playing Scrabble on mobile or web at playscrabble.com and want a chance to be featured on this broadcast, definitely make that post, tag us on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter at ScrabbleGo on all three. Include the hashtags ScrabbleGo, PlayScrabble, or CCC. And I have every expectation that tomorrow or Monday, we will show off some of those posts, and maybe I will try to come up with some good reward for our favorite posts. So thank you guys for bearing free cat cam on my next stream. You could make me, maybe I should do my next stream on my personal channel in some kind of costume of your choice. You could play a best of however many, maybe best of 3 series with me on Play Scrabble. We'll try to come up with some prizes to participate in this. But otherwise, yeah. Oh, Ben and Rashid. Okay, no worries. Ben and Rashid have already started their game. So we should... Oh, not on stream. Okay, no worries. Okay, in that case, understood. Well, so we're going to get a different game. I'm sure we will get a great game to watch. It just won't be Ben and Rashid. So we'll figure out who it is.
Yeah.
There were no shortage of other interesting games, and I have every expectation. Again, Conrad, we're only 5 games in. We have 15 more games to watch. I am very sure that we will get healthy doses of both Ben and Rashid going forward. So, yeah. Is there anybody that we haven't seen that you feel we will be particularly entertained by watching?
I mean, Ben and Rashid. So, you know, my goal, of course, and it sounds like we're going to have Dr. Bing alongside Eric, who we just saw. Sounds like who we're going to be seeing next. Cool. But generally speaking, I love watching Dr. Bing play. Okay, Dave Weekend. There are multiple Daves, so can differentiate a little bit.
Yeah, Weekend's nicknamed Dr. Bing for obvious reasons to us in the community. But what are those reasons for those that are curious? Why is that his nickname?
Well, I mean. So I think the part that some people don't know, and I don't even know if this is correct, but like it should be Dr. Bingo, right?
Yes.
I believe it's Dr. Bing because his license plate in Oregon for many years was Dr. Bing, and you can only have 6 letters in Oregon. So I think he just dropped the O. I think it's stuck from there. I think that's why. But please don't
That's
hold me to that.
amazing. Oh my
Don't hold me to that.
gosh. All right. Well, we'll have to ask Dave sometime about why that is, but I think the players are standing by and ready to play. It's going to be Dave Wiegand versus Erickson Smith, who we just watched. So we'll see, and the players are going to get the go-ahead to start up momentarily. And I think they just have received that. Yeah, don't forget that.
Have you noticed though, in general, like we tend to call people named Dave or David by their last name? Like I would say Koenig, I would say Weekend a lot, and obviously we all say Whitley. No one says David Whitley.
That has to be a function of there being so many of them that we have to differentiate them. Nobody would understand which of those people you meant unless you say their last name, perhaps.
Yeah. You used to have this problem with Jeremy's. Now I guess maybe it's Dave's.
Yeah, a lot of Jeremys, a lot of Jasons as well. I feel like the Jasons suffer from that same thing. Not a lot of Wills. I think I have benefited quite a bit from not too many other Wills in the Scrabble world. And Conrad, I have to say that not a ton of Conrads come to mind.
Well, one other one comes to mind. Is he playing? Is he playing this weekend? He's from.
I'm not sure. Yeah, I know that
this state.
Yeah, you're not the only Conrad, but you are definitely. When I hear Conrad in a Scrabble context, it's very hard not to think of you first. So. So Dave plays Brim from this rack of 6 consonants and only 1 vowel. That looks pretty reasonable. We should note that Brim also takes an A hook in front. A brim is a valid word, so we got to be careful of that. That's something we may see. But back to Eric. He has an R on his rack, and wow, okay, very quickly. So this could be a great example of like Eric's got his feet under him and he is about to bingo. You see that F48 is lined up on Eric's rack and he's not going to waste any further time. He's going to play this nice bingo coming down here to start him off on the right foot, although Dave is going to strike back here, I think.
Yeah, I think so. And as he's counting that up, want to give a shout out to Mo, the cool Morris, as opposed to the uncool one.
Hey, Mo Green.
But yeah,
what uncool Morris even is there? I mean, that's...
Well, you can read his little story here, but
he is the uncool one from his story. Oh no, I'm so.
But
sorry.
now he's the cool one. Look at his his username
now. He definitely is the cool one now.
Yeah.
Mo Green, good friend of us both, friend of the broadcast. So Studdle, yeah,
and a past champion
of this event. That's a great point.
Event.
Yeah, so got to shout out. It would, maybe between sessions I'll try to put together some kind of like past champions of this event screen to show, because this has been kind of a who's who of Scrabble over the years. So anyway, Dave must have won this event before too, right?
He's won this event, I think, like 5 times.
Like every time. Yeah. So Dave
He's won it a lot of times.
Yeah. Dave, no stranger to winning this. He plays Studdle for a very good score. He's up to 100. However, and Dave's his post bingo draw absolutely atrocious for Dave Wiegand here. So this is an opportunity for Eric to try to get some points here. He should be able to do so with his Y and his K. Those are very good scoring tiles. And then we're very, very likely to see an exchange out of Dave on his next turn. So Eric is down in the score right now, but that is going to change in a hurry. As 3 N's, a Q, and a J, not a vowel in sight. At least he has an S to start him off on his next rack, though.
So as Kenji is noting to himself that he thinks he's picked up on a tell of Dr. Bing, one thing, like, tells are a very big thing in Scrabble. But what I'm realizing now is that, I have a tell on Dave Wiegand, for example. He knows I do. But it requires him not wearing a mask. Masks are taking
yes.
away some of the tells, and that's actually very interesting. You know, if you have a pretty good idea that someone has a bad rack, it can it can influence the play that you make. And so if some of those are affected by wearing a mask, that's actually kind of funny.
Yeah, that's a great point. It's also a really interesting point that, in general, um, this is a major difference from online play, right? Like Scrabble over a board and Scrabble online. That's certainly more similar than like basketball over on a court and basketball online playing a video game, right? Like
Yeah.
the two things, the Scrabble online and Scrabble over a board are way closer in their look and feel and all of that sort of thing. But if there were differences, like that's a big one, right? Like seeing
Yeah.
the flesh and blood human being in front of you and watching their behavior. Some people really emote a lot when playing. There's a lot that you can learn. So Eric plays yoke. I think we like this play by him. He was probably looking just to make sure, do I have anything any better than this somewhere? And the answer really is no. So Erickson is rebounding from his previous game, and he's made a couple really good plays so far here. Let's see if he can keep that up. And also let's see what he draws here. Ooh, wow, look at that. What's that last letter? Okay, there's some good stuff here for him. And Dave quickly exchanges. That's definitely correct for him with such a unappealing rack. And
Is that Oxemia there? Yep. Oh, yep.
It is. It is.
It's hiding, but it's there.
Wow, it is there. And basically because Eric...
Oh, my God.
And look at that exchange. Oh, my God, Dave.
Good Lord.
Terrible luck for Dave. He exchanges 5 consonants and draws 5 more of them. So Eric, this is incredible, especially because anoxemia, which it really does seem like Eric sees, he's got it spelled out on his rack. All he has to do is see that A evaporates and note that his 2-letter words still fit there. Dave would have an S to pluralize anoxemia on the triple. And if he had even gotten 1 vowel, he would hammer that spot in response, but he hasn't. So what does he even do once anoxemia gets played?
Yeah,
so
play like Franck or something through it. That's something terrible.
Oh my God. So here it comes. Anoxemia is the play here. And man, he's just going to be kind of squirming to try to do anything about this massive hook. Or maybe he won't be that concerned just because, well, let's just see. FVL, I mean, yeah, you said Franck, right? I mean, what else can you even do?
Yeah.
So this is going to be a toughie. Certainly anything that Dave plays here is not going to make him feel that excited. And let's just see what Eric draws. This is a big swing here. There's that S. Oh, man. Wow. Tinsley. Oh, wow. What a draw. So there is... This is huge. Dave Wiegand, through no fault of his own at all here, he's basically had no chance to even do much with a couple of these racks. He is really on the brink. I have no idea what Dave is going to play here. I certainly don't love the play of Franck or Franck's hooking your S onto Studdles, but maybe that's his best play. And if he plays that, he still is going to get hit incredibly hard with Tinsley and FY. So there's there is no escape for Dave here. He's going to get hammered by Erickson's next play, and Eric is already up 80. So
and even if he does find a way to block it, Ethanil's is still hanging around.
Yeah, good point. Really good point. So this is just not going Dave's way right now. So we'll see what he ends up playing, but either way, a pretty massive bomb of a play is headed in his direction. So this is certainly looking like a complete reversal of fortune for Eric from the previous game where Dave Koenig was all over him from the get-go. Totally different That is Scrabble in a nutshell, right? The ability to shrug off what happens in one game, get ready for the next one, and realize that your tiles could be completely different. And Dave exchanges. I think that's probably okay. I think I probably would have put something on the board here. I don't know. It's exchanging is really fine, I would say. But he keeps CRS. And
I mean, if you're down 80, maybe just take Francs. I don't know. There's still plenty of time.
It's tempting, but even Francs is going to get crushed, as you see.
Oh, yeah, I mean, in this case, sure.
Yeah, but in many cases it might not, right? It's much tougher to play to the triple after Francs, and you leave LV. It's not, it's not awful. But in this situation, Dave exchanges, Tinsley goes down, and Dave draws the Q without a U.
Can we just call that Q like an O? So close.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, carrots or something better. So, wow. This is, a lot of games that have been slightly one-sided. I have every expectation that, we will eventually see a close game on stream. So it's just not happening right now. So Dave's going to play Cot almost certainly somewhere. There it is. One thing about Dave that I tend to notice is like he doesn't really get affected when this happens to him. I don't feel like I've ever bagged Dave Wiegand and had him react in any kind of way, one way or another. Would you say that's accurate to his personality? You've played him much more than I have.
Yeah, I mean, like in a tournament, yes. I mean, like at club, no, we'll give each other a bunch of crap immediately. But no, like he's one of the most even keeled players, and when you have a resume like he does, like
yeah, what do you really need to be worried about exactly?
Right.
Yeah, you're Dave Wiegand. So yep. But really kudos to Erickson. He's played 3 bingos. He hasn't missed any of them. If you draw them, you got to see them. So he has done that. But certainly much stronger performance for him in this game than the previous. So looks like he's got Jailer lined up on the rack. Is he going to think of a Brim to play there? That seems like a great, great option to close a lot off. And there it goes. Nice job. So this is not a very appealing board to make a comeback on now.
Yeah, I mean, especially if you're Dave, like he was probably hoping he was going to get that a Brim spot, honestly.
Yep.
That was such a, getting a double-double there, such a good way to, embark on a crazy quest to get back in the game, but that just, no.
And it looks like he has unplayable grocers here.
Yeah,
is that,
almost groceries, but not quite.
Yeah, Weibin, we were talking about that Dave is running. He's taken up running, and he looks awesome. So great job to Dave Wiegand. And I was also saying that he is getting tougher and tougher to beat on different anagramming challenges that we do. For example, the challenges on Aerolith. So that's, he's in fine form. This game does not define him. Again, he's going to be 3-3 almost certainly after this game, but no one will be surprised if he is on the podium somewhere by the time round 20 is complete.
Seems likely, yeah. I mean, I will say during the lunch break, we did make a stop to buy a bunch of beer. But
okay. So depending on if he loses any more games than this, is that what you're saying? Maybe he's a threat to enjoy himself in ways other than playing Scrabble today. Is that possible?
I think it's possible. Josh Sokol actually bought me a beer during lunch. We shared a sour, so that was cool.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, Josh, obviously, for those watching along, that is Axer Typo.
Yeah,
he is
Typo,
also competing here and will be starting his own streams on this very channel. So if you are an Axer Typo fan and want to make sure you don't catch him on his channel and here, he is going to be basically our first quote-unquote sponsored streamer that we're going to have on a weekly basis for at least the immediate future here. So hope maybe we get a few extra typo heads following the channel out of loyalty to him there. So
yeah, some Sokolites.
Sokolites, exactly, like socialites but better.
Yeah. No one screams socialite like.
Yeah, like Josh.
Yeah, I can't even finish it.
Yeah. So Dave's, I mean, he is sitting in a situation where nothing is really going to revive his winning chances here. He just has to try to come up with some way that will let him cut this gap. We've seen Dave in the first game. Dave took a slightly narrower loss to Walker Willingham. Then he had a huge win in his second game on stream, I believe, against Terry Kang. And this game is shaping up to be just the opposite of that, a pretty big loss for him.
Yeah. Strategy actually just said exactly what I was about to say when you finished talking, which was in a different challenge rule, I'd probably try Grocered here.
Oh, what a nice idea. So a non-bingo double-double through the E of Anoxemias and to the D of Stuttle.
That is not a word.
Not a valid word, but boy, it looks like a word.
Yeah.
And tough.
But I can tell you, Wiegand was definitely thinking in his head, I have groceries through the I and the E.
Yeah. Almost close.
In Clavers.
Yeah. Very, very close. And Dave, renowned for his ability to find long words of that type. So back over to Erickson Smith. He's got an F and a B. He has some good. I think he's going to get set to play Bine underneath Anoxemias, which looks like it makes some sense there. Maybe a slight improvement would be to play his F there instead, but either way, something like Knife in that spot would be pretty good. But either way, blocking off that E of Anoxemias looks like a great idea for him. That is definitely not a lot of threats on this board, but if we had to pick a biggest threat for Dave to bingo, it would be that E. Maybe the R probably of Torque, actually, as you said. The R and C would be worse, but the E is not. The E is up there, and blocking it makes a lot of sense while scoring pretty well.
Yeah.
So we'll see what Eric chooses to play. Just as a quick note, I would normally be running predictions on who's going to win each game, but this channel, despite having 100 concurrent viewers right now, is technically not an affiliate yet on Twitch, so we'll have to stream a little bit more to get to that milestone, but that is coming in the near future, and we'll see what trajectory we can take for this channel. So it could be really something great for the Scrabble community to have a channel like this where you could reliably expect live event broadcast at very regular intervals, whether it be over the board or online play. So
Will, who gets to be first for this channel when it reaches affiliate?
I don't know. I mean, it's definitely, I would not encourage people to, open up their wallets necessarily and start gifting out subs here when that's possible. But I am kind of optimistic that we might be able to tap into a user base of viewers that really like Scrabble but aren't as familiar with Twitch, and maybe we can get a lot of people who have Twitch primes to burn here. So it's not impossible.
Mine is already spoken for, but oh well.
Yeah, that's fine. I think it's totally fine. I don't think we're gonna beg for subs here just yet. So
no.
So Eric is I feel like something's frozen here on my end. I'm not sure.
I mean, Eric, from where I'm sitting, Eric is still thinking about Bine.
Okay, never mind. Looks like I got it back. Okay, he's moving. Good. It might have just been my call that was frozen. So, okay, there's Bine. I see it there.
I prefer Beer Info, the anagram of Bonefire. Beer Info. It's like one of the new websites to find info about beer.
That would be a very well-named website indeed.
Yeah.
So, all right, Bine is the play. Looks like a solid choice by Eric. Maybe a possibility of just playing knife there instead, but that is really splitting hairs at this point. Oh, wow. Look at that. There's a cool play. Oh, man. Sidewinder points out a pretty nice play. It's not going to get Dave very much closer to winning the game, but he has a double-double through 3 tiles on the board here. Worsened, which, yeah, is an apt word indeed for Dave, whose situation has worsened in this game steadily from start to finish. So
yeah, I would like to see him play Wiegsor here, Wiegsor, as in
Dave Wiegsor. Yeah,
Dave
something, some variation of Wiegand maybe would be appropriate, just to see if what Erickson would do. He'd probably laugh if he did that, but of course, yeah, we'll see. Studlery. That would be a lot of fun. That would certainly be a nice insertion there. So that is not a valid word, I don't think. Oh, look at this. What a guy. Look at that. Yeah. That is just very, very nice, especially with a pretty nice play staring him in the face, just dropping the W alongside the E of Tinsley would score 26 points, leaving good bingo tiles. But Dave, being Dave, manages to find the really, really stylish play. That's awesome. That is really nice. That's great.
Now let's see if he can hit like a miracle draw down below, maybe.
Yeah, he's close. He's close to geodetic, but not quite. Not quite. Geodetic. Yeah, geodetic would be. So he doesn't quite have that. Is worsened even better? Maybe not. Maybe with the fact that he needs to bingo a bunch of times, he should have kept himself close. But then again, you need the points too. I think he probably needs the points and to get incredibly lucky many times from here on out. Also, it's worth noting, both blanks are unseen to both players. We have not seen a blank tile yet. So maybe Dave can draw one blank and then the other and start to make a huge comeback. I doubt it. I mean, his chances of winning this game have to be in the sub 1% zone right now, but he is Dave Wiegand, so we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, even Dave, I don't think he'll be able to pull off a true comeback here, but
it's still worth trying to cut that deficit as best he can.
And he will, that's what he is great at constructing comebacks. So
even if it's try to come back and only lose by 70, say, he's still good at that too.
Yeah, and in part that is because of his attitude, right? He just does not seem to be affected by games like this. And he doesn't seem to be affected that much either when he actually, like in this game, he really hasn't made a mistake that you could point to and say, wow, Dave screwed this up. But even when he does make a mistake, I feel like that doesn't even get him down that much either, just because he knows that tends to be a rarity for him to make a blunder of any sort. So,
and speaking of which, I didn't ask him. Josh asked him, I think, during the lunch break about Elamroot. And Dave said he just neglected to look through the O. He just forgot. So
yeah, I mean, and that's surprising. But again, those obscured spots are the toughest sometimes. I think if that O was wide open, he never misses that play. It was the X in that spot earlier on that caused him to not consider that O as a bingo lane. So again, this is a previously played game, not one that we're watching right now. So anyway, Eric looks like he is finally getting around to, let's see what he plays. Oh, he's thinking about playing Wagoner, which does make a good deal of sense for him to sort of block off that R and C at the bottom of the board in a pretty effective way. He can score better than Wagoner for sure here. But the nice thing is if Eric wants to get to the end of the game as fast as he can, playing 6 tiles is a good way to hasten that. And it also blocks that R, which, as we were saying, probably the most dangerous bingo threat after worsened, certainly. So I get the idea behind this. Do you think that was too much of a sacrifice over something like Thaw alongside worsened, Conrad?
I mean, yeah, like 100%. I mean, the concept of trying to get to the end of the game earlier is really never a good strategy. You just shouldn't do it. I mean, if you are doing it in this case, it's because you're admitting that you feel like you're an underdog to your opponent and you just want to have less time to make a mistake. But I don't really think anyone should treat themselves like that, right? So
it does, yeah, it does feel like that strategy is usually the one of getting to the end of the game faster is usually born out of panic more than anything. I feel like that's a panicking type thing where it sounds good to you, but you actually incur a lot of risk doing that strategy. I'm just trying to think of what Ericsson's thinking.
Oh, it is very likely. It's very likely that.
Not to say that he's right. He's not necessarily panicking, and I think either way, he's very, very, very likely, if not a lock, to win this game. But he's probably going to win it by much less doing that than he would normally. And it's still important, right? It's still, no matter where you are. Oh, there's that blank though. So there, finally, the first blank has come out to play, and we'll just have to see.
His rack is literally "Fu Dave blank," or is not Scrabble, but Scrabble with numbers.
That's a great point.
Dave full.
Dave full. Yeah, he could potentially play Dave full somewhere, as a moving trolling tribute, but instead he's going to play what does look like the correct play of Fauve leaving D blank, which is definitely strong. The question is Dave going to continue to open the board in the hopes of eventually cutting his deficit, or is he going to be okay to just leave the board more or less as it is, knowing he's not likely to win this game? Still, the C of Torque is pretty tempting. If Eric not only has he drawn, look at all this. Wow. Okay.
Oh my goodness.
So that is
Sads.
Quite the rack. Elderword, let me get that information for you here. I have it here. I will put it up on screen momentarily for you. The tracking. We have the tracking set to basically start kicking in the second half of the game. So
we must be in the second half of the game by now.
Yeah, I think I have it now ready to rock. Yeah, there it is. So this is from Dave Wiegand's perspective. So we'll shift it back to Eric's perspective once Dave plays. So from Dave's POV, you can see both blanks, one of the S's, the Z, no E's though. Looks like all the E's are on the board already. Is that true?
It seems like it's tradition now, right? Like a few games already.
Yeah.
That like already no more E's.
Oh man, and look at that! People are pointing out Cruzados and Ericsson
Zardums is even
Zardums, better. but Eric's Zardums is slightly better, but Eric definitely sees Cruzados because he has it set up on his rack. So I don't think in any circumstances here is the C of Torque getting blocked, and Eric is going to get a just massive bomb of a bingo at the bottom of the board. So this game has been all Erickson Smith here against the former champion Dave Wiegand.
I mean, that's how it works.
All right.
The Nigel Richards apocrypha, because I don't know if he said it or not actually, but Scrabble's all about 25%. You have no chance. 25% of games, you're just going to win no matter what, and it's what you do about those other 50%. Don't know if he actually said it, but so I've been told. I'll let Wabin or someone who might be closer to the original comment.
I don't know if he said that either, but I do know that if you look at Nigel Richards' winning percentage, it's like 74.9% or something in his career, or like 74.8 or something. Some number that basically perfectly confirms this idea that if you win every game that skill can possibly decide, you can get up to 75% even against really strong opposition. Mm-hmm. So Cruzado's is an absolute hammer of a play. Let me update some of these numbers and letters here for you guys.
And I can tell you right now, Dave is thinking, oh, see, there's finally a head shake. He's thinking sad because he sees the SAD, and Dave does love to say sad during games when he's losing.
Yeah.
So,
all right, let's see. So this is now the situation that Dave is facing. There we go. So only a handful of tiles left in the bag. Looks like 4. We'll see which of those. And Eric draws figural right out of the bag. And that word fits alongside Tinsley. Oh, my God. It just goes from bad to worse for Dave. The only question is, I think Dave's going to block it by playing Fusey at the top of the board.
And even so, like, one of Dave's biggest strengths I've noticed lately, in our hundreds of games we played, well, not this year, but in 2021, is he's really good at intuiting, the most likely place to preemptively block. He's gotten very good at that.
That's a little bit scary for the rest of the world that Dave is learning some of these really good defensive principles.
Dave is like getting good at defense, and it's kind of terrifying.
Yeah, so that's but look at this. In this situation, he plays Vicar at the lower left. So this is a big question. Okay. Is Eric gonna see figural here? So Vicar doesn't really do too much other than score, right? It doesn't block any major threats. So this is basically as demoralized as Dave can get. And Conrad, we see our friend Puneet is on Dave's track. I wonder if Puneet is in the chat there, but yeah.
Puneet is playing in the tournament. So
okay, so he's definitely not then.
But so. I will send one of our friend group.
Got a screenshot this. Of that. Yeah. Okay, so wow. The only question here, will Erickson see the 7-letter word on his rack? And if he does, this is an out bingo for him. So the bag is empty after Vicar. There were 4 tiles in the bag, so we no longer have any need for tracking. We just see that Eric's got figural and Dave has Puneet, and that's it. So, yeah, not a lot to think about here. If you see the bingo, down it comes, and the game is going to end. If that does indeed happen, Eric's going to win by 300 points in this game. Okay. Maybe he's just getting ready to play Frug to the F of Fauve, or from the F of Fauve. So maybe a missed opportunity for him here. But really, he's nailed every other opportunity he's had. A lot of bingos for him. F8, Anoxemia, Tinsley, and Cruzados. Just very well done. So, yeah, he's not looking. Figural definitely looks like it's going to get past him here. And that is some small consolation, I guess, for Dave. Not that he's going to know or care about that. So Frug is the play for Eric. So this tournament, I believe, Elder Word, is taking place across 3 different ballrooms. I believe.
So I missed. I'll butt in.
Okay, great.
A larger room than ever. They added a 3rd ballroom, but the ballrooms are all combined. You'll kind of notice that half wall to the left behind Dave. It's like kind of half closed off. But basically, this allows them to have maximum spacing between games. And although I haven't personally gone into the tournament room today with all the people in there, it does sound like people feel pretty comfortable with all the distance between all of the games. So it is 3 ballrooms instead of the usual 2. And if you've been to this tournament before, it's usually pretty tightly packed because you have 100 and some people who want to play, and they kind of max this tournament out most years. So that's kind of the deal.
Yep, my memory of the last in-person Crescent City Cup in 2020, I was able to attend, and I remember feeling like it was, I think there were upwards of 120, maybe even 130-ish people, and it did feel like there were lots and lots of people in a closed space, which at the time, that's not a big deal. I didn't mind it, but Yeah, definitely looks like a little bit of a different vibe this time. But anyway, final score here, 583 for Erickson Smith against Dave Wiegand's 320. So that's going to be a tough one for Dave Wiegand. That's a lot of spread that he just got sort of stripped of in this game. So, yeah. Scrabble Kate in the chat says Joey Malik 6-0 in NWL. Congrats to Joey, a long time player who I must have played 30 games against over the years. So nice to see Joey doing well. And of course, for those curious, you can see the standings here if you're watching for anybody. And there was a discussion. I think it's so cool that there are a lot of players playing in this event for the first time.
Yeah, it's really
cool. That came here. Basically, my estimation is that they came here kind of from seeing us on Twitch and from seeing us on some of these more modern platforms. It's really cool to see. I can't think of a tournament in recent history, and obviously a huge part of this is that we're coming back, and this is one of the first events taking place live since really the onset of the pandemic. But the fact that there's like 6 or 7 players playing for the first time here, many of whom are coming from chess or poker or other gaming cultures, it really feels good to see that. Yeah. It's very exciting. So
it is super cool, and I think the reality of it, that I think what it really means is these are the sort of people who are really going to help us grow the game in the future. And it's nice to know that over the last 2 years, with all the cool tech related things that have happened, for word games in general, it's exciting to see this.
Yeah, it's there's more reason for excitement, more reason for hope for Scrabble than I certainly have felt in a number of years. So I'm really excited to see where we're at by the end of 2022. Hopefully, as you said, that we can get out of pandemic and into endemic. At least that would represent a slight improvement over the status quo. And that would really let us unlock our over-the-board tournament scene. Thank you very much to Scrab Jerry, who says, enjoying your coverage from SF Bay Area. Of course we know you're from the SF Bay Area, Jerry. Thank you very much for the kind words.
Yeah. But what some people might not know is, Jerry's one of the people who I would call, going back to my childhood, one of the people who really mentored me at the game and who I really modeled my game after. So it's cool to see him in the chat. Not too many people really influenced my Scrabble game. Actually, 2 of them are in the chat right now, and the other one, of course, is Lester, who's no longer with us, and Kenji being the 3rd person. So
yeah, for sure, all great influences in their own way. And I feel like that's definitely another part of why the Scrabble community on Twitch and other platforms is poised to grow. And I think we just have a really nice, in general, it seems like we love to share. We love to talk about strategies. We love to do our best to help one another improve at the game. That's definitely something I know the 2 of us are very passionate about, which is part of why we're here today doing this sort of commentary. I love to sort of spread the gospel of Scrabble and explain what makes it such an interesting, deep game that you could study for years and never get to the bottom of it as an intellectual exercise. So that I think that the fundamental nature of our community. And then, of course, as we're seeing lately in the news, we see Wordle, we see, Babel Royale, bunches of other word games coming out that are just basically capitalizing on this basic truth that people love to play word games. And Scrabble is the granddaddy of them all, the original, the game that has made all these other games possible. And I think Scrabble stands to gain quite a bit from this general sort of realization that word games are awesome and fun to play. So
Will, what do you think? You want to spend a bunch of time this year trying to grow the game? Want to do it?
Yes, I do. Is that a segue into some plugs or what?
I think so, but before you go into said plugs, I do want to answer one thing. Baxwest, not only is he still there, he's actually in the chat right now. Charles Goldstein is watching this right now. I see his name in the list, so you could ask him directly.
Oh, wow.
But he has played in decades. For a little while in the early 2010s when we had a whole host of, like, most of the top experts basically just lived in the Bay Area for a solid year and a half. Charles came right out of retirement and started coming to club and playing every week. So, yeah. But anyway, he is. I won't dox him, but if you know what his profession is and where he lives, you should be able to figure out who
you can
he
look
is.
him up, huh? Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
we thank you, and hopefully no harm done to Charles if he's watching in the chat.
No,
we won't identify
his identity is. I think he makes a point of it being known.
Okay. Sounds good. In that case, he won't mind too much. But yeah, I mean, I just think as we're saying, there's a lot of reason for optimism for a whole bunch of different reasons. And oh, look at this comment from Womble ISC. Watching you guys has shown tournament Scrabble isn't as scary as it seems. Did my first 2 tournaments last year. No doubt I'll be doing it for the rest of my life. That is, that type of comment it really honestly feels amazing to see that and understand that is exactly what we're trying to motivate here with this. Yep. For me personally, and I'm sure for Conrad too, replacing other hobbies that I've had in my life with Scrabble and related pursuits, word gaming stuff has been like the best decision that I've ever made in life. Let me stop there. Other than meeting my wife, marrying my wife. There we go. So but all of that was only possible because I got into Scrabble and developed that confidence to sort of put myself out there. That's how I met my wife. So without Scrabble, maybe it doesn't happen.
Yeah.
So Allison, if you're out there, you're number 1, Scrabble's number 2. But a close number 2. So, I think she just got home from doing errands or something. So she might not have heard that, but somebody will, I'm sure, let her know. So anyway, lots of reason for optimism. And with that, why don't we just continue? And, I do apologize for those that have watched 7 hours and 25 minutes, which is what we are into with this stream today. You're going to have heard this already, but for those who are just joining, we do want to continue to emphasize that this tournament does represent a big, big first for the Scrabble community, or maybe not a first, but first in a while. Not sure how we would categorize this. But a $5,000 sponsorship from Scrabble Go and PlayScrabble.com. That's really cool. It's something that I hope can start to be a repeatable thing if we make this a big success. And one way that we can ensure that it's a success is to do our best to support our sponsor. One way to do that is to download and start playing Scrabble Go on mobile. Bringing a modern twist to this classic word game straight to your mobile device with the official board, tiles, and Scrabble word dictionaries in 6 languages. Only Scrabble Go delivers the authentic crossword game experience on mobile. Download and start playing now. And then, of course, next up, we have a website. So if you are not into the quote-unquote modern twist of Scrabble Go, we now have a web platform that is much more classic in look and feel at playscrabble.com. It's still in beta. Beta version available in the US and Canada, North America only. The rest of the world hopefully will follow in just a little bit. This is a very different look and feel, not quite the same coloration and style. It's going to be a much more stripped down classic experience. And we really hope that some of you guys head on over there, make an account, poke around. I have lots of blog content and other articles on the forums and blog. So this is we're really hoping that this website can be successful, and it's going to be a key pillar of our esport strategy going forward. So last little plug, if you are at the event in New Orleans, or if you want to be a part of the broadcast, you can do some social sharing. So I have to allow, I don't even know why I'm allowing this permitted term in the chat, but that's okay. So yeah, so we do have some incentives for you guys to do some sharing. If you're at the tournament, you have a cool game you want to share on socials, or if you're watching from afar and want to be a part of the action and you play a cool game on Scrabble Go or playscrabble.com, you can tag us at Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, at Scrabble Go on all three with the hashtags you see on that screen, and you can be featured on the broadcast. And again, I'm going to try to come up with some cool rewards to provide people that do some of this sharing. So that's it. There you go. There's some plugs. And again, I'm really hopeful that there can be sort of a community investment in some of these initiatives, because the more successful we all are with this stuff, the more support we can get for over the board Scrabble as a part of our future here. So yeah, so not sure yet. We are 6 games in for the day. How is your stamina, Conrad? I'm doing okay, but definitely feeling the burn a little bit.
I'm fine. I mean, you can again let me perorate a little more if you want. I'm happy to do it. What I will say is, while you were so busy plugging away there, you missed probably the most important conversation of the day, where we were talking about tendies, otherwise fondly known to you as nugs. Why don't you tell everyone about your experience with nugs, and why they are the most important Scrabble food?
Well, we were talking about brain food earlier, and basically the brain food of choice for me is objectively and physiologically not a good food, and that is fried chicken of various types. I love to eat chicken nuggets, chicken tenders when I'm at a Scrabble tournament, and I know that's not good for me, nor is it good for my brain. But one of my fondest moments was traveling overseas to play Scrabble. I alluded to it earlier. Hong Kong and Malaysia, 2 places that I've traveled. I played Scrabble in Malaysia, but traveled to Hong Kong before that. And man, they have some good fried chicken out there, including some Korean fried chicken in Malaysia, which is some of the best, yummiest food that I've ever eaten. So man, that, and I have a big shout out to Conrad for that, to sort of guide me to those places and help me understand the limit of tendies that you can really experience on this earth.
Yeah. Now, to be fair, before I lose too much of my cred, I did take you to have Hainanese chicken rice and Shenzhen bao, which is fried xiaolong bao, and we did take you to have a lot of other things that weren't just nugs. That said,
absolutely,
I am glad that how many Kyochon chicken tenders do you think you had in Malaysia, given that breakfast and lunch were covered by that amazing buffet?
the thing about that is, like, we were both like sick as a dog during that tournament, so there was no way that we were going to feel up to our normal level of alertness anyway. So basically I said to myself, I'm not feeling good, I'm sick, I have some kind of sinus infection that is not good right now. And in order for me to get through this, I need tendies. There's no other way. I'm not taking Sudafed. I'm not taking anything else. I'm taking tendies. And however I feel as a result of that, I feel. And that strategy worked decently well for me. So yeah, I don't know. I look forward to it again, hopefully without the raging sickness part, as strategy refers to in the chat.
Isn't that weird though? It kind of like, even though it was over a year off, it was almost like a harbinger of things to come. Like, oh, you bring 45 people from all over the world, plus the people working the event stuff, so 50-some people, and put them in a beautiful, spacious, high-ceilinged ballroom, and one person brings the flu, and all of a sudden 50 people have this nasty, I mean, that is some of the sickest I've been.
Yeah, it was, as you say, maybe
obviously.
Yeah, maybe we would have benefited from some masking or some of the procedures that are a little more normalized now. So maybe next time around, I'll mask on the plane and on the subways and trains on my way wherever we're playing overseas. So
that said, I cannot wait to get back to play overseas. Like, as soon as possible. I cannot wait, and I'm gonna do it, and I hope you're gonna do it too.
Fingers crossed that we can get back to that. It was a big bucket list moment for me to travel overseas and play, and I can't wait to do it again. So for sure, that's on my agenda.
Yeah, what's an international tournament that you'd love to play? If you could say like this year you get to go to one, and whether or not it's actually happening, where's the place you'd choose to go play?
So obviously anywhere that Michael Tang holds a tournament, I will be intrigued. I have two other places that are on my agenda to travel very soon that have sort of leaped to the top of my list. The first would be the King's Cup in Thailand. That is a bucket list tournament for me to play. I would love to compete in that event someday. It seems like it really is the gold standard. I don't know what's going on with sponsorship and whatnot for that. But another place that really intrigues me is I would love to go to Nigeria to play Scrabble. I would love to go to Nigeria and compete in some of the events that one of our illustrious event partners, Lukman Owolabi, is holding out there. There's been some talk about potentially me when things return more to normal, heading out there and playing some events with the very, very strong Nigerian Scrabble contingent out there. So those are my two places right now. I wouldn't sell England short as a place that I'd like to go play Scrabble. I went to England on honeymoon with my wife while the Worlds was taking place there, mere like half an hour away from where I was. So oddly, I was like right there in England when Worlds was taking place, but not playing Scrabble. So maybe someday we'll go back. I'll go back and compete in an event there. So that's those would be my three that come to mind. Really good call out by Womble ISC. Maybe Malta would be a fun tournament to go to. But Conrad, you've traveled all over the place to play Scrabble. So you'll have to, are there any places left that you would love to go that you haven't gone yet?
So I actually have not played in Nigeria. The year I was all set to go, I was ready to buy my plane tickets, was I think it was 2013. And lo and behold, 1 or 2 months before we're all getting ready to buy our tickets, and actually, Rashid was living over there at the time, and he was going to kind of be like my guide when I went, and then they had the Ebola outbreak.
Wow!
And you think people don't want to mess with COVID.
Yeah, that's a scary one for sure. So,
I'd rather my brain not melt.
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
Yeah. So Nigeria, far and away number one, as soon as I possibly can. That's the plan. Obviously, I have to be a little careful with mosquitoes, having had dengue before. But I'm willing to take the risk, I think, just like I've been willing to take the risk to go back to Thailand. As you know, you just, as we all know now, just be safe. Don't be an idiot. Like, I'll wear long pants. Anyway.
Yeah.
Everything else aside, would really love to play in Australia. I've never been to Australia, period. But really be really fun to play City of Sydney International Masters as a tournament I'd really like to play. Also because it's like in January and the weather.
That's another really good one. Another good answer. Yeah, I wasn't thinking Australia, but that could be another bucket list one. So the answer to the question, when's the next game? We're seeing behind the scenes. The next game is going to be between Randy Goldberg and Dave Koenig. And I see Dave is already sitting at the table. So we're just waiting for Randy to finish her previous round's game and take a seat at board one. And we're going to be off to the races with round 7 here today. And that's coming soon. And after that, we'll have one more game today. And we call it a session. Man, it's been a lot of Scrabble, a lot of blowouts, a lot of interesting. I feel like we've seen that, you can't just, after 2 years, you can't just sit back down and play tournament level Scrabble and expect that there isn't going to be a little rust. But I am fully expecting that we're going to see our players continue to shake that rust off and put some great Scrabble on display here. So, yeah. Yeah, you know what? Just producer Christian says maybe a short break. Maybe we can take a minute or two break, and I will go fill up my water bottle or something
Yeah,
like that.
you gotta
So
hydrate.
I gotta hydrate. We're almost 8 games in, and I'm feeling a little bit like my voice is in jeopardy. So I definitely should take Conrad
All
up on
right,
his offer to
I'll try to provide more analysis and less color going forward or something.
Yeah, we'll switch roles for the last couple of
Yeah.
games, but we'll take a break for just a minute or two. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we are back here in New Orleans, and by that I mean I am back here in New Orleans, and my commentating partner here, Will Anderson, he's in New Jersey, but we'll pretend like he's that he is with us here in New Orleans. Anyway,
In spirit.
We just took a brief break after round 6 so that we could hydrate, because we all know what happens if you don't hydrate. Please feel free to let us know in the chat what happens if you don't hydrate. Anyway, we're going to be getting down to round 7 pretty soon. Gonna be between Dave Koenig from Portland, Oregon against Randy Goldberg from St. Louis, Missouri. Yeah,
we saw Randy's husband Chris before too. That's another Scrabble couple out there.
Another Scrabble couple, and I think Randy originally hails from not super far from where you are these days.
True.
From northern New Jersey, I think, or maybe just into Pennsylvania. I don't know, something like that. Eight games today. We're starting round 7 in a moment. 8 games tomorrow, and then 4 more on Monday. Yeah. What's been your favorite play of the day so far, Will?
My favorite play of the day. Well, I mean, it's hard to get around the players having the same rack. I know that wasn't a play, but that was just like so incredible and that clip, I think Kate clipped that and posted it to Facebook, but we should definitely get that clip, commanded or something that people can query, because that's I've never seen that before. So as far as an actual play, I don't know. I definitely feel like I had 1 or 2 that stood out as like, wow, that's a really cool idea that this player had. But, Dave playing Worsened through disconnected tiles was very snazzy. Erickson playing Cruzados for 107 was nice. Dave Koenig playing Choltry for 107 or something. Very, very nice. Stefan Fatsis posted, huh?
Cool. So, well then, with that, I guess let's head to watch round 7 between Dave and Randy.
And we had Dave there the whole time, but now he's just gotten up, I guess.
Yeah, I think so.
He'll be back shortly.
He will be back. Randy has a nice, colorful, it looks like a flowery shirt on or something. Probably the mask with the most character. We had the bright orange mask from Austin. That was pretty great.
Yeah, for sure.
So I guess I don't know if they're doing some sort of modified, not round robin, but like something bigger than quads, like 7, or is this just a full round robin? I guess that would make sense, and then they go to some sort of Swiss pairing, I suppose, is probably what happens.
Oh wow, yeah, I'm not sure what the length of the round robin portion is, but yeah, that makes more sense.
Yeah. Well, it would make sense because there are fewer than 20 people in Division 1, right? So it would probably be easiest to
could be they're gonna start with that and move into Swiss later on. So
yeah, I'm all for low hanging fruit. Having directed this event myself before, we had 100 and something people, but there were no divisions where we could do anything like that. I guess Dave must have be taking a brief break, since he was sitting there for quite a while,
and we were watching him just sit there for
you can see him walking back in the background here on Randy's camera. But given that I think Randy was recounting her last game, that's probably why we have a bit of a not quite on the same page.
Another difference between online and in-person play, right? Like the fallibility of doing your own scorekeeping means that when a game is really close, the players actually have to recount. Have you ever had a very traumatic recount experience, Conrad, where you thought you won a game, an important game, and then the recount overturned it?
Yeah, actually, very early in my career, my first year of playing, I thought I was going to tie a game. And then, I realized actually I won by 1.
because I miscounted the last play. My opponent told me, and then I won by 1. He asked for a recount, and then we found 2 points. And I rarely, I'm terrible at math. I misadd like every game, but I rarely, if ever, misscore a play. So it was very surprising to me that I would have missed that. Like, I probably only misscore maybe 10 plays a year. I'll make a math mistake every game. But so I was surprised back then, and it just taught me like it's worth spending a couple extra seconds to recount your opponent's play, honestly. So yeah, I did have that one traumatic one. I think that's the only score change I've ever been a part of. Though I will tell one story quickly as they're getting started. We had a Bay Area or California versus the Pacific Northwest tournament at my house some years ago, and when all was said and done, the Bay Area team won by exactly 1 game. I asked people to record all of their racks because I had these grand visions of, annotating all 100 whatever games, and then eventually found out that in 1 game, Kenji and one other person, Chris Williams from BC, had actually tied a game that they thought Kenji had won. So it turns out that the Bay Area, or California and the Pacific Northwest, actually tied. I really don't think you can beat that.
Wow. Yeah, that's pretty impressive. Although you definitely need to look in chat and hear this story from Scrabble here, which is pretty amazing.
Yeah. Someone played a triple, but accidentally multiplied by 27, and the opponent accepted it. That's unbelievable.
300 points for retain.
3. I guess
a triple.
3 cubed.
Yeah.
Huh.
Close.
Guess that's how math works. Anyway,
right idea, wrong execution.
Exactly. So Randy, AAIORTW, nothing super exciting. Not really anything, I don't know, super good. Probably just make a play, score a few points, keep a pretty decent leave. As we see over here,
use the W pretty much, right?
Yeah, you use the W. There's probably some weird Collins only 6 that I don't know. Here,
no,
it kind of
apparently
seems
not.
like one of those.
Yeah. Apparently no 6, but I guess Awato maybe is a reasonable try. Tawa is a hook here, so maybe that's something that Randy's thinking about.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, it probably won't be a super difficult play for Dave, given his letters and given the spot that has been opened for him. I suspect he's going to spend about 5 seconds on this. I guess he could spend some time debating if he wants to play Dex or Xed. Because said is a word in Scrabble for some reason.
Yeah.
So maybe that actually is worth thinking about. But it's he plays Dex, or let's say he plays said, and Randy, in a sec is probably going to very quickly make a 3 or 4 tile play on top of that, and it won't matter.
I mean, is there some idea that you would rather play Dex just to avoid making that massive Z? Play Xed rather to avoid making that giant Z spot when you don't have to? Or
yeah. Though you can feel pretty confident that after Awa, Randy almost certainly did not have
very true
Z, because as we know, WAZ is a word.
Yeah, that makes sense. So yeah, Dan says someone should have X'd off the dictionary a while ago. Yeah, that's definitely a controversial one to be in there. Okay is another one that
caused... No, I believe it's pronounced Ak.
Ak, yeah.
Can you please pronounce it how it's pronounced?
The Ak caused some consternation when it was added, but it's here now, so...
At the end of the day, words are just as it's kind of been one of the themes today. Words are they're just the game pieces. So it doesn't really could be a word, and you could make, I don't know, you could tell me that DLVRS on Dave's rack, those 5 consonants in a row are a word now. I'd be like, okay, then fine, I guess.
Yeah, as long as there's a uniform standard and as long as there's a way for all of us to sort of agree which words are in and which are not, then obviously we want the words to be somewhat word-like and to have some consistent methodology there. But I don't think too many of us are going to raise a big stink about Ak or Xed being in there.
Yeah.
So.
Jello Mocha's asked how I pronounce Kabar and Tan. The answer is that I pronounce them Kabar and Tan. And actually, let me go on one more rant for a sec. I think it is absolutely stupid that I do pronounce Evove, unfortunately. I think even with the U's, I think it's still pronounced Evove.
Yeah, I think so.
But sorry, before I forget, why are all of the hyperbolic functions good? You have Sin and Kosh and Tan and Sech and what, like.
Yeah.
But why isn't CSCH a word? Should be a word. Anyone give me a good reason why isn't a word, and I'll type that in.
Yeah, spell that out for us.
Like, why is hyperbolic cosecant not a word? Someone give me one reason. Why it's not a word. All the other ones, the other ones are all good. I mean, I know, yeah, obviously you can spell cosech, but I think CSCH should be a word.
Yeah, what a word. What a word that would be. CSCH would be pretty amazing.
And I know people are going to say it's it's cosech, but I can tell you that I had certainly textbooks and AP tests and all sorts of things that said that plenty of the time it is spelled CSCH. Also, I think on calculators.
There you go.
But yeah, none of them should actually be words except for Kosh.
Yeah, maybe we can get CSCH added somehow, because wow, that would be a trolly word to add there.
Yeah.
So yeah.
But in the interim, while I'm digressing on my nonsense tangents, seeming like Randy's probably just debating a multitude of 3 or 4 tile plays atop Dex and Awa. I'm assuming eventually we're going to see something like that, and then Dave will probably play something. He'll probably hook that.
Yep. So Bort looks like it's going to be played. That's about as good as anything else. I think Tomb is probably the best idea, just to get rid of the M and the B, but that's not a huge difference between those plays, and it's, as you say, not a huge difference between what Dave is going to do in response.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much everything was going to block hooking an E on the end of Axe. So.
Yep. And everything was going to have an S hook as well.
Yeah.
So
yeah. Now, I guess maybe a question now is there a safer bingo to play than something ending in S? And
so literally no bingos other than the Bort's hooking bingos, and that's drivels or delvers with either blank. So
Here's a question for you while he's debating which one he wants to play. So, right, you and I have been doing commentary on and off for Scrabble for, I don't know, many years.
Years. Literally 5, 6, 7 years, dating back to school Scrabble for sure.
Yeah, right. Well, yeah, I guess our first one was school Scrabble when someone in this chat
ago.
Yeah, that was 2015. For me, it was my school Scrabble one, and I can tell you who won because they're in this chat. But beyond that, so I've noticed that when I'm taking more of the lead role in commentary as opposed to doing color, it is so much harder for me to like iterate through bingos and stuff, like stuff that I'm gonna find, while say you are doing more of the play-by-play, I just won't find now. Do you find that as well? Do you find it easier now if say you're in more of a color role?
I mean, yes and no. I think there's a part of it where I have tried to train myself over time in various ways to make my bingo finding so automatic that I can do it. Like, for example, for years, I used to do all of my sort of word study on a Stairmaster, exercising at the gym. So like I'm sweating and like almost, just exhausted on there, and that's how I'm trying to do my word study. So I'm like doing it in this effortful way that makes it hopefully that I can see it almost without effort. But yeah, you're right. It is a little bit tougher while you're doing other stuff. I have found that I miss more stuff while I'm streaming, for example, because I'm thinking about my audience, I'm thinking about being interactive, all of that sort of thing. So, I've just learned to understand that and not get too down on myself if if I miss something that I feel like maybe I wouldn't under other circumstances. So
Yeah.
looks like Dave's drawn pretty well there.
He did it again. He's gotten a lot of bingos on stream, and it looks like Randy is making a play, and it looks like it is going to be
Pigmen, which is valid. So
Yeah,
that's a nice.
I won't lie, I didn't know that, so I was like, is she playing pigment?
Not quite. Yeah, I wonder if Dave will challenge this though. He's not even batting an eye. Oh yeah. Wow, is he really not going to play pick rated here?
Is he missing pick rated? Wow,
that is shock. That's a surprise
for someone who talks such a big game. That's a pretty surprising miss.
I mean, you have pick rate on your rack, so
yeah,
that's
must not know it, I guess, or maybe I don't know. Maybe he's putting it down to count it up and then play the other. I'm not really sure.
So this is just a straight up miss of 10 points, and worse than that, it gives Randy a chance to hit the triple that he doesn't need to. So
yeah, I will say he's clearly still thinking. So I don't think it's out of the question that he.
Okay, fair enough.
He figures it out. You can tell he definitely is like, he knows something is wrong.
Yeah,
that's probably a good sign.
Right. So Dave, you can see Dave's clock. Okay, there we go. He comes to his senses.
Yeah.
Yep. So he ends up. That's good that he slowed down there.
Yeah. So he channeled the crap we're given on commentary, and then found the thing. So that was smart to just take a moment, trust that spidey sense, and
make the best play. That is the best play there. Worth also noting that pick rate and paretic, I should say, and pigment. Yeah. So there is an anagram of that 7 pick rate, and even that would have been an improvement over prolatic there, hooking the T onto pigmen, which is kind of funny that you can hook that.
Yeah.
We'll see if that spot ends up being used.
Yeah. So Dave is out to a very large lead, I suspect, after that, and then has drawn another bingo that now plays with pigments, which he finds instantly. So,
amazing. And is that going to get blocked in any case here? I feel like almost all of Randy's plays are probably going to be overlaps or underlaps, I should say, beneath pick rated, or maybe something like fence and bade. I mean, I'm not.
I was gonna say unless like Colleen, maybe. I don't know. Like if she plays something through the L.
Oh, that might. Yeah, maybe that gets away with the block. That's like the only thing. That's like one of the few things that I could imagine that will get it done. Like something like clef in the upper left is a perfectly solid play here. The C in that spot is not particularly terrifying,
and it's good if you're losing by that much to put something like a C there. It's like that's a good move. So yeah.
Well, Dave's off to a good start here, and if he gets that bingo down, yikes. So
yeah, I mean, it's pretty much over, I think, if bingo's again. Unless Brandy comes up with a triple or something. But it looks like Clone is going to come down to open the board a little bit.
And Dave's ready to pounce here. This is going to be on the board within a few seconds, I think.
Yeah. Probably long enough to make sure nothing else new came out, and then Well, I had interesting non sequitur while he's tracking. Is a lot of the letters here remind me of the word xylonite, which I realized last night when I was walking home. Xylonite with the X, not with the Z. Anagrams to exit only.
That is such Scrabble player brain right there.
Yeah.
To think about that. Yeah.
Yeah. So people often ask, like, oh, do you think about like words all the time? Do you anagram stuff when you're walking around? And like the reality is like, well, it's kind
hard
of impossible not to.
It's hard to turn it off, right? Like it can be tough to turn it off.
Yeah.
Is there any world in which Dave misses the T-hook here?
I mean,
why is this not on the board?
Yeah, if you think about it, right, like, you don't really think about that hook. Like, I didn't know pigment was a word to begin with. So I immediately saw pigments because that I thought Randy was like playing it and was going to realize she didn't have a T or something. Obviously, she was playing a valid word. But...
OMG.
Oh, no.
That's just bonkers.
Oh, can we get some F's in chat? Oh, good call out. Good Jucko with some good old-timer knowledge of my original online presence when I was a kid. I was TENNIZ, BB's tennis. So that was actually I don't know if Jesse Matthews is still hanging around in the chat, but that was a tennis sighting.
That's
you. Oh, it's
That's just amazing. I can't believe that. I mean, I don't know. That just he had it. So now, amazingly,
he was rewarded with drawing another bingo anyway.
But is he gonna be able to play this if he doesn't see pigment? Right. Like
in my brain, I'm like, oh yeah, he'll just play right through pigment. Oh.
Yeah, that's not a guarantee.
Too soon.
It's not a guarantee. He could potentially miss pigment many times at this rate.
Yeah, I think if anyone has the physics F, I could really use some Fs in chat now, honestly.
Yeah, I have an F on Wanderer 15, but it might be only in my chat that you can use it.
Yeah.
So,
oh no. Also noting, of course, that Aaron Bader is almost on the board. Yeah, there's the point that Tuladine is also.
Good call.
Obviously, that would show up, but I prefer the lulls.
Yeah, so we'll see Tuladine. Yeah, we'll see Tuladine. I don't think there's any way both of those spots can possibly be blocked. So yeah, we'll see a bingo here for Dave. But even then, Tenioid is kind of an interesting option still. I guess, I mean, Tuladine in either spot, it puts scary letters out in space. So maybe Tenioid is still a better choice than either one of those. But this would be nowhere near as bad of a miss as the Netizen miss there. So.
Yeah.
Keeping the scores up for you guys.
Need a baited, as in like Aaron Bader has baited. Just get addition down.
Yeah, the R hook. Oh right, you're right. You wouldn't play Tenioid in Pigment. You would play addition. Anyway.
Yeah, so yeah. It's okay. We know that you know the words.
Well, I didn't. I frankly was not even thinking of that. So glad to come up with the anagram there.
Yeah.
So
got to have me around for some reason, right?
Yes. Well, there are many reasons that. So Conrad Bassett-Bouchard here, former national Scrabble champion, to do commentary. Definitely very few people with better resumes than you to have on a Scrabble broadcast or talk about Scrabble. So of course we would have you here. Okay, so there's the confirmation. We really are not seeing that pigment hook. What can Randy do after this? I don't know. Not too much, I don't think.
Yeah, you'd think there'd be something with the C or with the L, but
yeah, it's such a good set of bingo tiles, but I'm not sure that she will not have a playable bingo after this. So Dave's up a ton, opens the triple, and he's probably going to have Randy's probably going to have plenty of incentive not to block that triple, and then Dave will probably play something nice through it if he draws a good scoring consonant.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those situations where you wish there was an easy way to open another triple lane, like right after a bingo, completely random rack. Randy's got good tiles. Like, I don't know, just do something crazy like Kate or Coste.
Coste, yeah.
You just go for it. Put two E's and triples. Go for it. Like, I don't know. If you want to win,
if you want to win, that's probably the way to do it.
And so here is the thing. If spread were not a thing, Randy could make a play that gives her a chance to actually win this game. Instead, I don't think you can realistically do that if you care about spread. So
Yeah, given that the chances of winning that she is likely to secure by playing something like Coste down in the lower left of the board, she probably can get to like 1 or 2% winning chances just because the other blank is coming. She could easily hit a nice triple. Dave might not have that good of a play in those spots. And in those situations, she's going to be back in business, right? She'll need more luck than that. But yeah, I mean, for 1% chance to give up such a huge amount of spread, it's tough, right? It's hard. It's hard.
Yeah. Now, if the game were closer, maybe play dot here and pigment, just like for the tilt factor. But it's not a close game. Honestly, funny. I would expose I would consider exposing a T here no matter what.
So
just because you're losing by so much.
place dot on the board and then pick Coste just to troll.
just to troll.
That's galaxy brain right there.
I mean, it's honestly it's giving up information, so you should not do it. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. Will, what do you think? Like, I mean, I see strategy in the chat agreeing that opening the other triple is the right thing to do. I'm pretty sure I would do it, hence why I brought it up. But I'm curious, would you like kind of go balls to the wall here and open up the triple, or would you try to like make a short play and conserve spread?
I will say this. I will say that situations like this are the ones where I take literally the longest of any amount of time, other than when I challenge a phony bingo off for my opponent, right? So what types of situations can take a lot of time? When you challenge a word off, when you challenge your opponent's bingo off the board that's invalid, you have perfect information about what they have, and you can literally calculate much more effectively what should I be playing. So, okay, Randy's going to play Estate, which it's kind of throwing in the towel a little bit. But as far as what I would do here, I would probably think for a really long time, because you really have to get creative when you're trailing by as many points as Randy is here. And I think I would look for a play down there. I'm not sure if I would come up with Coste, which does look like the best, but maybe I would play, I don't even know, just anything down in that section of the board. I do think that is the sort of play that I would want to make there, just because I'm trying to win, and I'm going to hope against hope that I can get that miracle draw. And look at what Randy has actually drawn.
Yeah. Ooh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, admittedly, I would have spent like 4 minutes debating between Kate and Coste. That's how I would have wasted my time. But
yeah. That's totally It's hard to distinguish those situations, but all right. Dave plays Arvo. He doesn't have to worry much about the state of this board now. After Estate, he should be feeling pretty good.
Yeah. Probably not too much more interesting this game, I suspect, since I assume trade 5 is coming very imminently.
Maybe Randy could bingo with from an H with this rack with Hooskow. Unfortunately not.
Look, Wookiees, like the character from Star Wars.
That's right.
Spell it WOOO
with a Q.
QIES.
Yeah. So Randy's rack not very good, but Dave's also pretty bad.
But they're 2 racks together. So. If you put their 2 racks together, not so bad, considering how bad they are.
True. You get the U for the Q. You get some other stuff. It would definitely be improved if they could trade some tiles. That would be kind of fun. What if you could offer your opponent a trade?
I would love that. I mean, like, how many times have you had an extra sheep that you just wanted to get rid of, right? Like, maybe your opponent has the Q and you have a U you really want to get rid of, and you're willing to take like a, they're gonna make a big Q play, but you have that right play.
Yeah, that would certainly change the metagame of this game quite a bit if you could offer your opponent trades.
Yeah, though I think you should be able to get a Monopoly card, and you should Monopoly all of the S's. Like, if you're sure your opponent has, like, I don't know, an S, just play the Monopoly and get their S.
That would be another wow. I mean, I'm just thinking about the branding, the co-branding opportunities there between the games.
Scrabblers.
We should reach out. Yeah, we should reach out to if Hasbro's listening, maybe we can get that going.
Yeah, there you go.
Just kidding. It would be fun to try as a variant, but wow. Okay, Dave's rack has worsened and Randy's has slightly improved after her exchange. Maybe if she plays her J off.
Yeah. I mean, it's.
I know, scoreboard.
Yeah, it's just the scoreboard at this point. But anything? I don't know. Anything interesting? Any interesting plays here?
I mean,
I don't even see anything all that special.
Yeah, I think probably just Job or something somewhere is what to do, as Kate Pelikov says. I can promise you Hasbro isn't listening.
Hey, well, Hasbro was happy to have us do this, so you never know.
Yeah, Hasbro is aware of this. They're aware that we're doing this, and they're aware of our Twitch channel, so hopefully they will be pleased with the result.
Yeah, so. We should not take lightly that we are now on twitch.tv/Scrabble.
I know. That's cool. That's nice. I'm very happy about that, in fact. So as you see the automated message pop up for playscrabble.com.
Yeah.
Maybe I could change that to half an hour from 15 minutes tomorrow. But yeah. Do we get Jawa yet, says El Jeffrey. Yeah, there's Jedi in this dictionary.
Yeah, there is Jedi.
Why not Jawa?
I mean, that is a recognized religion, so in fairness, it makes sense that it would be a word. Oh, yeah, and that is trade. It is listed in the dictionary as a trade name. That's really funny.
Jedi is?
Yeah, it's listed as a trade name. It is the actual definition is trade name, a person who claims to live according to a philosophy based on that of the fictional Jedi in Star Wars. Well,
That's funny because I would have thought that it would mean something like somebody who is really skilled at something, right? Like, oh man, he's such a Jedi at this, right? Like, I wouldn't have thought I thought it literally just means the Jedi, right?
Oh no, I thought it meant like because Jedi is an officially recognized religion. I think in the UK specifically that's why it's in there. Yeah.
So if you're a regular human being practicing being a Jedi, what exactly do you do to cover up the fact that you can't, move objects with the Force and stuff like that? You just wear robes?
Well, maybe they can and you just don't know it.
Okay, I hadn't considered that. Maybe they can.
You never know. Yeah, maybe so. You never know.
Seth Lipkin, hello. I saw Seth before in the chat, but forgot to say hi. And he says, hey, people play Quidditch without flying. But at least that's kind of still like you're still. Are you still on brooms and stuff while you're doing that?
Oh yeah, you have a broom beneath you. You're running around on a freaking broom. Now I will say, if we're going to talk about esoteric hobbies that involve competitive gaming, I do believe that the professional Quidditch Association, whatever it's called, is actually currently in talks with the J.K. Rowling legal team or something, like because Quidditch is doing well and they don't want to be associated with her because, well, she's terrible.
Some other stuff going on with her.
Yeah, that
sure.
It's actually news right now. They're trying to like rebrand Quidditch.
Wow,
very interesting story.
Imagine
far more interesting
that.
than I don't know, rebranding Scrabble or something.
Yeah. Well, I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
But I knew vaguely of Quidditch as a game, but I'm not sure I knew that people actually consider themselves Jedis.
Yeah.
Womble ISC apparently is a Jedi, says who says we can't move objects. So nice. I did not realize that we have living, breathing Jedi in the chat.
Yeah. You learn something new every day. And actually Quidditch was very big at my alma mater when I was in college. I think back when there weren't really dinosaurs anymore, but a little ways back there. It was like a big thing. There were like hundreds of people would play. So yeah.
Interesting. Well, yeah, this really is like we can't frown on any, subcultures here. We are sort of a subculture of our own. I often do find it very interesting to learn about other sort of areas of interest that are unique and interesting. That's sort of what we are here. So far be it from me to look down on any Jedis or any Quidditch players or any other subcultures of that nature. So yeah, this looks like Dave is running up his score pretty big. That was a nice parallel play of Glug for him, and I don't know what Randy has here yet, but she is definitely very unlikely to win this game. So
El Jefe Ray calls out the Middlebury, Vermont shout out. We're gonna have a Scrabble player starting at Middlebury this fall, so that's cool.
oh, that's a good school. Congrats to whoever that is.
Evan Yurko.
Okay, good job, Evan. Got into a better school than most of us have in us. So that's well done. Evan Yurko, a great school Scrabble competitor over the years. Not sure if he's here in the chat, but always have been an Evan fan.
Yeah, sure. I think it might be on a sports scholarship even, but you'd have to verify that.
Oh, I didn't realize that. Nice.
Yeah, not a Scrabble scholarship.
Or a Quidditch
Not a Quidditch scholarship. Although I'm sure if you asked a random sample of 100 Americans what they thought of golf as an official sport, well, you might get some overlap.
Interesting. I see. Yeah. Well, golf is definitely a game with a pretty huge audience, and a lot of people are into that. I myself have never gotten too into golf, but if only Scrabble had the same passion and user, and like fandom as golf. So
yeah. Sorry, I've been distracting us from from the games at hand, but like.
Oh no, I think
it's 392 to 204. Dave's tiles are still garbage, and
yeah, I think that's a good thing in this situation.
To talk about golf instead.
Yeah, obviously, if anybody's curious about any of the plays, and we'll keep addressing the plays that are being made. But when the game has a score like this, good time to delve into some other topics for sure, and hope the next game's a little closer.
Yeah, and we can certainly open it up to the chat if chat has anything they've been dying to ask Will, or I suppose I can answer too. But let's be honest, we care about Will. If you have any, like, ask the commentators, ask the streamers, you can.
I feel like, well, Conrad is much worldlier than I am. We can talk about all the crazy places that you've been all over the globe. Like, I don't have hardly the life experience that you have, despite you being many years younger than me. So
I don't know about many years, maybe like 3.
Yeah, countless years younger than me. No, it's not too far.
Okay, countless years.
Okay, Yo is played. Looks like a reasonable play for Randy.
Looks like a reasonable play, and of course Dave has the K, so now his terrible rack just became fantastic.
Yeah,
he now has all of the spots for the K.
Yep, 37 points for him here. Gonna go up over to, well, not quite over 200 points, but almost 199. Point lead here. Yeah, there we go. Scores are correct. Now, Randy's getting close.
Will Randy find earlash?
Well, sometimes you find things that you ought not find. So, we'll just see. So let's see what we have here. She'll have places to play her age.
We do have a question for you in the chat.
Oh, yes, a Babel Royale question. So we, a couple times on stream so far, we have brought up games like Wordle, games like Babel Royale that are, Wordle is definitely more in the public consciousness than Babel Royale is for now. I think Babel Royale is a wonderful idea, a combination of Scrabble with games like Fortnite and PUBG and other games like that. I think it's super fun. So Scrabble asks, how unbeatable is my 10-game streak of levels? I don't think it's unbeatable, actually. I bet if you keep grinding, you will be able to get there. I think it's going to be tough, but not impossible. Especially because you've shown that you can get 25 in a game, which is pretty amazing.
So who is the best battle royale player? Battle royale player.
Well, I would say that a lot of the best players are in New Orleans right now. We have Bynak, Billy Nakamura, who has been most of the time. He has been the #1 player. Axer Typo has been #1 at points, and I think is number 2 or 3 right now. As of right this minute, I am the top ranked player on Battle Royale.
I asked you who is the best. Not who is
Yes,
the
I
highest
know.
ranked.
I'm trying to deflect. I'm trying to be helpful. Okay, what do you want me to say? It's me.
I want you to say who is best.
Well, it might be
You can
me.
say 5CR4 BBL3 is the best. Maybe he's the best. I don't know.
Well, he's very, very good. I think
Okay.
the answer to the question is definitely either me or Billy Nakamura. So
Okay.
my big question is, I just got a new keyboard specifically to play this game, and I
Okay.
feel like it has made me much better at the game. So I'm not sure where that puts me in the grand scheme of things. Listeem says it's wicked fun. I've seen Listeem a number of times in my games. So, and I have to say, I do apologize for being so aggressive at times, but that's the nature of the game.
That's because you're the best.
Well, I don't know about that.
I've only played it a few times, and I took out Billy on my own on my second try. So we'll go with you for now. Anyway, it looks like Dave has gotten the other blank, is bingoing again, and it's going to go up by even more.
Yeah, auditor. So this is going to be a pretty enormous lead here. Weibin says Scrabble Go is the best. Well, Scrabble Go is Scrabble, right? The point is that hopefully we can draw the parallels between Scrabble Go, Scrabble Web, the Scrabble that we're watching right now over the board. But thank you very much for the kind words. Not sure how sarcastic you're being, but I actually do kind of I like word drop because it's like Boggle, right? There is a variant of Boggle on Scrabble Go that I find is very entertaining. So I do like that.
But what I will say, I mean, Scrabble Go is one of my favorite games because it helped land you an awesome job, and it is a game that has enabled, a very well-to-do company to really care about the people who are playing. So, to be fair,
yeah, there's some good there for sure.
There's a lot of good.
Yeah, so that's it's exciting. I think again, there's a lot of good. As Jello Mocha says, don't forget OMG words. Of course, how could I forget? Working on that team for quite some time myself, and obviously Conrad also intimately connected to OMG words and Woogles. And I think it is worth noting that Scopely and Woogles are on good terms. So I think we're all in this together. We are all in this together. So
competition is good.
Yep.
We're all we're gonna do is make things better for everyone. So I'm all for it.
So Randy plays a Rue. Just not her game here. I don't think she's really made any mistake as big as like the Netizen miss, frankly. So it's just one of those games where Dave's drawn a lot of good racks. He's played mostly very well with the one turn, I should say, exception. He's going to win this game for sure.
And if he could have just drawn one more tile, I bet he would have drawn another. He would have drawn a third O. I bet you if there had been one more tile, he would have drawn the ninth O.
Yes, yeah, totally. Oh my God. And have a bingo out with mono owls.
Yeah, I think that cost me a game in the Blitz tournament. Oh, by the way, I should probably publicly call you out that you still owe me a Blitz series for $100.
We'll have to do that at some point.
It's the winter. We have nothing else to do.
It's true, and I know it's not going to go well for me just because I know I got very lucky in the Blitz tournament that we had. So that's fine. I don't mind. We can definitely do that at some point. I really am not ducking it so much as like there's just always another thing to do.
Yeah, so. We're spending a lot of time on Scrabble these days. It's okay, or on Scrabble related things without actually playing. So it's totally fair. But I figured it was a good time to.
I will look forward to it.
Razz you a little bit, and I'll have you know, Dave Wiega and I play at least like 10 games of Blitz a week. So
Oh man, I'm not. I have totally saturated myself in Battle Royale lately, so
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to. At some point, I do plan on returning to Scrabble to actually play as opposed to just commentate. Although I did
Yeah.
enjoy playing in Westpac too. That was fun.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I was not able to play in Westpac given the unfair timing for West Coast players, but
yeah, that was tough for
yeah,
sure.
but
So
I do hope to play Battle Royale at some point. I played a few games a few weeks ago. A little
it's
too
fun.
busy. Yeah. Oh, it's great. I mean, I have no complaints. I love the game and I want to play it. It's more just, it's pretty addictive, and I don't want to accidentally use what little time I have on a game right now.
Yeah,
But
gotta be careful with games like
I look
that.
forward to it. Let's put it
Yeah.
that way.
Nice. Yeah, and to anyone, I'm not sure how I've seen a handful of folks in the chat that I recognize for sure from Babel Royale. It's a great community, and I really do believe that the linkage between Babel Royale in particular, people who are familiar enough with gaming to sort of probably already be watching games on Twitch, be playing other games on Steam, and I really do think that that user base in particular can have a lot to like about what we're doing here to try to present Scrabble kind of as this casual esport in this way. So hopefully at some point, I'll try to take the temperature of that group and see what they thought about this stream. What can we do better? What can we do differently? Obviously, one thing that we could do differently is like it would be great in the future if we can go on site and do interviews with players and stuff like that. But this year of all years, I don't know if that's, that's tough. Like more face-to-face contact that doesn't need to happen is probably best left out of the routine for this year. So
yeah, I would say if we really want to interview someone, I'm happy to go stand outside. But
yeah, I think we'll be okay for this year. But that's definitely something that I think would spice things up. I'm sure there's other stuff, but
and I guess I would throw this to the chat, right? Like, what sort of stuff would you like to see? You could say interviews, player bios, pre-filmed videos.
Yeah, we want to do it.
Putting on funny outfits. You tell us like what what can we do more in the future? Obviously, we want to keep doing this. So we will keep doing this. So
we will be doing this
let us know
more.
what's missing.
So we need to make sure that we're improving and adding more value to the viewer experience.
The streaming never stops, man.
That's right. Yeah, maybe that should be my catchphrase. Yeah. Streaming never stops. As an homage to Austin Shin.
Yeah.
From the Scoring Never Stops. One of our event organizers, Austin Shin, also competing in the event. And one of the best players, one of the best players on the continent, frankly.
Yeah. So, yeah. And before that, one of the best players on the continent of Europe.
True. Okay, I think, it looks like the next game is probably going to start pretty soon. I saw a couple players sitting down. I'm not sure if one of them was Lucas Freeman again or what, but I think, we'll be getting the 8th and final game of the day underway very soon. I'm not feeling any worse than I was feeling like after game 5 or 6, Conrad. How are you doing? How's that beer hitting you there?
Oh, it's good. Yeah, I guess I can tell the chat. I had a second beer at some point.
Oh yeah, sorry. I'm not sure if that was.
I don't care one bit, man.
Yeah. We're good.
Yeah. No. Just chilling.
Nice. So all one good. More game.
Looking forward to. We have my favorite restaurant for dinner tonight, or my favorite New Orleans restaurant. So
nice. So that's good. Oh, Rashid and Lucas, I think. All right. So we know our players for the first time. Rashid Balogun. We're gonna see. That's fun. So I think Rashid going first and Lucas going second. That'll be a fun matchup. I've played Rashid a handful of times. What is your experience playing Rashid Balogun, Conrad?
What are we, like 1-1 or something? And we had 2 blowouts.
So not a ton.
Nothing too crazy. I've known him for a really long time, but like almost a decade now. But because I didn't get to go to Nigeria, we didn't play early on, and we haven't crossed paths playing in tournaments that much. He tends to be at tournaments that I'm directing or hanging out at or whatever. But I'm sure we'll get more games in soon. Solid all-around player. Obviously, played in Nigeria for I think 2 decades or so before
Very
coming to the
experienced.
States a few 5 years ago or so, and he was a borderline Nigerian champion. Won't go into the history of what happened, but he was on the verge of winning, and so by all accounts, top Nigerian player.
Cool. They're about to start, it looks like. I think Rashid is getting the go-ahead to go first in the game, and here we go. This is it. Game 8 of the day. For anybody has there been I'm curious, anybody that has watched all 7 and now is going to be all 8 games? You have? Okay, other than Conrad and other than myself, who has been here literally all day watching the coverage? You should get some we need to shout you out publicly. Anybody that's been here all day or most of the day. You're allowed to take breaks. You're allowed to take some breaks. Yeah. But I'm curious if there's anyone out there. And if not, that's fine. It's literally been 8.5 hours on the stream with the break factored in. So List Team says me. Bren Jam says 6.5. That I think that's enough for us to give you a personal shout out and say thank you very much for being here. So, all right, what's Rashid got, Conrad?
He's got a blank and he's sitting on the left side. Well, that never happens. I think we're gonna see a Ventige or a Vestige or a something.
Yeah, he's got it lined up. We had this show up earlier with the savory play. He should play Vintage here, not Vestige. Yeah, I think it will matter what that blank is. If we just see on the sheet, is it an N or an S? That's important. If it's an S, that gives potential counterplay back to Lucas that wouldn't be there.
Yeah. So how are the players selected for this table? I think it's like a tiny bit ad hoc, but really we're trying to get a number of different bases on there. So it's going to be 2 players who are close to the top. I also think there might be a round robin going on right now too. So it's entirely possible that there's an element of, one of the players has a really good record and is playing, someone who happens to not have as good of a record in the overall round robin is also possible. Don't take my word for it though. I'm sitting a few blocks away. I can speak.
Sounds like that blank is an N. So that is what I think the correct choice there for Rashid to avoid putting that S hook on the board. Thank you very much to a couple folks in the chat. Blue Skies for me, appreciate you. And Jeremy Smith, thank you very much for the kind words. Glad you've enjoyed the coverage that you have watched. And we're going to be back again tomorrow, doing it all again. I'm excited. I will need a good night's sleep, but once I get that, I'll be ready to rock tomorrow. So.
Well, I can tell you I am not planning on a very good night's sleep because that just often doesn't happen. I plan to get some sleep, but I'm hoping to wake up earlier tomorrow and go for a walk.
Good idea. But physical exercise, very underrated at these tournaments.
Yeah, completely. Actually, one of the players in this tournament was Jeff Fishbein was the one who really taught me, dude, go for a walk after lunch every tournament, or really every day after lunch break. It's just that's stuck with me that was over 15 years ago. So it's stuck with me for over 15 years.
Yeah.
It seems like it's going to be pretty hard for Lucas to block all of the spots for the spots for his bingo, or for Rashid's bingo that'll probably be coming up. It is a word that describes me, in fact, Cali bread.
Very nice. I was not thinking about that as the potential pronunciation for that. Sorry, let me get the scores right here. So I wonder if Rashid I bet he's going to see this and play this pretty quick. Rashid, a pretty fast player, if memory serves. Oh, look at that, Baldric. I wasn't even.
I saw Baldric, but I didn't see where it plays.
Where it is? He gonna? Oh, he might be. No, he might be about to play this through the U. there it is. Oh man. Oh, that's a big mistake.
Huh?
So
Ball?
there are a lot of words. So this, you know what he's thinking here? He's thinking of this. He's thinking of a couple
He's thinking
things.
of Bodrick, right?
Yeah. So look at all of these variations of this that are valid, right? He happens to have picked one that's not. Oh, is Lucas not even going to stop this? I don't see Rashid holding, or I don't see Rashid stopping at all. It feels like Lucas is not even batting an eye at this, and it is not in the dictionary. And there was a valid word playable through the eve of calibered there. So this is a rare in 5-point challenge. A phony gets played and it stays on the board. Lucas should definitely. I feel like with a word like this, it makes a lot of sense to challenge, even if you're 99% sure it's good, right? All those variants, right?
And also think about it this way: he has a phony spelling of Meowlist on his rack. Well, what if he was going to try Meowlist or Miss Tally or Tallyism or Tallysim? You'd want to make sure that you had that spot open so you could try it, right?
Yeah, for sure. So a lot of reasons there. Oh wait, like Miss Tally would definitely be a very, right? Like to tally incorrectly.
Yeah.
Did you just say
tally
that?
bananas incorrectly.
Yeah. So that would be Miss Tally is a really reasonable phony. Like I would consider playing that a lot of the time in double challenge. So anyway, missed opportunity there for Lucas to challenge this off and block that E.
Yeah. It is always amazing how many phonies people get away with in 5-point challenge. It is 5 points. Yeah. It is 5, and I'm just as much to blame. Like I've definitely let stuff go. I let Dave Wiegand play something stupid the other day. Oh, he hooked a D on Squamate. I let him play Squamated. I was like, yeah, I think that's good. It takes something.
Yeah, that's sure. Yeah. Who knows? I mean, it's tough sometimes. And obviously, Dave is somebody that you can take on faith a lot of time, right? Like you can take Dave on faith that he knows the word so well that he's never going to play a phony most of the time. And in the rare cases that he does, it's so shocking that you don't even think, oh, maybe I should challenge Dave Wiegand, but you should sometimes. Imagine playing phonies to, oh man, okay, this is hilarious. Wait a second. I think M is that even valid? MYAL. I think that's the he changed it. Okay, never mind. I thought he was about to play MYALS, which that is invalid, and Baudrix is invalid. So Rashid, isn't that phony?
No. And the irony of this, of course, being that MYALL does take an S.
Yeah, I know. I've seen that weird. So look at this, everybody. So this is an adjective. It does not take an S. So not only is Baldrix not valid, but Myals is not valid either. And I wonder if Rashid is thinking about this or if we'll see a challenge. This is literally both words here are not valid.
The double phoners. Wow, that is
amazing.
That's like a what's the word I'm looking for? Achievement unlocked. Let's do the double phoners.
Yeah. So it looks like it's gonna stay on the board. I would imagine if Rashid's even thinking about challenging it, it would happen. And that just shows you Rashid has total faith in Baldrix. Obviously, he didn't even doubt for a second. If I was Rashid and I had some doubt about Baldrix, I would challenge that just on principle, right? Like, I don't know. It seems
he had to be pretty sure if he passed up Calibered.
True.
For
that's
more
a good
points.
point.
I think he missed Calibered because it was far more points.
Yeah, I think that was probably a miss. But preferred looks pretty good here. That's a solid 45 points for Rashid. But wow, what a start. That's surprising. Lucas's rack, though. Oof.
Yeah, that rack is kind of poning him. Is there a good spot for pwn? That would be cool.
Not that I'm seeing, but
Sag.
Oh, wait, does he have QWERTY through the EY?
Oh, play of the day.
Oh,
Poggers.
this would be so
Poggers.
sick. He can play QWERTY.
Poggers.
No, don't exchange. Play QWERTY.
No.
Oh, man.
Oh, no.
Oh, he had QWERTY through the E and Y on the board. Oh, the QWERTY keyboard.
Pausers.
Damn. That's a shame. You don't get to see QWERTY very often, and that's obviously part of the reason why that play was missed, right? Like, how often are you even thinking about that as a possible Q play?
Yeah.
But tough one. Not that Lucas's winning chances are so great, even if he finds QWERTY there, but it would have been definitely the right play, definitely the best play, and it would have been a lot of fun for us.
Yeah. I don't know about you, but I'm hoping for some closer games tomorrow. This of all the years that we've streamed together, and all the other nationals and stuff that I've commentated on in the past, this has been the most blowouts I've ever been a part of in one day.
Yeah, this is highly abnormal, and I really don't point to any reason for it other than it's just randomness, right? Like there is a lot of luck and craziness that goes into Scrabble. We've seen games that were blowouts where both players made big mistakes. We've seen games where the player that scored the blowout made more mistakes than the player that had fewer points, right? Like it's not it's hard to really say why it's happened this way other than just random chance. So we'll see. So Lucas does at least threaten Teletron here.
He did at least draw bingo.
So it looks like he clearly sees it. And
I was
he's getting ready. Where should he play it? Yeah, I mean, I guess through the
Well, it's still Rashid's turn, and I expected he was going to do something a little fishy, like, I don't know, maybe jam or whatever, but it looks like he's got jitter lined up, which would, well...
Oh man, if he plays
jitter,
if
he knows.
If he plays jitter and blocks everything, that would be amazing. Oh, he's gonna do it. Wow, that's so impressive that he managed to block everything there. So the T of Vintage and the T of Uneath would have offered Lucas the ability to play Teletron, and jitter blocks both in one go. That is a troll of That's a big troll right there. So nicely done by Rashid. Going up to 225 on the scoreboard.
That is, wow.
Ouch. So how does it feel? I mean, how does it feel to be in Lucas's shoes and that happens? Not very good.
Not good, basically, yeah. Really, you're just like, huh?
Yeah.
What?
How did you pull that off? Yeah, exactly. So, not a good feeling, but he will have to soldier on and find something else. I do find that I was talking earlier about which positions make me spend the most time on them, because we were talking about, the plays like opening a triple lane when you're down by a lot, opening a second triple lane. I do still, unfortunately, I find that in situations like this, I have to spend a minute or two sulking before I can play. I feel like that happens to me. Even now, I don't have enough emotional control to say, well, okay, that was unlucky. Let's move on. I just sit there and I'm like, are you kidding? How did that just happen to me?
Yeah. I mean, for all the times that it happens to you, though, you have to remember, like, I've probably done that to someone else. Like,
oh, absolutely.
As much as we want to think the world is out to get us, right? Like,
it's a total cognitive bias. It's a total fallacy that like this is something that only happens to me, or like, oh, I'm so unlucky, I deserve to get my bingo, all of this stuff. Oh, there's Jolter. As Jellamocas points out, Jolter head once came up on a anagrammic challenge on a stream, which was a very amusing word. So Jolter for Lucas, opening the board a little more. I guess I like that. I don't know.
So here's a new one. I'm sorry if you could hear my phone vibrating. My friend sends me a text message saying, I can't believe they had the same exact Scrabble tiles. And I said, wait, are you watching? Because this is a work friend, not someone who knew I was streaming today. Apparently,
Someone put the video clip of the same two racks.
Modier, yeah, the Modier.
Yeah, they put it on Reddit on r/livestream fail, and she randomly found it there.
Wow, that's nice. If only some small percentage of those people would come on over to the stream and start watching. Livestream fail is a big subreddit. So
yeah, well, we made it, y'all.
If anybody's watching from Livestream fails, welcome. Thank you very much. We're sorry that we're not XQC or Pokimane, but maybe someday we will get those people playing Scrabble.
Yeah, that was unbelievable.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know if that's the actual position. I think it was probably, it might have been maybe one of the missed bingos or something. I didn't actually read the video, but that's just the message that.
Yeah, it's not really a fail. Yeah, I mean, strictly speaking, it's definitely not a fail. It's more of a crazy coincidence that that happened. So hopefully we're not getting roasted on Reddit for this. All right, Rashid getting ready to play here. This looks like a decent play, Conrad.
Yeah, I think unsmiley spelled SMYLIE is the best play here, but
very nice.
You know, what are you gonna do?
Yeah, you can't nail them every time.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is certainly a position where if you are Rashid, the only way you're really gonna lose this game is if Lucas triples.
So maybe we want to see him play something down there and block instead.
If there's something close, I'd say yes, but at the same time, like,
does this kind of go back to what we were talking about with spread as the tiebreaker a little bit too, where like if you can block that R of Jolter, but you have to sacrifice a ton of points to do it, maybe it's not worth it, you know?
Yeah.
Which we sort of have a uncomfortable. It makes us feel uncomfortable that would be the case. So
yeah. Spread is extremely sus in my eyes still, and that will not change.
True. But it is the status quo for now, and maybe that's all the more reason to continue to have a nice, vibrant set of match play events as well in the tournament calendar where we're not worried about spread at all. But these events do have a tremendous amount of, they are very compelling and fun to follow and watch. So not to say that these open type events aren't tremendously entertaining, but definitely want to do some match play stuff.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
Going forward as well.
Say maybe a best of 50 Blitz games online.
I knew that was coming.
Yeah.
Somehow.
Yeah. I'm supposed to have a match play tournament. Like they were in Nigeria. They were doing those like the best of 15 ones that you were live streaming.
Yes.
Dave, we and I are supposed to do one this Dave and according to Lucas's rack. We're supposed to do one at some point. So maybe we'll have to reach out to you and Lukeman sometime soon. I think he's probably gone to bed at this point. It's pretty late.
I don't know.
Late in Ireland. I don't see him in here. That's why.
You say that, but Lukeman has the night owliest habits of almost anybody I know.
Yeah.
So
yeah, that's fair.
So let's see. We got Rashid. Obviously, for Lucas, he almost had to take that Z-bomb in the corner for 50, even though it cut that R off. You got to take 50 points there. And now Rashid is probably saying, well, that was nice. Even though I just got hit for 50, it blocked that big scary spot, and I can just keep playing kind of normally, block stuff off. Probably something parallel to prefer here, whatever that choice is.
Yeah. See some good some nines in Collins, or in Collins and Clabbers, not in Collins. Collins, Clabbers,
Oh, through CE maybe?
CE, for example, yeah.
Yeah, that would be nice. So variations of Scrabble are definitely very popular. One of those is a variant called Clabbers. If you notice carefully, Clabbers has all the same letters as Scrabble, just as a different word. It's just jumbled up a little differently. The point of Clabbers is you can literally play any permutation of a valid word. Doesn't matter. I could play will and spell it LLWI, for example. So sometimes it's fun to notice that if only the letters were slightly in a different spot, I would have this crazy play. In collabers, you always have that play available to use. So when we say something like, "Oh man, if it were only collabers, they would have this," we just mean somewhere on the board is some cool, almost chance to play a cool word.
Yeah.
So Rashid's taking time here. He's up quite a lot of points. Yeah, I think so. Okay, Hand is what I was thinking he would play. Parallel to prefer, blocking the R and the E, and that looks very smart.
Preferable play.
Good play. Yeah, preferable, right next to prefer, as Conrad puns.
Well, I'll be.
Yeah, I'm sure he was shocked to know that he had just done a pun there.
Yeah. Ugh.
Yeah, another one of these games. Like we said, the odds are basically 100% that tomorrow we'll have probably a set of much closer games than this. But still some fun moments. Even games that are blowouts still have some interesting stuff to dig your teeth into. At least the Baldric's and Mayal sequence was kind of fun.
Yeah, that was notable. And it looks like Rashid, depending upon what happens, is going to put this game far, 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 far out of reach.
Oh, yeah. Look at this. He has, where does that play? Gyrosol. Oh, Yug. Oh, my God.
So Jalopik is asking us here over on the side, might each game be edited by themselves as individual games? Well,
yeah, definitely.
Maybe stay tuned. We'll see.
Yeah, definitely. There are a lot of plans to take this content and do a lot of stuff with it after the fact. That is one of the things that we could easily do. So for sure, we're going to do a lot of stuff with this, do some highlights, do some, in-depth breakdowns of some really interesting moves. That's all on certainly my radar to do. So yeah, wow. Why does it, that's weird. Why it didn't like Alex saying Ami. Not 100% sure. No, it was Ami that it didn't like. So, yeah, Ami, which is almost Ime, Conrad.
Ime. Yeah, that's how you spell it.
Yeah. So, all right. Here comes a play for Lucas that does not block this bingo that Rashid has on the rack. Again, for those curious, this is a valid word that's going to play on this board, and that is for sure going to finish this game off. If we were confused at all about whether this game is going to go Rashid's way, it officially is about to, I think. So, a nice find. Does put a letter in the triple spot, but I don't think that's that big of an issue. So there we go. Gyrosol scoring quite a lot of points, bringing Rashid up to 378 to 144. This is just it's a couple of tough games on a couple of tough games for Lucas here.
So, Will, I just typed UNBRB. Remember that time that I beat you by playing numbers before it was a word?
Yes, I do. That was one of those classic, like, it should totally be a word. I know it from baseball, and I
knew you would know it from baseball.
That was very, very clever by you, frankly.
In fairness, I thought there was a chance it was good, as I told you. But
yeah, it's a good play, and
but that's like, if I think about all my random achievements unlocked in Scrabble, beating Will Anderson on a phony.
On a phony baseball word.
That's up there.
A phony baseball word.
Yeah, that is up there.
Yeah, that was a good win for sure.
Yeah.
Worth just noting here, it's worth noting that Lucas playing Bode there, he actually had an amazing play of beaded parallel to Gyrosol, making Yuga Amid, or Amid, I should say, R-E and odd. That would have been 52 points there. So that's probably just a miss. And honestly, in Lucas's shoes, how could you not be a little bit demoralized and not be grinding quite as hard to find plays like that? Down about 100. So yeah, as Jalapik says, hoping for some nail biters tomorrow. Tiles have given us some blowouts for sure. That is absolutely true. I really do blame the tiles more than anything else.
I mean, I'm happy to bite my nails on stream. I'm certainly doing it off stream when you're not paying, like when you aren't cut to me on camera.
Oh, that's confusing the causation there, I think. Yeah, the games are not good because we bite our nails. The good games cause us to bite our nails. So.
Yeah.
But we can all bite. We can all do our best to bring about some cool, close games by biting our nails more.
Darren, my partner, would be so mad at me. They're always trying to get me to
stop doing that.
My nails, and yet that's all I do. No, bite my nails.
It's hard. It's tough to stop. I don't know what nervous tics I have, but I feel like over the course of my life, I've definitely had several. Mm-hmm. Oh, nice play, Lucas. I did not even see that. Okay, yeah. So Lucas with a very, very impressive bingo here from the G of Gravide. Did not even think about that on the rack. So well done. Oh my God! But Rashid has a triple.
Oh goodness! Yeah.
Oh my God! That's just the story of the day right here.
Yeah.
Amazing. A beautiful play by Lucas. Easily the best play he's been able to make this game. He plays Gravide, a wonderful find, and of course Rashid has a triple of disdains for 140 that he's going to play. Almost certainly, I'd be stunned if Rashid missed this. So, wow, that's just the story of the day, Conrad.
Yeah, so how many of the games were won by the person on the left side? Not all 8, but it was, what, 6?
Definitely a lot.
7
and a 6? Lot of first turn blanks, too, for that player.
A lot, yeah, definitely.
All right. Is Rashid possibly going to miss this?
No. There's no way. No, there's no way.
This would be
He's just trolling. He's just trolling you.
Trolling me specifically.
Yes.
All right. I think it's coming. Oh, wouldn't it be funny if he played disdains through the eye of Gravide? Same letters, different vowel. Disdains, which is also a valid word. I don't know, man. He's shuffling tiles. He's not. I mean, what is there to look? Oh, wait. There we go. There we go. Okay. Now he's got it. Spelled out.
He got there.
And I just think it would be the troll of the century if he played this through the I instead of the E. But we'll see what happens here.
One day he will make his play, and then Lucas can
deal with OOOAAWU. Uwu, yeah.
When is uwu getting added? That's really like the day that UWU gets added to the dictionary is gonna be like the happiest day ever.
Yeah, I mean it's like a wolf cry. Awu.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, just specifically, just uwu now like has to get added.
Oh my God.
Oh, this is
just amazing. I mean, I don't even know what to attribute this to. This is a really, really surprising set of games. There's really no way to sugarcoat it at this point. A lot of our top players have made big mistakes that are really not. I'm not accustomed to seeing that so frequently. But we'll look forward to closer games and maybe fewer plays like that tomorrow. So basically, Rashid's winning this game no matter what. He just left 60 points on the board for no reason.
Yeah.
So Yeah, Zilglia says that's bad. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to sugarcoat that, frankly. I like to be positive, accentuate the positive.
Oh my god, he drew another frickin' bingo through the D. Come on.
He did?
Right? Oh no, I can't spell. I'm sorry. I'm unable to spell.
Oh, through the D of gravity. Oh, right. Okay. Oh, he got.
No, I
oh,
can't.
he
I
got
can't spell.
really. No, he got close.
I have apparently. Yeah, I misread the letter. I have apparently reached my limit. Now you know.
Yeah, he got close though with this rack to drawing another one, which would have been amazing. All right. Well, look, let's not go too, let's not push on the players too hard. It is an interesting, different circumstance. It is a new thing playing for a lot of these players. Some are new to board one. Playing during COVID is different, and there's been a long layoff for a lot of players. Definitely want to give a little bit of credit, but still, by any standard, we've seen a very, very surprising number of mistakes today. So we'll look forward to. Oh, look at that, Lucas. Oh, that's just not great for Lucas. That's not his fault. Yeah, it's a good point. They've been playing for 8 hours for sure. The thing that gets me though is that Rashid had the word spelled out on his rack.
I don't know what happened.
He had D stains on his rack. So
so Will, do you wish you were playing yet?
Yeah, I was wondering if you had asked that again. I mean, what about you? You're the one that's there, right? You're the one that's there.
No, I'm thrilled. If I only sleep for 6 hours, I just have to walk 1 foot from my bed and stream.
True.
Fantastic. I'm thrilled I'm not playing.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, yeah, I'm a little bit thinking to myself, like, damn, I should be playing. Pixie C9, great play. Yeah, that's a great call out of a nice overlapping play for Rashid if he sees it through the eye of jitter. So we'll see if he gets that down. But I can bring up the tracking here if anybody's curious to see what we're looking at. Hold on. It's a weird pool for sure. So yeah. Oh, he just played XI instead. Yeah. So maybe a little miss. So Lucas, I feel like Lucas is a pretty chill player. He doesn't get demoralized, but I feel like even his body language is not the best right now, just because he's drawn so relentlessly poorly here.
And you don't like seeing this your last game of the day, right? Like,
yeah, this is the taste.
To, go home after this.
Yeah, this is the taste that you have in your mouth as you leave for the day, go to dinner, wait for the next day's worth of games. It's not great.
Like maybe this makes you have an extra beer, and then that extra beer turns into like 4 more beers. And then all of a sudden you're 4 and 8, and you wonder what you've done with your life. And I swear actually has not happened to me, but would be funny.
True. So yeah, Lucas should feel great. His opponent missed a triple. Yes, I'm sure that will make him feel. I know that's said tongue in cheek, but I think that will not make him feel great if he discovers that, which I'm sure somebody's going to tell him.
I don't know how much Schadenfreude will help him here.
Yeah, right. So Rashid is, scores need to be updated one more time. He's over 500 now, and Lucas just plopped his cue down. Yeah, not a ton to say at this point. I guess maybe just play your W in the upper left if you're Rashid. Seems all right, I guess.
Rashid's trying to figure out how he could get another, oops, too soon. How he can get a triple, and go for 700.
Yeah. Well, he had his chance. If he wanted that, he could have had it. So, wiki up. Almost. Very interesting word. Almost on the rack there. Okay, he does play. Oh, he plays up, I think. Yeah. Keeping his E. There actually are a bunch of E's left to go, so he probably could have played EW there instead and been likely to redraw an E, but this is fine.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, EW probably leads to more bingos, right? If in the off chance you say draws N or something.
Yeah, I think the point of playing an E there is your likeliest place of actually hitting a bingo is to the E of Bode. So there already is an E there. Yeah. So playing your E becomes less of an issue for your bingo chances because, again, that's where you're likely to actually hit.
But what do we know? He drew the other U and did not draw an E.
That's true. Clever.
Joke is on us.
True.
Oh my! I mean, I guess we should have known that was basically going to happen, but oof.
So, all right, bag is empty now. No further need for tracking. You see the tail of 2 racks here. Rashid with good scoring tiles and a blank. He's not going to bingo, but he's going to score something nice somewhere, probably on a hook to Amin.
Weiss, probably.
Yeah, Amin, something there will be just fine for him. And Lucas has 6 vowels, including 3 O's and an F. F and an F. Of course. What consonant?
F's
what other consonant?
Chat.
What other consonant would he have but F? We will pay respects.
I would have preferred more F's in chat today, but, still love y'all.
Yeah, I wonder if that's something that we need as an official Scrabble channel emote. I feel like it's almost a must that we need to get F. That needs to be the first emote that we have here on this channel. So, all right, as you suggested, Conrad, he plays Weiss up in the upper right. Lucas does not even really have a great spot for his F. We'll just see what he ends up playing. And that's going to be it for day 1. So we saw some boo-boos on stream. We saw a lot of blowouts. I really do expect that to normalize tomorrow. I think we're going to see closer games, and I think we're going to eventually see some really, really well-played games between. We have really great players competing in this event. So I'm going to believe that they're going to put on a really good show for us tomorrow. So, but it's been a lot of fun. Hopefully you guys enjoyed today's coverage. We are just cresting the 9-hour mark for the stream. That's a good day's work. That's a solid day's work.
Good Dave's work. In fact, we had a lot of Daves on the
many
stream
Daves. Today. Yeah, we're gonna get a big dose.
I hope we're gonna get a third. I hope we'll get a third Dave tomorrow. I hope. Where's Whitley at? You gotta give him a couple extra beers tonight or something.
Yeah, we'll get him. Well, I'm sure he'll make a cameo at least on board 1.
Yeah.
And then obviously we need to see Ben Schoenbrunn. That is definitely the best performing player that we've yet to see. And I know it's a pleasure. Well, it's not necessarily a quote unquote pleasure to watch Benji because his tiles are every different direction. He has the most unkempt rack of any elite player. His tiles are every different direction. He makes no effort to align them right side up. But other than that, Benji, or Ben, I should say, is a lot of fun to watch.
You are allowed to call him either one. He has confirmed that either Ben or Benji is allowed.
Okay. Well, I'm doing my best to honor the intent of his wish anyway.
Yeah.
So.
That's why I did specifically ask him, like, I've seen people call you Benji again. Is that okay? He's like, yeah, either one's fine now.
Got it. So Rashid up to 578 before his next play. Lucas at 322. I almost said 522. Not quite.
Not quite.
And Rashid's going to finish this off, and that's going to be it for this game and for day 1 at the Crescent City Cup.
We'll have 8 more games tomorrow. Dave 2.
Dave 2, right? Dave 2 at Crescent City Cup. All right, or Vows or Vought, whichever one.
Vox, V-A-U-X.
Yeah, nice. So that's gonna be it for this game. Rashid, according to my tally here, does not quite break 600 points in this game. Certainly would have been there had he gotten disdain. Thank you to Brenjam for the nice comment in the chat. Womble ISC, thank you as well. So yeah, maybe just one more quick round of plugs before we call it a stream, perhaps, just to make sure that We keep the messaging pretty consistent. So the players probably just doing some bookkeeping here. But again, this is the Crescent City Cup powered by Scrabble Go and PlayScrabble.com. Definitely give this app a download. Great way to play Scrabble on your mobile phone, the only official way to do so. And also PlayScrabble.com. This website is very new. It's in beta. In fact, that's how new it is. Available only in the US and Canada for now. And yeah, definitely a different look and feel from the mobile app. A little bit more of a classic experience. It's going to have a forum. It's going to have a blog. It's going to have a lot more stuff. Well, it has those things now, and it's going to have a lot more stuff in the future. And of course, I'm going to try to start featuring some of the social posts that hopefully people are making, whether you are at the tournament and play in a cool game that wasn't on stream, or whether you're just playing Scrabble on your phone or on PlayScrabble.com. Send in some posts, tag us on all the different social platforms that you see using those hashtags ScrabbleGo, PlayScrabble, or CCC. Obviously, I haven't said number 4, have fun. You should always have fun playing Scrabble. And I think that's about it. So for the two of us, myself, Will Anderson, and Conrad Bassett-Bouchard, wow, what a day. And we're going to do it all again tomorrow. So
let's do it all again tomorrow, and let's wrap quickly. What did we see today? A bunch of blowouts. We got onto Reddit for 2 racks of the exact same 7 tiles at the same time. We got no cats. That's kind of a downer, but you know we'll live with it. Consistently around 100 viewers. Lots of Daves, and I don't know. I'd say maybe some of the games could have been more exciting, but other than that, all in all, not a bad first day. No one's running away with the thing yet, right? So
for sure, yeah.
Tomorrow,
and again,
tomorrow should be fun.
For those curious about the standings, there they are in the chat. Definitely give those a perusal. But yeah, tomorrow I think we'll be onward and upward. I bet we're gonna have some nail-biting games. No offense to Conrad's cuticles or nails. Yeah, we'll be back same time tomorrow. We're going to start at 10:30 Eastern time, 7:30 a.m. Pacific time, and all the different time zones in between. So once again, thank you very much to everybody for watching along, everybody chatting and contributing.
And a Dave Wiegand cameo.
Words. Oh, and there, very nice. And there he is, Dave
Wiegand cameo.
All right, that's time for you two to enjoy the after hours, and I think that's going to be it for us today. So thanks again for watching. We'll see you guys tomorrow morning for day 2 at the Crescent City Cup.
All right. Good night, Will.